You should be able to hear me now. No, the countdown wasn't supposed to be there. Don't worry, we had a little bit of a technical issue. But can you all hear me okay? Sounds good, that's sweet, right. Yeah, at the moment they're still going on about the old justice crap. You lot can't hear it, but I can hear it in the background. As a matter of fact, where is we'll put that up there so we don't have to look at them as they go. We can just leave the thumbnail there. If your thing's still buffering, refresh the stream. Maybe the chat should tell them. It doesn't seem to be buffering on my screen. But yeah, we got like a 6-hour debate coming. So that's not really enough if you ask me, because there's 4 votes today. There's not just one. 6 hours is not enough for one, especially when you consider what they're talking about. But the 6-hour debate is going to be for all 4 of the votes, which is the NHS compulsory jabs, the vaccine passports, obviously, Plan B, and what was the other one? I bloody forgot it. Masks, that's it. They're masks. Let's get rid of that. Right, we're sweet. Yeah, it's the mask. The old mask mandate in shops. Clubs. No, not clubs, sorry. Shops, cinemas. Practically everywhere but pubs and... little, no, not little shops. Pubs and restaurants. As a matter of fact, I need to turn him down in my ear. He's driving me nuts. Yeah, they're talking about the Human Rights Bill right now. But they're staying in the European Human Rights Act and all of that, so I don't fully know what they're doing. I need to look into it. I was too busy sorting all this out this morning. But I can show you a little picture. There is... Does it work? Of course it don't. Yes, it does work. There we go. These are the actual MPs that are planning to vote no. There's like 82 Tories and 1 Labour MP. So that shows you what Labour is, really. The Tories are pretty piss poor, but Labour are going above and beyond. It's got to be said. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Labour are going to vote alongside it, because they see this as damaging the Tory party. They don't realise that the public will remember they supported them, and tosspots like me will remind the public that they supported it, so I don't see where the gain is from it. And yeah, Keir Starmer and said it was un-British and now changed his mind and decided it's very British. Sounds more European to me, but what do we know? Yeah, considering what it is, realistically, it shouldn't be 82, it should be every MP. It shouldn't even get into Parliament to even be discussed. Because it's just lunacy. And let's be honest, what did Boris say? 2004, wasn't it? He would eat the papers if someone from the state demanded that he show them. Funny how that's changed. Mind you, it just shows that he's a political tosspot who will say whatever he needs to say to get where he wants to in life. Not really surprising to me. Likely not surprising to very many of you either. Charlie, welcome to the live. Yeah, it's the first time I've been live in a while. It's finding the time to do it. It's like today I've made a massive rod for my own back because I thought they were going to vote on this after a couple of hours. I didn't realise they were going to stick it in one 6-hour debate. So I put myself in a shit spot being here for 6 hours doing this. It's not the end of the world, but I expect most of it is just going to be bollocks. Them talking about the great rollout and all of this will be most of it. You'll get the odd Tory MP going against it. That'll be it. And then eventually they'll vote and Labour will get it through. But the good thing about Labour getting it through, which, yeah, It's not good that it's going to get through, but there will be a silver lining to this little cloud here. When Labour helped the government get this through and their own MPs vote against it and it passes with Labour votes, that makes the government look feeble as fuck. Like, that is probably one of the worst things you could do as a government, to get shit through based on the opposition. Like, you wouldn't have passed this if they voted against it. That looks terrible. Sort of like Theresa May 2017, 2018 terrible. So there is a small, very small silver lining to this shit cloud, because Labour will make the Tories look like dickheads, and Labour look like dickheads anyway, so they're both essentially on the same footing now with most people. This is why I made that video yesterday about Labour. Must be reminded and remind people that Labour voted for it as well. When it starts inconveniencing people who are oblivious or ignorant to what's going on, when they moan about it, you just say, yeah, Labour voted for it, because they'll start going, the Tories, the Tories, the Tories this, which will be slightly correct, but at the end of the day, Labour are just as much involved as the Tories are. In fact, they would go further, so an argument could be made that they're still worse. I say they're both two cheeks of the same arsehole. Makes no difference which one they are. And they're still waffling on bollocks about this Justice Secretary. No one cares, Dominic Raab. Get on with it. I mean, what? It's already late. So what, is the vote going to be late, or will we just get less time of a debate? This could actually be a little ploy by them. Do I think that MPs voting no should defect to reform or reclaim? I think they should. Do I think they would? No. As a matter of fact, I'd place money on it that they definitely won't. You got no hope of that. You might get one or two, but there's no way in the world 82 would defect. Imagine that, though. Shit. All of a sudden, 82 different MPs for a different party in there. That'd have the government's arsehole puckered up tighter than a snare drum. Definitely. But it's not going to happen. Never in a million years. And you just got to remember that everything that's going on in Europe, you can essentially expect here within, what, couple of months tops? We're only a few months behind them, really. Most of these vaccine passports and that come out July or August this year over in Europe, so expect the same thing to come here, what, February? That's what I'm betting. Now, guys, remember that these are only the ones that have come out saying they are definitely not voting for the vaccine passports and that. There might be more of them. Some of them might vote to abstain, which is, in my book, just voting for it. It's a coward's way out. You should vote no or vote yes. If you support it, vote yes. If you don't support it, vote no. Michael Wilcock, no, they have not passed yet. They are going to debate them shortly. They're late as always. And they'll be voting on them about 6:30, they reckon. Yep, John Fletcher's got it right. Abstaining your vote is a dereliction of duty. 100%. Couldn't agree with you more. It's the coward's way out. If you don't agree with it, go up there and say you don't agree with it. If not, then vote with it and own it when the public pull you up on it, if they ever do. Wolf Slayer, thank you very much for a Merry Christmas. I'll probably do a live stream around Christmas time. See what sort of lockdown we're in at the time of that. Because apparently Boris did want to bring in some more restrictions the other day, but a quiz photo come out or something, so he changed his mind. That was a report I see. I haven't actually seen it since, so maybe it was proven false. Who knows? Who actually cares? Anytime he's not bringing in restrictions is always good news. The house is starting to fill up now, so maybe we're getting closer. Wonder how many of them don't bother turning up. That's a question we need to ask. Yeah, they're still waffling on to bloody Rob. Actually, I don't even see Sajid Javid or that in there, and I'm sure he's got to come in there to move the motion. Yes, Belgium did recently rule the COVID passes as unlawful, but no doubt the Parliament there will try and wiggle a way around it so that they make it lawful in some sort of way. Mental gymnastics is common across governments. It doesn't matter what country they're in. Larry Lockdown, yes, I've been to some of the protests. I haven't been to all of them, but I've been to a fair few, and I'll be going to the one on Saturday. But yeah, they don't do nothing, but they do tell the public that people don't agree, which, if they listen to the mainstream media only, they're never going to know that people don't agree, because the media don't admit that people don't agree with them. The media just make shit up as they go along. Take ITV, for instance. They're doing it regularly, or deleting polls when it don't go their way. So while they might not actually do anything, they do certainly help people realise that something's afoot, and maybe a couple of them will have a look. At the end of the day, you're fighting against the system and the machine, and just a propaganda machine, really. That's what you're fighting against. It's not going to be easy. It won't be quick. Do I think Omicron's going to be the end of COVID? Well, I'm not a doctor, so I have no idea. But given the way governments have gone on, I wouldn't place your bets on it anyway. At this point, you got more chance of COVID saving us from a government than the government saving us from it. Would you trust these idiots to actually do anything to save you? Because I bloody won't. The only upside of the last couple of weeks is I'm seeing more people who usually agreed with what Boris was saying actually turning against him, even if it's just sharing a couple of spicy memes. Sajid Javid, Temple of Doom, thank you very much for the donation, mate. I'll try and keep up the great work. I'd much rather these idiots stop doing what they're doing so we could go back to talking about mundane bullshit, but that ain't likely, is it? If you want to see a full list of who's planning to vote no, it's on the screen there, but the Spectator has it, I think. And maybe even the Express, I heard, have copied their little list since then. But yeah, these are the ones that are planning to vote no, or at least have said they will. Doesn't mean they will. They might abstain. How many of them do that, I don't know, but we'll call them out at the end when it's there. Or as soon as they come up. And in fact, I'll likely make a video just rattling off names of people who voted for it. That'll be a boring video, but at least people will know. We'll rattle off their constituency name as well, so people can tell what area they're from. Because at the end of the day, if you didn't want this, then you have a right to know who voted for it. The same way as anyone else who wanted it has a right to know who didn't vote for it. Though, to be honest, this is tyrannical as fuck and shouldn't even be considered, so... And then there's also the other thing, that they're planning to vote on something that's going to cost 100,000 NHS staff their job in the middle of a pandemic, because logic. Fuck knows why. Janice King, thank you very much for the donation. And Morton V, really enjoyed your content over the past year and a half, mate. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much, Morton. And Sandy underneath that has written, thank you for your work, cheers. Nuremberg trials start in March 2022. Let's hope they bloody do. Maybe that's why old Ursula von der Leyen on her back's trying to get them removed. Or was making it sound like she wanted them removed. I don't see how she would do it. Those predate the EU, you must remember. I don't know if they have any legitimacy in removing shit that started before them. Maybe they do. I'm sure European countries would likely say no. Merry Christmas, Christine. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right, Victoria. Overwhelmed A&E, sack 10,000 makes total sense. Indeed, it does. But then again, for the past 20 months, maybe it does make sense. It's hardly been logical halfway through it, has it? Yes, Stephen, we have one Labour MP that said they will vote against it. There could be more, but I don't think it will be enough unless Starmer pulls a fucking sly one out of the bag and all Labour MPs vote no and the bill passes and the Tories look like a complete bunch of tossers, which would be pretty funny if they did and probably the ultimate slap in the face for Boris, but let's be honest, the Labour Party ain't going to do that. They've jumped on behind the Tories literally every single time since this has started, so you've got absolutely no hope whatsoever of them voting against this, in my opinion. Charlie Ward, thank you very much for the donation. My support to you, mate. Keep your content going, always telling the truth. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thanks, and same to you, mate. Steve Bell, thank you very much once again for the donation. I need to get this chat out of the way so I can actually see it, because it's going through behind my microphone at the moment. There we go. Let's go, guys. They're still talking about the old Court of Human Rights, so crack out some questions. We'll have a little chat while we wait. Let's see if I can see any questions going out in there. Who funds both the Tories and Labour? Lots of different rich people. Some not so rich people who are just into supporting a political party, but mainly it's rich people. They fund what the party's doing, and then taxpayers' money funds the individual MPs once they're in. That's pretty much how it goes. So anyone with a lot of money that wants to have a little bit of influence, that's what they do. In an African country or somewhere else around the world that the government didn't like, that sort of shit would be called corruption. Over here, it's just called lobbying. So, yeah, that's it. Paulie P says, am I doing a stream for my birthday? I might do. I'll probably do a Christmas stream, because it's just before Christmas, so I'll probably do a Christmas stream then, as I'm not breaking out a stream on Christmas Day. Start interrupting your Christmas dinner with calling someone a shitweasel or something. Yeah, that won't be a good one. Malchite says, how's the pug? The pug is sweet. She's having a sleep upstairs at the moment. No doubt it will come running down here making a fuck ton of noise in a little while. You will eat bugs and they will be happy. No, I won't eat bugs and they won't be happy, because I'll tell them to fuck off. That's a given. Sad Wings Raging, thank you very much for the donation, mate. Merry Christmas, Bert, and everyone. Do not comply. 100%. Lulu says, it's been nice having you around all these years. Thank you for your work. If we go into another lockdown, that will be the end of you. No, it won't be the end of you. Don't let them defeat you. It's not if we go into another lockdown. I think you'll find it's more likely when we go into another lockdown. But I don't think people are going to listen this time. A lot has changed now. A hell of a lot has changed. Like, people are not listening. People who once said to me about doing as the government said, obeying, now are like, fuck that, I ain't doing anything they say. So, bear in mind that people are not the same as they were last year. Many people are saying, I've had enough. And to be honest, can you blame them? Marcus Watmouth, thank you very much. And Tyrant Finder UK, thank you. You guys should subscribe to Tyrant Finder if you ain't already. He puts out some good content. The pug will do the Nazi salute. No, you've got absolutely no hope, Charlie. The pug is lazy and ignorant. It barely listens to you telling it to sit for a treat. It just looks at you like you're some sort of tosser. Midnight Lexicon, thank you for the donation. Not sure the situation across the pond, but do you have enough votes to block it? No, there's not enough votes to block it. It will pass. It's literally a given at this point. The only thing we're doing this for is so we can see what some of these MPs say, see if any of them actually say anything of note, and also to watch the Tory party have to pass bills with the help of the opposition in what is a great humiliation, it's got to be said. That is a massive humiliation. It can't be understated. If they pass because of Labour votes, that's it. Feeble government. You can literally then call it the feeble government. Tent in Quarantino, he says, any guesses what cringy virtue signalling Khan will do for the New Year's Eve fireworks this year? He's not doing one. He's already cancelled it. He cancelled it in like June. Yeah, I think it was that, June. Maybe July. Either way, he cancelled it middle of this year. 100%. But thank you very much for the donation. Thank you very much, all of yous. Let's try and get back to where we were. Right. Let's try and hunt down a question from this. You can then call it treason. You could probably already call most of what they've done treason, let's be honest. I mean, especially if you started going back to, say, 1600s and took their idea of treason out. Shit, doing anything wrong in government would get your head lobbed off back then. Nowadays, you get a job in the European Commission or a nice little peerage in the House of Lords. Whitty is not cancelling Christmas for anyone who said he is. Whitty might be saying that Christmas is cancelled, but I really don't think people are actually going to bother listening to him. That is for sure. Especially not with the media banging on about their Christmas parties, which I've already said I don't much care for. I assumed and knew they were breaking the rules last year. I expect many of you knew and assumed the same. But many of the people who listened and did what they said last year, they didn't fucking know that, or they were too naive to think that. Now they know it. Now it's clear for all to see. That's why the media banging on about it, I said was a good thing, because it wakes people up. It makes them see that they've been lied to. I can sit here saying that they've been lied to till they're blue in the face. They ain't going to pay attention to that. Alright, I'm starting to be able to miss out on these. Dragon Girl, thank you very much for the, whatever that is. It's a sticker, I think. I can't remember what YouTube said it was. They tried to push it to me before. Actual coverage, thank you very much. You yourself, keep up the good work. Rainy Green says, what do I think is in the jab that they're pushing it so hard? Just asking. I have absolutely no idea, as I'm not a scientist or doctor, but the reason they're pushing it wouldn't necessarily be because of anything about it. It could be because of money. It could be because they genuinely believe what they're saying. At the end of the day, the reasons why they're pushing it is, who knows? Who will ever know? Who will ever know the reasons why they push half of what they push? I certainly don't know. There's no way in the world I actually could know. I guarantee that most of these MPs wouldn't know. If there was a reason behind anything of what they're doing, most MPs in the House of Commons wouldn't necessarily know. Only ones that are in the know would be told or would have any idea. I expect many of them are just puppets sitting there unaware of most of the shit that goes on. Commie Killer 73, thank you for the donation, says, as someone born in the UK and now living in the US, I'm horrified by what's happening to the country of my first 21 years and the cradle of the modern world. Stay strong, UK. Thank you. Well, the people of the UK will stay strong. It's just about getting as many of them as possible to see that the government's talking a whole bag of shit to them. That's all they have to do. Then, once the government starts to realise that the public know they're talking shit, they'll have to start being honest. And that's when you'll see arseholes puckering up real tight, guys. Because if they've spent so long lying and then they start having to be honest and things start getting called out and caught out, then it could happen. I mean, it only takes the media to actually say something. That's all it takes. Doesn't take much. They did it before. Don't think they're going to do it again, though. Got lucky before. Literally. That's what I'd say. Lucky before when it's been called out. Hold on a minute, we might be getting to the point now. Nope, still Rob. Bloody hell. Now, I know we're all here raging about the old jab passports and that medical tyranny that's coming in, but probably just as important, if not more so, is the actual NHS one. The compulsory jabs on the NHS. That is a fucking travesty. And like we said, during a pandemic, it's just fucking insane. Completely insane. It makes no sense whatsoever. And that's why every MP in there should be voting against it. But Labour will support that as well. Literally, Labour will support that as well. And guys, another thing I always see, which was something I also answered in Rainey's question a minute ago. Remember, the agendas of rich people, even if you think you found out what it could be, it could well end up being something completely different. Because they're rich for a reason. They got money, they got power. They could easily misdirect you. This is something that is common. Propaganda is there to misdirect you. So even if we think we found out what it is the fuck they're on about, it could well just be that they want us to think that. Governments, for instance, they don't release all information that they have when they're doing something. They always have ulterior motives underneath it, pushing for something else. Literally. Take the online harms bill. That they're making out like is protecting children and all of this, when really it's just going to be limiting free speech, protests, all of this other shit, and the ability to question or criticise government, MPs or anything like that. There's always a second agenda. It's never just one guaranteed thing, or they're doing this. And I'd never believe that a government's doing anything for benevolent reasons unless I can physically see it for myself. Which is not something we've seen in the past, 6, 8, 12 months, is it? Let's be honest. There is no good politicians. Prove me wrong. I lack the confidence and the evidence to do that, mate. Literally. I really do. Some of them speak a bit of sense, and then other times they won't speak sense. Other times they'll talk complete shit, so can you really trust any of them? I don't. I said this even before, when we was pushing to get Brexit done. I said as soon as the Tories go against whatever the fuck these people in this country want, I'll go against them. And guess what? That's all they've been doing for the past, year? You've got the illegal immigration problem, Dover, more than has ever come here before, despite them saying they'll take back control. Look what happened there. They're just lying to people consistently. And people who vote for the Tory party, they'll believe it. They'll listen to it. Although maybe not now. The situation in Dover is really cutting through to people. Especially as they're starting to notice them filled up in their hotels. Headshot, thank you very much for the massive donation there. Not all rich people are evil. No, not all of them are going to be evil. I'm not saying they are evil. I'm saying the ones with agendas. We're talking about the ones who have an agenda, who might be trying to do something that the public don't want. Not all rich people are evil. Most of them are just as ignorant to what's going on as the average everyday person. Maybe even more ignorant because they live in their own world. Do I think the government are being held to ransom by an unknown entity? No, I think they want to do this. I really do. I wouldn't give them a way out like that. I'd say they want to do this. I'd say this is what they want to do. I wouldn't blame anyone else. I'd blame them. They are puppets, we know this, but let's not let them get away with it. Let's blame the people that are there in front of us lying to the public. We know there's vested interests. We know this. This is a given. Literally. Someone says it there. Socialist government. Yep. 100%. What part of what these guys are doing is conservative? Can anyone let me know in the old comments? Anyone got anything conservative that they've done? No? I can't think of one thing. When's it starting? It was supposed to be starting at about 12:30. I expected about 22. But We've been sitting here for half hour now and they're still talking to Rob. Yeah, no, it's still Rob. Do I think more people are waking up? Yes, I do. I'm seeing it every day, not even online. I see it online as well because I read a hell of a lot of articles and look through a lot of things. I'm not talking about the articles, though. I'm talking about the comments below it, which at the start of this, when I'd read the comments, they were fully supporting everything the government said, like 100%, backed Boris to the hilt. Then, as time has progressed, you see more and more comments getting more and more likes that are speaking out against it. And now, when you look at the comment section of practically any article that still lets you comment, it is just filled with people absolutely shitting on everything Boris has got to say. So, I would definitely say that people are starting to wake up. And then when I talk about in my actual personal life, when I'm out and about doing things in my day-to-day, every single day more and more people say the same thing, that they just don't trust what the government's saying to them. Which is like, oh yeah, you're a bit fucking behind the times, isn't you? It took you long enough, but I'll take it. I'll literally take it. It's took long enough, but the more people that wake up, the better. The more people that even just question what's going on, just start looking into something, is enough for me. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think I've missed a couple of super chats. Bromatic, sorry if I've missed one before this. I was too busy waffling. Merry Christmas, Bert. Have a pint on me and keep up the good work. Shout out to Resistance GB and all others covering the protest. Highly recommend them. Thank you very much for the donation. I'm sure there was another one somewhere. Big up Tyrant Fighter, Resistance GB, actual coverage, Freedom Fighters when FSM are cowards. There we go. Thank you very much for the donation. That was Matt Black Inc. There we go. I did see a question. I just wanted to read that before I started to notice they were flying away from me. Lynn Beaumont says most people are happy in denial. Yeah, they're just ignorant, lazy and ignorant. They don't think that anything is going to affect them. So they sit there and say, oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. I'll just ignore it. I'll just ignore it. And then eventually it comes to bite them on the arse. And by that time, it's too late. The slippery slope is already fully in fucking roll and you're in the middle of it falling down. Because that's what it is at the moment. We're on a slippery slope. Many people have been saying it for months. Absolute months. Since last year. But the people who don't know, who haven't looked, they're ignorant because why wouldn't they be? They don't expect anything. Many people don't suspect to be lied to. They don't expect that the government's lying to them more than the media. Why would they? Most people only barely look at the headline of an article. They don't really look into it. I mean, how many headlines of articles have said one thing and then you've read a few paragraphs down and it's saying a complete different thing? This is my point. Unless you're really reading into it and then reading up on other subjects about it, you don't really know much about it. You're just listening to what the media say. And they'll talk shit for the majority of the article and then put the important information at the bottom. I mean, I've actually got a video coming on The Independent, using a nice little play on words to hype up a little bit of fear. But it's not what's actually said. That's the sort of shit the media do. They'll do that little title and that little first bit because they'll know that's what people will see. People might not see the rest of it, and they'll base their views on that. How many people have come up to you guys and said, oh, this, and this, and you've been like, nah, that's not the case. That's just what the BBC have been telling you. I know it happens to me daily. Victoria Williams says most of the time. Did I see Danny Tomo's video asking the public why they wear masks? No, I didn't. I haven't seen that. I'll have to have a little look for it. That's another thing I've actually thought of doing. Going out, I did a video on, what was it, the Express and Star the other day, saying they went out and spoke to the people of Wolverhampton, was it, and asked them what they thought about Plan B. And they literally put 3 people up who agreed with the government. And I'm like, yeah, that's a fair representation of what the people in Wolverhampton must think. You found 3 people who agree with the fucking government. And, yeah, turns out that that's obviously not the case, just based on the comment section of my video from people who said they're from Wolverhampton. And just based around common sense, there's going to be more than just 3 people. No one's just going to parrot the line that they want. It was obvious they were talking complete and utter shit just to push the narrative. You cannot cure stupidity. No, but it is infectious. We've seen it. Herd stupidity. Dean says, do I think the government know people are clocking onto them? Yes, I do. Yes, they do. They 100% know that people are waking up. They've got whole units telling them that people are saying this, people are saying that. They'll have a whole department dedicated to that, no doubt. But at the end of the day, they'll plough on regardless, because when the shit starts hitting the fan, what do politicians do? They double and triple and quadruple down on it. So I wouldn't expect them to stop. The only way it would stop is maybe, and this is like 2% chance, less than that, maybe 0.2% chance, is if Boris resigned or was kicked out of the party, kicked out of the premiership for whatever reason, and someone else come in and said, we're doing the complete opposite. But the chances of that happening are literally 0. Not going to happen. You got no chance. Even if they get rid of Boris, it'll just be another tosspot who'll likely do even more than he did. Ricky Rick, thank you very much for the donation. A day of infamy, meaning all-out attack on our democracy and freedoms. Treasonous puppets delivering their masters' totalitarian plutocracy, sorry. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Christine Jackson says the government is panicking. I would actually agree that they're panicking. I really would. I would agree that their arseholes puckering up pretty tightly at the moment, especially with the media turning on them, or turning on them a little bit. Can't really call the old party story turning on them, because I don't see it as much of a big deal, even if the public do. I think it's just a nothing. I knew they were doing it. I expected there was parties there, plenty of Charles flowing around as they found all of that in the toilets, didn't they? I meant to do a video on that when that came out, but it weren't really that important at the time. Jason Brooks says, is this live on TV? No, I don't think the debate will be live on TV. Maybe on the BBC's Parliament channel, or you can get it where I'm getting it from, which is Parliament's actual TV channel. But the votes will be on TV at 6:30-ish, I think. William Little's got it right. They don't give a shit. They're laughing at us. You've seen it multiple times. These politicians are laughing at us, literally. As Sean says there, the government should fear us. They don't know. They know they've got power. They know they've got the media practically bought and paid for. They just run damage control for them constantly. What do they really have to worry about? Even if the public are sitting there calling them out, they'll realise they can get away with it for a little bit longer at least. Before eventually hundreds of thousands of people are marching down the streets Monday to Friday. That'd probably be the only way it will actually stop, is if hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, bring the country to a standstill during a week. And even then it might not. Even then they might just send in the old bill. Who knows? Actually, I don't know, because once it gets past a certain point, the old bill can't stop it. That has to be remembered. Once it gets past a certain amount of people, there's not enough police officers in the country, let alone in London, to actually stop it. So, it's just reaching that critical mass. That's the hard part. You need to get, I don't know, a couple of million maybe? Maybe even 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Shit, if you get 10 million, that'd fill up the entire streets of central London. 10 million people. Then they'd have to take notice. No, because there's not even enough army. There's not even enough army soldiers to deal with millions and millions of people. And then there's even less army soldiers who would willingly go out there and use the type of force that would be required against millions of people. So, yeah, they could deploy it against smaller ones, but when you're talking millions, like, the army's got, what, 80,000 active personnel? What could 80,000, even with guns, do against 10 million? And the government telling soldiers to use guns on people would be probably a step too far even for 2021. So, yeah, if there was millions, and the millions I'm talking about, fucking the government couldn't bring in force because it would look like fucking China, Tiananmen Square sort of job. And they ain't going to go for that now. Not even now. Maybe if this sort of tyranny carries on for another 5 or 10 years, then, yeah, maybe then. I could see it then, but not right now. That would be too much. You got to remember, they're doing bit by bit by bit by bit by bit, because if they try to do it all at once, they're going to get everyone turning against it. This is why they're doing it bit by bit by bit by bit. Can't just go straight out, balls to the wall. Yeah, last time a prime minister was brought down was in 1919 by poll tax protests. Yeah, they certainly did help, that is for sure. It can do it, but you need to get the numbers. And nowadays the numbers need to even be bigger than what they was for the poll tax. It's just about how many people actually bother to pay attention to it and start to realise that this is affecting their life. How it's not affected their life already is baffling to me, but hey, it is what it is. I guess furlough helped that a lot. Furlough has helped keep a lot of people compliant, but that's ended now and I don't hear them bringing it back in, so... And also, I know quite a lot of soldiers, personally. I know a few soldiers, and they've already said if the government ever told them to do that, they would outright fucking refuse. So, while there will be some soldiers who will do it, I think the vast majority of them wouldn't turn on their own citizens. Because remember, these people are your brothers, or your uncles, your friends, or friends of your brothers, or your brother's friends, and things like that, you know what I mean? Soldiers are just people from the fucking area. I know loads of people who joined the army. And I know loads of them would never turn fucking guns or anything against the public. Doesn't matter what oath they've swore. They ain't gonna start fucking what's his name, start going against their own. Maybe some of them would, as I said, but I really don't think most of them would. No chance. Even some coppers don't do it. Even some coppers have refused. I've known of a few old Bill that have quit in the past 20 months because they're not going along with it. But obviously the majority of them do. The army, though, being brought onto the streets is a different kettle of fish. Government would have to be very careful about that. And then you have also got the soldiers who will just refuse. Because they will. More people watching this than Talk Radio, bollocks. Well done. Yeah, Talk Radio's probably just playing the actual fucking stream, isn't they, of what's going on now in Parliament. Plus, it's not in a competition. Don't worry about what Talk Radio are doing. They mostly talk shit anyway. Plan B is martial law, though. We've been living under martial law for the past 20 months, Thomas. Where have you been, mate? Don't you understand locking down a country in March 2020 is martial law? That's martial law. It's just not got the soldiers on the street. That's all it is. Wow, they are waffling on. They are literally waffling on to this bloody, what's his name? Secretary of State for Justice. It's amazing seeing Labour MPs moaning about this and that. It's like, you lot would set all the bloody criminals free. Plan A is martial law. All of it's martial law. This is no different to martial law, where the government just makes diktats on you. What was they doing all last year? Just making a diktat and going along with it. And I mean, what they're voting on today, guys, lasts for 6 months. It's not just for like a couple of weeks or something. This is for 6 months. These rules are coming in for 6 months at least, and then they'll roll them over and roll them over and roll them over the same way they've rolled over everything before it. Like, we are in martial law. We've lived in martial law for 2 years now. It's just like a martial law light. It's not quite full martial law like they make out in the movies or something like that. Because that won't wash. People will fucking say no. People will start resisting. The government don't want that. So they got to do it bit by bit. The tiptoe. The authoritarian or totalitarian tiptoe, as a comment said earlier that I see. Today, though, the main thing is watching the Tories humiliate themselves. Charlie Ward, thanks a lot for coming. I'll catch you later, mate. Take care. Hold on, let me listen to see what they're doing. Still talking to Rob, come on. So what, are we going to get less than... We're now going to get 5 hours of debate on this. We're not going to get 6. Is that what they're saying? Or are they just going to push the vote back even later because of this? What's going to go on? No, actually, no. I've read the order paper for today. It says that it's got to finish before 6:30. So the vote's to be at 6:30. So they're just cutting into the time. This seems like a bit of a deliberate act, if you ask me. What do you guys think? I've just reread the order paper. I've got it open. The vote is at 6:30. All of this has got to be done by 6:30. So not only are they doing shit debates over a couple of hours. You've got to remember, for bills like this, the debate should be like 2-3 days. They should have 2 or 3 days of actually doing this, debating each one of these proposed changes to our fucking laws that are monumental. But no, you get a couple of hours. They're going to squash them all into one debate and then let people vote on them individually. And then they're all going to pass. Let's be honest, they're all going to fucking pass. Every single one of them. Even the one that's going to compel fucking NHS staff to get the vaccine or get kicked out of their job. So it's not really a debate. It's going to be 70-ish, maybe Tory MPs or having a moan at tops. That's if 70 of them actually come. And 70 of them voting against it or 80 of them voting against it. And then Labour joining forces with the Tories to vote for some medical tyranny. That's what they're going to do. The ones who have already come out and spoke about it multiple times, they'll give a little speech. They'll say a little thing. They'll be falling on deaf ears. Labour will vote alongside it after talking about how great more restrictions would be and how the Tories should have governed them harder days ago and all of this. And then they'll vote on it. It'll go through. The government will still try to claim they're conservative and they didn't want to do it and all of this bollocks. But they'll look like a feeble bunch of tyrants there and then. And Labour, we must never forget, are as neck deep in this as they are. Neck deep in it. Jigsaw Puzzle is saying deeper. Yeah, an argument can be made that they're deeper in it. If they was in power now, we would never have got out of the first lockdown. We would have just been locked down forever. They would have been coming round handing out food parcels. It would have been full communism. Guarantee it right now. The Tories are giving us communism light. They would have went full communism. English bottle cap, yes, that's what they're doing, filibustering. I just call it taking the piss. Yeah, that's it. That's it. You sit there. This is the problem with British politics. You've essentially, it's a two-party system. It's the other parties are there, but they'll never get in power. If you think that the Tories and Labour will ever let another party become number one, then you've been smoking too much crack. Literally. Too much crack, because they control the laws and the rules. If they thought for a minute that Reform, Reclaim, any other party you can name, Liberal Democrats even, were going to win a majority, you'd bet these corrupt bastards in Parliament would change the bloody rules so they won. Literally. Or they would just outlaw the other party as a terrorist organisation or something. Some hateful fucking organisation would be labelled as them and they would be at the door. There is no way in the world the Tories or Labour are ever going to let another party take power off of them. Ever in a million years. Well, not peacefully anyway. Definitely not. The party would have to gain popular support and march on Parliament maybe. Like fucking peasants' revolt. Aside from that, no, they wouldn't give up power through democratic means as they claim. They wouldn't. Never in a million years. Never. These two parties, I mean, take 2019 for instance. The Tory party was happy to go along with the corrupt parliament we had then that was trying to destroy Brexit and stop what people had voted for. If it wasn't for the fact that the public told them that it weren't fucking happening and they could hear the winds change on it, the Tory party at the top realised that Theresa May was going to send them into a Labour spiral. They then changed their mind and started 100% supporting getting some form of Brexit done. That was simply because of European local elections, general sentiment of their own members. That was it. That was the only reason why they bothered with that. Otherwise, we'd have got Theresa May's sellout bullshit deal, and it was even worse than Boris's sellout bullshit deal. Which at the time, even when Brexit was done, we was not happy with the fucking deal, was we? None of us was. No, votes don't count, but what does count is the public perception it gives when people vote and the way they vote. So while the votes don't actually count because we're in a two-party system that runs shit, they still listen to what happens when people go and submit a little ballot, even if it means absolutely nothing. They still go and check out what has been put. And when they realise that the public's starting to fucking hate them, they change their mind and they'll go along with what the public wants to get to where they want, to claim that they have a mandate, and then they'll go and do what we've seen here from this government, which is everything they said they wouldn't do. Literally everything they said they wouldn't do. Taking back control of immigration, how's that worked out? Hasn't worked out, has it? Because we got more of that now than we've ever had before. Conservative values. What part of anything they've done is conservative by any stretch of the imagination? Nothing. It's all just bollocks. So we're screwed, basically. When it comes to politics, yeah. But for the majority of people, politicians don't affect their life. They don't pay attention to what these idiots say. They don't care. I mean, most of the people I speak to in real life couldn't give a flying fuck what politicians say. They'll do what they want to do regardless of anything else. Literally regardless of what a politician says. My own nan refused to lock down. She refused to do what they said. She's old as shit. She said she don't give a fuck. Government don't tell her what to do is what she said. Can't argue with that. Cosmic Rain, thank you very much for the donation. Seems like the country is screwed either way. I don't see a way out of this. It's so depressing. It's not. Don't be depressed by it. There are ways out of it. It's just not through politics. Politics is a corrupt game. I wonder what Churchill's thought would be over this shit. He probably wouldn't care. Someone's saying here I missed a few donations. I didn't see them. Michelle Harding, sorry I missed this. Looks like I'm going to lose my NHS job. Had my 2 jabs, not having the 3rd. Worked on the COVID ward since day 1. This is exactly my problem and something I've actually seen. A lot of people who had 2 jabs did what the government said and now saying they don't want the 3rd. And what, is the government going to penalise them because they don't want the third, despite the government saying it was 2 jabs to freedom? 2 jabs to this, 2 jabs to that. I've seen that quite a lot, actually. So thank you for the donation, Michelle. And my advice is just hold that, because if it comes to it and there is a way to actually sue these fuckers when it comes down to it, that is what you do. Make them sack you. Don't quit. Don't let them kick you out. Like, don't let them force you to quit. Make sure that they sack you. Make sure they get rid of you. That way, if there is any sort of legal recourse to any of it, you can at least use that. But if you quit, I don't think you would be able to. Let's try and get back to where the rest of where we was at. Churchill was a drunken old cunt. Yes, he was. So was everyone back in Parliament in them days. I'm pretty sure they all just sat there fucking sozzled. Now, apparently, they go into the toilets for a couple of lines. So maybe it hasn't changed much. Michelle Harding, thanks again. You should have just writ great advice. I am looking at the actual comments, guys. You don't have to stick a donation to get it in there. I am trying to read questions from the comments. Forced jabs is socialism. No, it's just wrong. It's not any form of political ideology. It's just fucked up. That's all it is. Literally just fucked up. It's demented in every sense of the word. Even if it was something I agreed with people having, it would still be like, no. If they say no, it ends there. Job done. If they say no, okay. That's your choice. End of story. Everyone should have a bloody choice. And that's as I've said before. Remember, if they can mandate one thing, it's not too hard for them to then move on and mandate something. They only need to justify it in their own mind, really, that it's for the public good, and then they can do it. So this is another problem with mandating anything, is because once they can mandate one thing, or compulsory anything, they can compel people to then do other stuff, which even the people who supported the original thing they were compelling people to do will then turn around and say, oh shit, I don't fucking want that. And then by then it's too late. The shit's already hit the fan and the slippery slope is on the way. I mean, what? Take, for instance, they mandate compulsory jabs for NHS staff. How about they then mandate that NHS staff have to donate a kidney when there's a shortage of kidneys on the old kidney transplant list? I wonder how many people would support that when it's their kidney being taken out. Obviously, they won't. I am not cattle says there's nothing they can do, say, or take away that will make me take their shots. Well, that's your choice. This is another thing. People should be able to make the choice. And you're right, there's nothing they can do to make you take anything. Nothing. Literally nothing. This needs to be remembered. If you decide no and you stand on that basis, then there's nothing anyone can do. I can't force you to do it. No one else can force you to do it. If you say no, you say no. The government cannot pin you down. And there'll be very few people in the world who will actually agree to do that. The Englishman says, never in the history of governments have they ever done anything for the best interests of the people. It's always been about personal gain. Couldn't agree with you more. 100%. This is true of politicians. Then again, this is probably true for anyone who's ambitious in life. Because if you're ambitious, you're going to be going out for personal gain as the number one. So the same is true of just ambitious people. But politicians more so, because they're using public money, spunking public money up the wall. Like I've heard in Parliament today them talking about a few things they're spending 400 million this and 400 million that on. Like, that's not your fucking money. Rotten Politics, mate, welcome to the stream. Everyone should subscribe to Rotten Politics if they haven't already. I'm sure most of you do. What's going on? Oh, hold on. We might actually be getting there. We've only been sitting here talking for a fucking... what, an hour now? Let me just double check. We might actually be onto the bit. Onto the debates. Are we there? No, we're at point of orders, so we're getting there. Wow, this has been epic. Just waiting for them to start. So they've already cut out an hour of it. They've killed an hour of our time, guys. An hour of the time for people to actually listen to MPs having a say on what they think. Pam Walker, I'm aware of aspirating needles, and I'm also aware of them not doing it. Self-servatives. Who said that? Who coined it? That is epic. Self-servatives. If only you could have one for Labour as well, because it's not just the Tories that do that, let's be honest. But self-servatives, that's bloody great. I love that. Yeah, someone there's saying subscribe to Hugo Talks. Yes, this is something you should do, though I expect most of my viewers, if not all of them, already do. Subscribe to absolutely anyone who's willing to talk some common sense. Because that's all it is, remember, guys. It's only common sense. It's nothing more. The media might vilify you for it, but at the end of the day, 99.9% of what people are coming out with and what people say against what's going on now is just common sense. It's nothing special, it's nothing great, it's just basic common sense that propaganda and fear has taken away from the majority of the public. Yeah, Libor's an old one. They've always been Libor. We needed a little something else. The self-servatives are definitely there. Someone saying Bert for PM, never in a million years. Politicians are corrupt by nature. They wouldn't let me be PM because I'd be trying to tell the truth to people and I'd end up getting fucking JFK'd. Better believe that shit. I ain't gonna sit up there and lie for fucking national security bollocks. People need to know the truth. Don't tell me if you don't want me to tell the public. That's what I'd say. I can't know unless you're it's okay for me to tell the public, because I'll just be like, man, this affects people, they should know. You remember, guys, I said it back in 2019 when people used to comment that I despise politicians. I do not like them. I do not trust them, and I never will. End of story. I will never support a political party. I'll never join one. I'll tell anyone and their mother to vote for any of the smaller parties out there all day long. Go and vote for them. I'll tell people not to vote for the Tories and Labour. But aside from that, nah. Politics is politics, mate. You can kiss my ass. My dad told me when I was a kid that politicians are liars. I've known it throughout my life. I've known that political parties are only self-serving and only care about themselves and maintaining the power that they have. So yeah, fuck that. Bollocks. You want to support a different smaller party, independent candidates? You go for it. That's what you should do. People ask me who they should vote for. I always say to them an independent candidate. Or if it's on a issue like Brexit, then whichever one's going to get what you want. But at this point now, 100% never vote for the Tories, never vote for Labour, never vote Lib Dems, Green Party, SNP. If the media promote them, the chances are you shouldn't vote for them. That's the way I look at it. But me, I've got no faith in politicians, politics, or political parties whatsoever. The independent or smaller ones are better than the bigger ones, but that still doesn't change anything. I've always, like me for instance, I've always voted for independent candidates, but I live in London, which is like Labour stronghold, so it doesn't matter who I vote for, a Labour MP's getting in. But I'll always put my vote with an independent, whichever one is closest to whatever I agree with at that point. And if I don't agree with fucking any of them, then I won't bother voting. But the days of me voting are long since done. They're finished. Democracy is more of an illusion than even I thought it was. And I literally thought it was an illusion years ago. Because you think they come up with these manifestos, guys, and not once do they ever stick to them. You name me a manifesto pledge that any government the past 20 years has actually stuck to. Anyone? Because I can't think of any. No, they didn't really give what people voted for on Brexit, did they? It wasn't really what they said. They said they were going to get a proper Brexit. At the moment, we're still giving the French fishermen all of the bloody fishing licenses that they had before. So, Brexit, nope, can't even call that. Can't even call that. Because they haven't stuck to their manifesto pledge on Brexit at all. Yep, Rotten Politics has got it right there. Brino, Brexit in name only. Brexit would have been a hard break, see you later, no deal, no 40 billion, nothing. No fishing licenses. That's a manifesto pledge for Brexit. That's what people voted for. Yeah, the English Constitution Party, once again, has got no problem with the actual party themselves or anyone involved with it. It's just my problem with politics. And once again, goes back to what I said about the corrupt bastards running the show at the moment. Even if the English Constitution Party got 70% of the popular vote, before it got to the voting, they'd find a way to get rid of them. Because these people are not trustworthy, not honest, and they wouldn't fight fair. That's a guarantee. No way in the world would they fight fair. If you think the Tories or Labour or that were going to lose their position, they wouldn't fight fair. The media smears would be out, which do limited damage in real terms because most people don't bloody watch the media. But yeah, they would stop you by any means possible. Absolutely any means possible. I wish it was different, but I know it's not. The corruption that these people have is fucking unknown. It goes deeper than even I can probably even speculate at this point. Yep, someone's saying there, subscribe to the Angry Bootneck. You should do that. I don't know if he's in the stream, but it's a great fucking channel. What are my views on legalizing weed? I don't really care. In all honesty, I don't much care about it. They would tax the arsehole out of it if they did, so that people would really benefit. There's no... Yeah, I haven't really given much thought to it. I've heard him speak about it a couple of times, but I don't really much care. It wouldn't surprise me if they fucking legalized cocaine and fucking crack and all that at this point. Just so they got out of being caught out for doing it in Parliament. So yeah, generally I don't care about that. If they want to legalise it, they can legalise it. If they don't, they don't. Most people I've known in my lifetime that have smoked it regardless. So I don't think it really makes much difference. It would just be another income for them, another income source for them, really. So yeah, there are benefits to legalising it, and then there's downsides. The benefits would be that you wouldn't get nicked for having it, I suppose. And the downsides would be that it'd cost you £20 for a joint, because they'd tax it. The actual joint would cost you £2, and there'd be £18 added on in tax. It'd be ridiculous. Down and buying bloody pack of 10 Mayfair joints for like £100 or something. It'd be... Yeah. It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't benefit anyone. Yeah, there is a lot of health benefits to weed. That is actually there, but that wouldn't be why they'd do it. They wouldn't be doing it to benefit anyone's health. They'd only be doing it so they could make a fuck ton of tax money off it. That's all they'd be doing it. And they'd never let you grow your own. Never. Never would they allow you to grow your own. They'd just make that more illegal. Literally make that more illegal. If they started legalising it, they would make growing it yourself punishable by 30 or 40 years in prison. Because you'd be taking money out of their pockets then, and they don't like that. They really don't like that. They like to throw that at different companies and on different little projects that their mates are running the company, so they get a nice little kickback from it. Cosmic Rain said I've missed these super chats, so stuck another one in. You should have just added me with my name, mate. I would have fucking got it. Been reading a book called A State of Fear by Laura Dodsworth. Yeah, I've actually heard of that book. I haven't read it. I think she's a journalist, so I don't know about the credibility of it, but I have seen bits of it, and I've heard people talk about it, and it does seem like it speaks sense, especially with the government's manipulation and propaganda that we see last year that was, let's be honest, military-style tactics. Military psychological warfare is what you could call it. So yeah, I'm aware of the book and aware of what it is, but I haven't actually read the book myself. Frightening to read, he says, just how the government and behavioural sciences are using fear to scare us into submission. You see, that's not really that surprising to me, because I knew they did this anyway. And even if you watch V for Vendetta, in that, you see the tyrannical government there saying that we need to pump out more fear and make them realise why they need us. That is essentially the same thing as propaganda that's general, not just relating to the past 2 years. Hold on a minute. We might be getting somewhere. One moment. No, they're still talking bollocks. All right, now I've completely lost where I was trying to figure out what they were doing. English bottle cap, they can criticise me and do whatever they fucking want. I'll stick me fingers up at them and tell them to go and suck themselves. Don't worry about it. Never worry about what other people say or do. If they get in your way, just tell them to fuck off. They are holding for time whilst Whitty briefs MPs. Yeah, maybe he's briefing old Sajid to get him up there. I don't even see him on the floor at the moment. Let's have a gander. No. Oh, no, he is there. He's there, so we're getting close. He's actually arrived in the building. So we might actually be hearing something about this actual debate soon. Now, I will let the debate play, but you will hear me interrupting it to come on and likely rinse someone if they talk absolute bollocks. Right, they're doing the businesses of the House motion, which this comes after, if I remember correctly. Yes. Right, yeah, they're about to start in a minute. He's currently telling MPs that numbers by Christmas will look really quite scary. I'm pretty sure that's what they said last November and December, is it not? That was what they said, weren't it? 4,000 cases or 4,000 hospitalizations a day that never happened. So it doesn't surprise me that Whitty's there doing his best. But fucking hell. It don't matter anyway. This is all theatre, because they're going to vote for it at the end of the day regardless. So the Tory MPs not voting against it is just saving face for Boris if Whitty can convince them. But I really can't see... Hold on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused upheaval across the world, forcing governments everywhere to wrestle with how to keep their citizens safe while also protecting the liberties that we all hold dear. We've learnt a lot from our experience and, of course, from the experience of others. And we are still, of course, learning too. But we can take huge pride that thanks to the defences that we've built, so much of this year has been a year of recovery. We've enjoyed greater freedom than at any time during the pandemic so far. Thanks to the rapid progress of our vaccination programme, our investment in treatments, and our decision to open up during the warmer summer months, we're in a far stronger position than we were last winter. But even as I stood,
Far stronger position, yet we're trying to impose restrictions on you. Makes sense.
Announce the major milestone of taking step 4 in our roadmap, I said, and I quote, Madam Deputy Speaker, "We know that the greatest risk to the progress that we've made is the possibility of another new variant, especially one that can escape immunity and puncture the protective wall of our vaccination programme. We've always known that variants have had the potential to knock us off our course, and we've built the capacity to identify and to respond to those that pose a threat. The vast majority of new variants present no risk whatsoever. Since the summer, there have been hundreds of new variants, but only one of them, Omicron, has been designated a variant of concern.
Moronic.
For example, just last month, I updated the House from this dispatch box on AY 4.2, a new form of the Delta variant, which preliminary analysis showed at that time might be more infectious. I said then that we would keep it under review, and that's what we decided, and that's what we did, and we took no action. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, Omicron is a grave threat. We acted early to slow its spread, strengthening our testing regime and placing 11 countries on the travel red list.
Which are being moved off, by the way.
Steps, the data over the past few days has shown more cause for concern. And I'd like to reinforce with the House today, to all honourable members, why Omicron represents such a risk to the progress that we've all made so far together. I will, yes.
I'm grateful. I'm listening very carefully to the Secretary of State's comments and the fact that he's brought these measures to the House. I asked him yesterday whether, if the government had to bring further measures in, other than those being proposed today, during the recess, whether he would give a commitment at the dispatch box to recall the House so that we could be involved on behalf of our constituents in making that decision. He very kindly agreed to take that matter away to discuss it with the Prime Minister. Is he able now at the dispatch box to commit that if the government were to take further measures to deal with Omicron during the recess, that the government would recall the House of Commons so that we're able to have all of the evidence and participate in taking those decisions on behalf of the constituents we represent?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I of course understand the importance of the question from my right honourable friend, and as he said himself, he asked it yesterday and he understandably asked it again today. I hope he understands I am not able to give that commitment alone. It wouldn't be a decision for me and my department alone, but it is something that I know the government would consider together seriously. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to...
That's him essentially saying that they plan to bring in more restrictions before Christmas.
I wonder whether he might consider going a little bit further, because since the data is changing all the time, almost by the minute, it's inconceivable that in a week's time and a week after that we'll be in the same place that we are today. This House needs to consider the information available to it in near real time, and therefore will he go away and consider whether it would be appropriate now to ensure that the House is able to consider these matters for sure next week and the week after that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will consider that, but it is important. Of course, this is my honourable friend.
He considered it and decided no already, guys. Trust me.
And it is right that the government continues to monitor that and respond to that when necessary. But I hope that my honourable friend will agree with me that right here and now, the matter that's being debated in the regulations in front of the House, this is the best possible response that can be given by this Parliament today. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will. Then I need to make some progress. I will.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. If he is going to consider these matters, will he also include consideration of the issue that obviously the virus spreads if people are not able to isolate? So will he think about addressing the issue of statutory sick pay, spreading the scope of SSP and lifting it to a proper rate so people can isolate, not spread the virus and not end up in our hospitals?
I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the honourable gentleman will know already currently in place. There are some measures in place, such as the ability to get sick pay from day one. There are hardship funds, but I understand what the honourable gentleman has said. He's asked us to look at that further, and we will. All these matters are under review. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to turn to some of the information that... No, I will have to... I'll take an intervention later for the honourable gentleman. But some of the things that we have learnt about this new variant. And the first thing is, and these are things that we know certainly it is a fast-moving situation. In the last week, we have been able to determine these things with a high degree of confidence. First, that it is more transmissible. Omicron is more transmissible than the Delta variant. We can see that the growth in Omicron cases here in the UK is now mirroring the rapid increase that we are seeing in South Africa, and the current observed doubling time is around every 2 days. Although yesterday we reported there were 4,713 confirmed cases of Omicron in the UK, the UK HSA estimate that for the number of daily infections was 42 times higher at 200,000. Scientists have never seen a COVID-19 variant that's capable of spreading so rapidly. So we have to look at what we can do to slow Omicron's advance. So to the honourable lady there, then I will. Yeah.
South African doctor said it's mild.
Giving way, and he's making a strong point about exactly why we need to do far more to address the threat of Omicron. But does he accept that the government's mixed messaging has been incredibly unhelpful, telling people that a tsunami of Omicron is on the way, but at the same time we can go on partying? Absolutely undermines that message. Will he have the moral courage to say that we actually do need to reduce our social contacts, and will he make it possible for people to do that, both with the sick pay we've already talked about and with ensuring that businesses get the financial support they need if fewer people are going into those business premises?
There it is, money again.
I think what we need to do are the measures that are in front of the House today, and I hope the House will support those. I think those are the most important measures that we can take right now. I will give way to my honourable friend.
Secretary of State for giving way. But has he heard the statement or seen the statement from Angelique Katesi, the head of the South African Medical Board today, who says that the government's measures on lockdown may be counterproductive, that Omicron is a mild form of COVID-19. It will have huge benefits for herd immunity and protection, and delaying its spread may give time for a more virulent and pathogenic variant to take hold and cause more deaths in the UK.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I think my honourable friend, if I heard him correctly, talked about the government's measures on lockdown. I'm not sure where he's seen these measures on lockdown, because they're certainly not here today being presented by this government. On the issue of whether this is milder or not, I will come to that very shortly. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I need to address what they said a minute ago.
Building on the point from my honourable friend from North West Leicestershire, and hearing that my honourable friend saying he's just about to expand, but the question is this. When would we know whether Omicron gives severe or mild disease? And therefore, if it is mild, how quickly would the decision to be made that this would be of an advantage to get rid of Delta and get a herd immunity which doesn't create strong disease?
Madam Speaker, if my honourable friend will allow me, I'm about to come precisely to the point that he raises. So the second thing...
Just want to pause that for a minute, guys. Did you hear the Labour MPs crying out when Andrew Bridgen talked about herd immunity? Even mentioning it had them in shit fits in the back. I just wanted to stop it to point that out. Did anyone else notice that? Because I bloody did.
About Omicron that I want to share is that although we don't yet have a complete picture of Omicron's severity, even if severity is significantly lower, then the much higher transmissibility of Omicron means it still has the potential to overwhelm the NHS.
Fear.
Take the current observed doubling time of 2 years. And let's say, just for argument's sake,
let's guess a doubling time and then use the wrong one.
Let's take the current doubling time of 2 days. Right? And let's say, just for argument's sake, if I say to honourable members, for argument's sake, that Omicron was only half as severe as Delta, half as severe. After the lag between cases and hospitalisations has taken effect, then this would mean it would only buy you 2 days. It would buy you 2 days before Omicron hospitalisations reached the same level as Delta.
Hold on a minute. They got 4 weeks of data in South Africa that the South African doctor has called out multiple times on British media at this point. So we already know what it does after 4 weeks. So all of what he just said there is complete and utter bollocks. Unhinged, pure bullshit. Unless I misheard something he said, but that's just bullshit. They know exactly it because they got 4 weeks of data in South Africa. And haven't Israel actually come out and said something the same as well? Might be wrong on that one. South Africa, definitely. I've heard something about Israel saying something similar also. They've got a few more cases and a bit longer. Either way, bullshit.
In England, I will later. In England, 10 people are confirmed to have been hospitalised with the Omicron variant. Now, and I know that some honourable members, they have said that because confirmed hospitalisations from Omicron are low, then we don't need to act. But it's the fact that Omicron hospitalisations are low that means it is now the best time to act. And we've seen during previous waves, we've already seen this, the lag between infections and hospitalisations, it's about 2 weeks. When infections are rising so quickly,
it was 2 days a minute ago. Now it's 2 weeks.
A substantial rise in hospitalisations before any measure is starting to have an impact. So there really is no time to lose. I will give way.
I thank my friend for giving way, and I understand the nuanced point that he's making. But just on forecasts,
nuanced point. What world are you in, mate?
Have doubted the previous forecasts, describing them as hysterical, substantially inflated, consistently overconfident, lurid and severely flawed. We have had a problem with inaccurate forecasts. Would he accept that point?
Yes, I absolutely accept that point. And with previous variants of COVID, we have seen forecasts and estimates, whether it's from academics or think tanks and others, that have been completely off the mark. But all I would just say gently to my honourable friend and other honourable members, just because forecasts in the past several have been wrong, it doesn't mean to say every estimate or forecast is always wrong. And I hope my honourable friend will note that. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He talks about hospitalisations and the danger that they may cause to the NHS. But will he reflect on the fact that it's not just hospitalisations, but it's the length of stay in hospitals that determines how many beds are occupied? And evidence from South Africa suggests not only are there fewer hospitalisations, but people are in hospital for a much shorter time. Is that reflected in his calculations?
Yes, 5 days, the South African doctor said, I think it was.
My right honourable friend. First of all, he's absolutely right to make that point. Of course, it's not just about entering hospital, but it's about how many days that individual is likely to stay in hospital. And currently, with the Delta variant, I believe it's roughly about 9 days an individual on average stays in hospital. And if that was cut, for example, to 5 or 6 days, of course that would help with capacity. Now, first of all, we can't assume that, because what we are seeing in terms of the hospitalisation, the impact in South Africa, or the hospitalisations there are rising rapidly. There are hundreds of people on ICU and ventilators, that it's hard to read across, given that the average age of the South African population, I believe, is about 27 years, for example. So it's hard to just completely read that across. But I hope he would agree with me, similar to the point I just made on severity, that even if the hospital stay is half of what it is at the moment, at the rate that this thing is growing, and if it continues to grow at that rate, that could be cancelled out, that benefit could be cancelled out in 2 days. I give way to the honourable gentleman. Here.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He's facing a lot of criticism from behind him, but he should be assured that on these benches we absolutely recognise the dangers of the variants in front of him. But does he accept that, having come into his post saying that the end of restrictions was irreversible, that he has created an expectation that he's going to constantly ignore the scientific advice, which is why he's facing so much disappointment behind him now?
Now, I think the honourable gentleman may have heard earlier when I started my remarks, I talked about what I said at this dispatch box in July, specifically about the risk of a vaccine escape variant. Now, I do want to talk about the vaccines and this variant, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will give way one more time for now to my honourable friend, and but I will come back to other honourable friends.
I'm very grateful. Being hounded. My views on this are pretty well understood. Just given the case that he's setting out, I think one thing I'm puzzled by is why he's only going as far as he is. Can he just explain to us why, in his estimation, the measures he's taking are equal to the situation which he's describing?
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a very fair question, as always, from my honourable friend. The measures that we are setting out, we are taking into account the very best advice that we are being given.
Taking into account what you can get away with.
That we're not just listening to every piece of advice or every forecast that we're seeing. My honourable friend will remember back in the summer, if we had listened to some of the advice we were receiving, we wouldn't have opened up in the way that we did. So we are taking account of the advice, deciding on whether it should influence our decision-making, and then coming to a balanced and proportionate response, which are the measures that I've talked of, I will talk about here today, but also, for example, increasing the booster programme, which I will turn to in a moment too. Now, I must make some progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, but I will come back to honourable members in a moment and take further interventions. I do want to talk about the importance of what we learnt about Omicron and the vaccines. Vaccines have proven to be highly effective against previous variants, for example, the Alpha and Delta variants. This has weakened the link between cases and hospitalisations and deaths, and it has allowed us to reopen our country once more. But recent analysis from the UK HSA has shown that 2 doses of a vaccine provide much lower levels of protection against symptomatic infection from Omicron when compared to the Delta variant. But, more encouragingly, effectiveness rose considerably in the early period after a booster dose, providing around 70 to 75% protection against symptomatic infection. This data starkly shows the importance of booster doses and why we're working so hard to get many more boosters into arms, and I will say more about that in just a moment. Now, our strategy is to take proportionate action now, to come down hard on this virus and strengthen our defences rather than waiting until it's too late. I will to my honourable friend. Yeah.
The whole point is that we cannot be complacent about assuming that this likely huge increase in infections is all going to have very mild symptoms. And therefore what the government is doing is taking modest steps to ensure that if that doesn't happen, we will be prepared. And will he promise that actually if that doesn't materialise, then he will be able to relax again?
Madam Deputy, we all want to relax, and I wish I was more relaxed right now than I already am. But my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I agree with her. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I'm really grateful. I appreciate that this is an escalating situation which needs urgent attention. But the reality is, if we are enabling social mixing, that is the very place where we are going to see transmission, as we did with Delta last December. So will he review these measures? Because it seems that these statutory instruments before us today are already out of date.
It is important, of course, that we keep measures under review, but I do believe, for the reasons I've said earlier, and I will continue to set out, these set of measures before the House, they are the right balance and proportionate response. Yes, I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. You may be interested to learn that Dr Coetzee gave evidence to the Science and Technology Committee this morning, and rather contrary to her piece in the Mail, she actually endorsed what the government is doing. She said that the boosters were definitely the absolute priority, but she said face masks and avoiding mixing, and she was asked specifically about the COVID proposals. She said they sounded like a proportionate response to the requirements of the situation.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for sharing that with the House, and I think it's important to hear that support from South African experts too. I will give way.
Thanks for giving way. We are, of course, all concerned, I think, to hear that Plan C measures are being discussed already. I'd be grateful if you could lay that to rest. But could I take into the question of hospitalisations? There's a difference between people who've been hospitalised with Omicron and from Omicron. So could he tell us what he knows about those cases, how many came into hospital for other reasons, and how many have actually arrived in hospital because they are seriously ill with Omicron?
Well, what I can tell my right honourable friend is that there are approximately, in English hospitals, about 6,000 people with COVID, they're positive COVID cases. Of those, around, as I've shared this information with the House before, because I was determined to get this information when I first became Health Secretary, of those, approximately 80% are there because of the symptoms they have from COVID, and around the rest, about 1/5, are there because for other reasons, and they also, of course, have been tested for COVID, and they happen to have COVID. I hope that is helpful for my right honourable friend. I will give way one more time for now, and then I will...
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I really must press in on this issue on behalf of workers in my constituency across the country, particularly low-paid workers. Why isn't the government bringing a vote today on whether to increase sick pay to real living wage levels? We can't have a situation where the government is making the case that this matter is so serious, which it is, yet forcing low-paid workers to choose between putting food on the table and self-isolating and protecting the rest of the community.
Where I agree with the honourable gentleman is about the importance of support for people with measures, and there is support already in place. I can see from the way he's raised this question that he thinks there should be more support. The honourable gentleman thinks that. I understand that we have a difference of view on that, but it is something that we keep under review. Now, when I
expect them to spend more money by that comment there, guys.
Plan to this House in September, I outlined how we'd hold measures in reserve in case the NHS was likely to come under unsustainable pressure, and this would then stop it being able to provide treatment that we want all our constituents to receive. Yesterday, the NHS England announced that it will return to its highest level of emergency preparedness, level 4 national incident. And unfortunately, there is now a very real risk that the exponential rise of Omicron cases translates into a spike in hospital admissions and threatens to overwhelm the NHS. We've done so much already to boost the capacity of the NHS. We've increased the number of doctors by 5,000 over the past year and the number of nurses by almost 10,000. And we've also expanded the number of beds available. But we've also had to...
Sorry, I've got to stop him there. He's expanded this. He's put 5,000 new doctors in there. He's put 5,000 new nurses in there. They're literally voting on something that's going to make 100,000 NHS staff get sacked. Are they out of their fucking mind? What is going on? How can you just stand there talking that much bollocks? Literally. Imagine doing that while you plan in the same day in the bill you're putting forward to sack 100,000 NHS staff. Incredible. Mental gymnastics beyond all fucking measure.
To put in place measures for infection control which have limited this capacity, and there's already over 6,000 COVID-19 patients in hospital beds in England. Despite the progress that we've made, the NHS will never have unlimited numbers of beds, and nor unlimited numbers of people to look after anyone that is in those beds. So if we think that capacity risks being breached, then we simply have to step in. Because we know that what this would mean in practice for both COVID and for non-COVID care. It would mean one of your constituents, perhaps, is in a car crash. Maybe it's a child in a car crash. They need emergency care. And the NHS having to make difficult decisions about who deserves treatment.
This statement is a fucking car crash, mate. I don't know about anything else.
Now, I know that some honourable members think that this is merely hypothetical, but it's not. We've seen health services
if it hasn't happened, it's hypothetical. Literally, that is what it fucking means. It could happen, but it hasn't.
To happen here. I'll give way to the honourable lady, and then I will. Yeah.
Thank him for giving way, and I'm extremely grateful for him mentioning frontline NHS staff. The All-Party Group on Coronavirus had a hearing this morning where we heard that they are suffering with moral injury because of the exact decisions that they have to make that he's just outlined. But the other thing we heard is that there is a worrying suggestion that Omicron may be worse for children than Delta.
They use children because it plays on the heartstrings of people. That's why they use kids, guys. It plays on heartstrings. Parents, things like that. I'm a parent. I just know they're talking shit, so don't work with me.
I very much agree with the honourable lady about the work, everyone in the NHS, the phenomenal work they've been doing at all times, but especially over the last 2 years during this pandemic. They could not have delivered more. In terms of her question about children Omicron, I'm afraid we don't have any evidence of that yet that I have seen, but of course it's something, the impact of Omicron we take very, very seriously, that I hope that she can see, and we will keep that under review.
If they had evidence, they'd have been banging on about it like no one's business. You can guarantee that.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will take some interventions in a moment, but I do want to just finish this section. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're also giving the NHS more time to put boosters in arms, and I can assure the House that we won't waste a single second in doing that. We've already given more booster doses than anywhere else in Europe, and 44% of the people in this country over the age of 18 have already been boosted. But the recent data showing the importance of booster doses for our fight against Omicron has highlighted the need to go even faster. Yesterday, I set out to the House how we're bringing the target we've set ourselves, we're bringing it forward so that everyone who's eligible and aged 18 and over in England will be offered the chance to get their booster dose before the new year. This is a new national mission. A race between the virus and the vaccine to get as many people protected as soon as possible. And just as we embark on this huge logistical endeavour in the short term, we're also looking at the long term. We've already signed contracts to buy a total of 114 million extra doses of future-proof. These are future-proof vaccines that will help our country's vaccination programme over the next 2 years. And the deals that we've struck will give us the earliest access to modified vaccines to combat Omicron and future variants of concern should we need them.
Sponsored by Pfizer is what he needs to end that with.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and he is absolutely right, and I'm overjoyed that the boosters are the key to getting the country out of this issue. I raised for the last couple of weeks and last week in PMQs the issue of the 15-minute wait post-Pfizer. I wonder if the MRHA or JCVI have come to a conclusion on this, because this will free up a huge amount of capacity when it comes to delivering the boosters.
Yeah, my honourable friend, as he mentioned, he did raise this yesterday, and what I can tell him that it is very urgently being looked at, and I am sure he will agree with me that if it is done, it should be done in a safe way that our regulators are happy with. And I can confidently say that I expect an urgent update later today as soon as I leave this chamber. I'll just go right to Honourable.
Most grateful to my right honourable friend. I actually entirely agree with what he said about the pressure on the NHS and those difficult problems that will occur if there are injuries taken up by unvaccinated people blocking ICU beds. But
this guy wants a minister's job, maybe.
As my right friend said, variants come along. He's making the case that even if it's only got mild symptoms, you're going to get an exponential growth in hospitals. So what is the ongoing plan going forward? There's a set of measures today to deal with the situation now, fair enough. But if this is going to keep happening, how do we avoid being sat here in 3 months' time, 5 months' time, 6 months' time debating the same thing? What's the plan?
It's a very fair question, and I will say more about that in a moment. But one of the things I've just mentioned, I point to my honourable friend, is the vaccines. The better and better vaccines in the future. We will have polyvalent vaccines, and because of the orders that we have already placed, we are the front of the queue for such vaccines. But I will to the honourable lady. I will come.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way on that point. Does he has he noticed, as I have, the view that Omicron and where it came from, it may have originated in Africa with an immunosuppressed sufferer from HIV, where these viruses can then mutate much faster than they would under other circumstances. And does he agree with me that the best way of dealing with this is to get vaccines into as many people in Africa as possible, and also ensure that HIV/AIDS sufferers are given access to the proper treatment?
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is lots of speculation on how Omicron may have originated. I won't add to that speculation now, but I will agree with the point, the general point the Honourable Lady has made, which I think is a very important and powerful one, about the need to get more vaccines to people in developing countries, whether that's in Africa, Asia or elsewhere. We can be proud of what the UK has already done. Over 20 million vaccines delivered through COVAX or directly, almost another 10 million on the way, and completely committed to meet our target of 100 million vaccine donations by June 2022.
But do the people there want it?
Just before the
Has anyone asked them that?
Further progress. It's absolutely right that the Secretary of State should be taking a lot of interventions and a lot of questions to be asked. People who've already made one intervention shouldn't be making a second intervention or a third intervention, and certainly not if they also wish to be called to speak later in the day. I've got too many people who wish to speak.
Hold on. No, if these representatives of the people, as they claim to be, want to speak, then you let them speak. Tell me if I'm wrong on that one. If they want to speak, they want to speak 10 times. Let them get up and question him 10 times. How can they only be allowed to do it once? That's just nonsense. He's going to be speaking for like 20 minutes. This woman's an idiot.
There isn't going to be enough time for everybody, and be sure, if you keep intervening, you don't get to speak. Let's have a little consideration for others. Secretary of State.
I will indulge my honourable friend, the member for North West Leicestershire, but it's going to be really short.
The Secretary of State knows I've been short all my life. The Secretary of State said earlier in his opening speech that the average age in South Africa was 27.5. I fear he may have misspoken or be badly advised. In fact, the median age in South Africa is 27.5, and the comparative median age in the UK is 40.5. Not radically different.
Well, first of all, I think...
No, it's not. It's not radically different.
I'm pleased I allowed that intervention. I'm pleased I allowed it because I don't want people to think like my honourable friend has just been suggested, but I do have to disagree, though. I think, first of all, there's a big difference between those two ages, and last time I looked, the median can be described as an average. But I'm pleased they shared that because it highlights my point. Now,
Isn't 82 the average age of death, though?
But I will take some interventions
from the old Rona, last I checked.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for the reasons I've set out, I do believe the responsible decision to take is because of all this, is to move to Plan B in England, drawing on the measures that we've held in contingency to give more time to get those boosters into arms. These are not steps that we would take lightly. I firmly believe in individual liberty and that the curbs should be placed on our freedoms only in the most gravest of circumstances. And not only that, I am of course mindful of the cost that restrictions can bring to the nation's health, to our education, to the economy. So it's vital that we act early and we act in a proportionate way, doing whatever we can to build our defences and to preserve greater freedom for the long term. I'm confident that these measures are balanced and they're proportionate measures, and that they still leave us with far fewer restrictions that are in place in most countries in Europe. And I can assure the House that we'll keep reviewing these measures that we've put in place.
Hold on. Who gives a flying fuck what's going on in Europe? You don't base laws on what's going on in this country and things like that on what's going on in Europe. I thought you wanted Brexit. Didn't they get Brexit done? Weren't that what it was? Make your own laws? Why are you sitting there going on about what's happening in Europe, you tit? At the end of the day, you shouldn't be doing this because it makes no sense. You've got the data from the South African doctors and that have literally been dealing with it for 4 weeks. Your own MPs have called you out on it. I'm going to also point out that he seems to be enjoying interventions more from the Labour Party than he does from his own. That's something you don't often see.
And we won't keep them in place for a day longer than we have to. I will give way.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, specifically on the regulations. Given the regulation about refusal of entry, given the small number of venues and the large number of exemptions, and we know the lack of protection for doubly vaccinated people, why is there not the necessity for everybody to show a lateral flow test rather than showing double vaccination?
If my honourable friend allows me, I will come to that point shortly. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just said a moment earlier that we won't keep measures in place for a moment longer than we need to. And
these
for
are
example,
here for 6 months.
Now
you need them for 6 months.
Community transmission of Omicron in the UK, and Omicron has spread so widely across the world, the travel red list is now less effective in slowing the incursion of Omicron from abroad. So I can announce today that whilst we'll maintain our temporary testing measures for international travel, we will be removing all 11 countries from the travel red list effective from 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to return.
So anyone can come in, but you need a
of some of these
vaccine passport to go into a shop or whatever it is, wherever they know, a theatre or a concert or
in October,
football
UK
stadium,
HSA published
nightclub.
an updated review of the evidence on the effectiveness of face coverings and concluded that there's good evidence that they can help in reduce the spread of COVID-19 when worn in the community. This regulation proposes extending the legal requirement to most indoor settings, including theatres and cinemas, although they're not required in places where it wouldn't be practical. So, for example, hospitality settings like cafes and restaurants and pubs, nightclubs or other dance venues.
Yes, the virus avoids you if it's not practical for you to wear a face mask. Remember that one there, guys.
Or in exercise facilities like gyms. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, Regulation 1416. This would mean anyone over 18 would need to show a negative lateral flow test to get into a limited number of higher-risk settings unless they were double vaccinated. However, as I announced to the House yesterday, in light of the new data on how vaccines respond to Omicron, our intention is that boosters will be required instead of 2 doses as soon as all adults have had a reasonable chance to get their booster jab. I will.
I thank the Secretary of State for being so generous with his interventions. Would the Secretary of State agree that if we are to go on the front foot in tackling this pandemic, we have to acknowledge that this pandemic is like our house being on fire, and we're dealing with just one room in that house when the rest of the house is on fire? Surely the TRIPS waiver, giving those other countries across the developing world and beyond the ability to produce the vaccine themselves and increase supply at a cost-effective rate and stopping Big Pharma from excessively profiteering, is the way that we get onto our front foot in vaccinating the rest of the world to enable that new variants do not continue to flourish.
Well, he didn't demand more money, and he just wanted to stop.
Speaker, as I said, in
stop
response
them
to
stop Big Pharma from making more money. You got no chance of that.
In terms of getting vaccines to developing world, donations through COVAX, bilateral, are really important. But I have to strongly disagree with the suggestion of the honourable member that waiving rights to intellectual property and patent are going to help. They are not going to help. It is going to undermine the world's ability to deal with this pandemic because it will remove all the incentives from the pharmaceutical companies to actually develop these valuable drugs in the first place. I do have to respectfully disagree
they won't do it for free.
Gentlemen. Now, I do need to make some progress. Now,
you need to spend your tax money on something.
Deputy Speaker, with this, however, I announced to the House yesterday, in light of this new data on how vaccines respond to Omicron, our intention is that boosters will be required instead of 2 doses, as soon as all adults have had a reasonable chance to get their booster jab. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to reinforce to honourable members that this proposal around getting a lateral flow test, a negative result from a lateral flow test, or not having to do so if you are double vaccinated, this is not a vaccine passport. It's really important to me, as a point of principle, that people have a range of different routes to show how
it's a vaccine passport. That's exactly what it is. They'll remove the lateral flow test before long.
These options include showing proof of a negative test for the last 48 hours, proof of vaccination, a medical examination, or evidence of participation in a clinical trial. These regulations cover a small number of settings that present particular risk. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the honourable friend for giving way, and he knows that I'm completely against vaccine passports and mandatory vaccinations. Can he confirm with me, though, that lateral flow tests will always be used and allay fears that people have in Rother Valley and myself, that we are not going to create a 2-tier system, we're not going to have mandatory passports, and lateral flow tests will always be used so everyone can have access to all parts of our society?
I can give my honourable friend that confirmation. I'm very happy to make that really clear. I think it is absolutely vital. There's always an option.
Right. He made it absolutely clear, and so did multiple other ministers, that these would never come in. You would never have to show your papers to go to a pub or a cinema or anything like that. Who else remembers them saying this? Because I sure do. I remember them saying it for months and months and months, then threatening to do it, then changing their mind. Even old Starmer saying it was un-British. Doesn't matter, there's a lateral flow test in here. You heard him stutter at the beginning. They'll remove that soon after, I'm willing to bet.
For the lateral flow test, and I would not support a vaccine-only option. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. In terms of providing proof of negative lateral flow test, is that possible for someone who doesn't have access to the internet or phone? What's the evidentiary requirement?
The lateral flow tests are available for everyone. The vast majority of people, I think, will have access to phones or in other ways. And we are looking at, and many people we have seen have, they can, once they have taken the lateral flow test and registered that result, perhaps with the help of someone else in their family or a friend, they are able also to get printed proof of that by using the 119 service. And if there are other ways to improve that, of course, we will. But it is something that we have found is available to the vast majority of people, including to those who might not be so familiar.
So you're sick until you prove that you're healthy. That is just insane. And I fully expect this is going to be challenged in court. And the proportionality of it is going to get torn into. It'll be the only way that the court can actually side with it and can't get around it and side with the government. Because if someone has to prove the proportionality of it, the government has to. And every time they've tried to go to court so far, guess what? They couldn't do that and they changed the regulations before it come around.
With technology. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Can I say to him that a vaccine passport with a lateral flow test alternative is still a vaccine passport?
100%.
We have seen the use of vaccine passports in other parts of the country, in Scotland and in Wales. So can he tell the House what difference it has made to the transmission of Omicron in these parts of the country?
Well, I'm coming to that more specifically in a moment. But again, I just have to... This is not a vaccine passport. I mean, the right honourable gentleman should know that a vaccine, if he wants to see a vaccine passport, he will know of that in Scotland, or he can go to France or some other countries. But this is a requirement. It is, of course, an attempt to reduce the risks in a high-risk venue from high-risk from COVID, and I think it is a sensible and proportionate way that provides a number of options and a number of flexibilities in doing so.
Well in Europe,
I do have to make some progress, and I will take some interventions later. These regulations 1,416, they cover a small number of settings that present a particular risk. Venues like nightclubs, indoor events with over 500 or more attendees likely to stand and move around, outdoor events with 4,000 or more attendees likely to stand and move around, and all events with 10,000 or more attendees. These measures come into force tomorrow. We've given a week's notice of these changes, so I will in a moment. So we've given notice of these changes so venues have time to put arrangements in place, and I'm pleased to see that many venues are already using these measures. We can't, of course, Madam Speaker, we can't eliminate the risk of COVID-19. That's, of course, simply not possible, nor should that be tried. But we can reduce it, and these proposals offer a pragmatic way of doing this. Under these proposals, people can either show a negative lateral flow test result, meaning that they're less likely to be infectious than otherwise, or they can be double jabbed, which means that they'll be less likely to become severely unwell if they are exposed to COVID-19. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Many of my constituents have contacted me concerned that these measures today are the first step in further restrictions against social gatherings and businesses. Will he assure them today that this is not the case, and that if we can rescind these measures earlier than the 26th of January, we will?
They're there for 6 months, love. Did you not read them? I did.
That insurance that these plans would make high-risk environments safer than they would otherwise be. But this regulation, this particular regulation, in fact, all these regulations, the measures on face coverings, they will be reviewed by the 5th of January, and they will all sunset on the 26th of January. That's the point I think I would emphasise in response to my honourable friend's question. They would sunset on the 26th of January, and even if the government wanted to do something different and change this some way, of course it would have to come back to this House and seek the House's approval. I will give way.
He's quite right that these are not vaccine passports. His backbenchers and the Liberal Democrats are completely wrong about that. But can I warmly welcome what he said a moment or two ago about abolishing the red list? Will he now release all of those people who are currently incarcerated in so-called quarantine hotels in inhumane conditions in this country now? And will he also get rid of the other extra restrictions he introduced only 2 weeks ago to try to keep the Omicron variant out when it's already here?
Madam Speaker, it's an important point about the managed quarantine. Those people are already in managed quarantine. Yeah, I'm told that the practice in the past on this has been requiring them to complete their quarantine period. However, I do understand the importance of that, and I have asked for urgent advice about what this means, and I hope to act very quickly on
No,
just
if you
that.
remove the red list, you've got to let them out. How can you not have a red list and be keeping people without trial?
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. One of the things
never
that
been
we
allowed to do it in the
know
first place.
about Omicron is the significant genetic mutations and changes that have happened to the spike protein. And this morning at the Science and Technology Committee, Kate Bingham, the government's own vaccine czar, said that the government's decision to pull the plug on Valneva contract was mistaken. Will the Secretary of State make a commitment today to revisit that, given the specific technologies that exist there with the whole virus vaccine that is described by Ms Bingham as having the edge over other vaccines and would help the distribution of vaccines to the rest of the world?
Brought to you by vaccine manufacturer of that one.
I think the honourable gentleman will understand that when the government makes decisions on vaccines, it takes expert advice. Most of that comes from the JCVI. Now, yes, I will. Yeah.
Thank you very much to my honourable friend for giving way. I'm referring back to the honourable member on the opposite side from Exeter's point. It surely is crazy that people who have been in self-isolation are going to have to remain there, the 11 countries haven't been removed from the red list. But surely not only should they be released from their incarceration, but they also should be reimbursed for the astronomical amount of fees they've had to pay.
Yeah, reimbursed out of Sajid Javid's own pocket, not the public purse.
I very much understand what my honourable friend has said. I'm very persuaded by what he said. I would love to stand here right now and just say that is the case. There are some issues that need to be resolved, and they are urgently being looked at. And I hope we can say something more on this as a government, even as early as today. But I do understand what he said for exactly the reasons that he said, including on his point about reimbursement as well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as well as the new measures we're proposing, we're also restoring freedoms too, drawing on the defences that we've already built. At the end of last month, this House passed regulations requiring all close contacts of a suspected or confirmed Omicron case to self-isolate for 10 days. But given the increasing dominance of Omicron, this approach no longer makes sense for public health purposes, and nor is it sustainable for the economy. So we're drawing on the testing capacity that we've built to create a new system of daily testing for COVID contacts, which has started today. Instead of close contacts of confirmed cases or suspected cases having to self-isolate, all vaccinated contacts, irrespective of whether the contact was with an Omicron case or not, will be asked to take lateral flow test every day for 7 days. Regulation 1415 allows us to put this plan into action by revoking the Omicron-specific provisions for self-isolation. Yeah,
that creates a two-tier system because he said those tests are only for the vaccinated.
I think the isolation regs that we passed 2 weeks ago, which I didn't support, was sinister, and well done for getting rid of it. The test and release, though, he will know many of our constituents, many of mine have contacted me to say they cannot, for love nor money, get hold of lateral flow tests right now. Could he update the House on whether this problem has been resolved?
Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend will understand that there has been a huge surge in demand for lateral flow tests, perfectly, of course, understandably. And the situation at present is that the warehouses of the UK HSA, they have plenty of stock The distribution channel has been limited, although they have added to that significantly in recent days, including building on the channels they had with Royal Mail, with Amazon and other suppliers, and also opening up more access points other than direct ordering online, so that people can pick up tests, for example, from far more pharmacies than they currently can do. But it is something that is being worked on, and I think whatever the current situation is, it will improve very, very quickly. I hope that reassures my old friend. I will take one more until I need to start closing.
I thank the Secretary of State, and he's making some vital points about testing and self-isolation, but I did raise a point with him yesterday about PCR testing, and I'd like to come back to it, because although the supply of lateral flow tests is important, so is the PCR testing, which is obviously more reliable, gold standard. Today there was a point when it was reported on social media that there were no PCR testing slots available in any region of England. Yesterday I asked the Secretary of State if he would authorise each Director of Public Health across the country to have a float stock of 500 PCR tests they can use to disrupt COVID outbreaks and to slow the transmission of Omicron. I think it's a really important point. Only 9 of the Directors of Public Health have that float stock at the moment. Will he take that vital step and authorise it for all the other Directors of Public Health?
Madam Speaker, we are working very closely, as the Honourable Lady would imagine, with Directors of Public Health throughout England, whether it's on testing and elsewhere. In terms of testing, PCR, specific testing capacity, there's around, I think capacity is around roughly 600,000 a day. It's been expanded to, it normally is at that level, it's been expanded already to around 800,000 a day. It will be further expanded. I think it is important for Honourable Members to know that testing is released during the different times of the day, and so if someone checks the system and it's not available, it might be available in their local area in the next couple of hours. It's not just a day-by-day process, and also as it is surged, they will become much more easily available. But it is important, I think, to remind people whenever one can that a PCR test should only be used if someone has symptoms. Otherwise, lateral flow tests are the tests that should be deployed. Now, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to turn to measures to help keep the health and care system safe for the long term by making vaccination a condition of deployment for more health and social care settings. Across the UK, the overwhelming majority of us have made the positive choice to accept the offer of a vaccination against COVID-19. And 91% of NHS staff already have 2 doses. But we need this figure to go even higher. Uptake rates vary between different health and care organisations and across the country. And despite the incredible effort to boost uptake across the country, there are still approximately 94,000 NHS staff who are unvaccinated. It's critical to patient safety that health and care staff get the jab, to protect some of the most vulnerable people who are in their care, and also keep the NHS workforce strong in the wake of Omicron. Now, we made vaccination against COVID-19 a condition of deployment in care homes from the 11th of November this year. And contrary to what some feared, we're not aware of any care home closures where vaccination as a condition of deployment has been the primary cause. Today,
it's contributed to it in Kent. We see an article about it the other day.
To extend this requirement to health and other social care settings. I will give way to the old gentleman, and then I'll thank the
As if he just tried to justify it.
Earlier
Wow.
on in his speech, the Minister pointed out that the capacity of the health service is important and should not be breached. How does he expect, if there's 9% of the staff who have to this date decided not to be vaccinated,
which means
and
they
who
never
presumably will stick with that decision, how does he expect that that will not reduce the capacity of the health service in the future? And is it not a fact that already there are many people who are staying in hospital because it can't be facilitated in care homes due to the lack of staff?
Yep, that is true.
It's a fair question, and I will be answering precisely that question in just a moment. I'll turn to my right on friend.
With direct
He won't
reference to
answer
what you've
shit.
just been talking about, we know that the vaccines are only 33% effective at reducing infection of Omicron. We know that the reduction of infectiousness reduces dramatically to 0 after 12 weeks in the case of AstraZeneca. So what does he view as better in terms of protecting people from infection? Daily lateral flow tests or vaccination?
think I'd say to my honourable friend, I think that they both have a role to play. Of course, in the NHS and in social care, there is very frequent testing, both lateral flow testing, in the case of the NHS, often PCR testing. But I think vaccination has a role to play. At this point in time, many people still have 2 doses. That is rapidly changing. When they have 3 doses, get their booster doses, that gives them an even higher degree of protection. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I draw attention to my register of members' interests. I think the Minister is making a very clear argument for the need to do something. He talks about how a very small proportion of a much larger number of cases could overwhelm the NHS in the way that a larger proportion of a much smaller number of cases might not. But we do know that the NHS has a huge backlog of people awaiting diagnostic and operative procedures. I'd like to ask him what evidence he has that mandating vaccines for NHS staff will help. And given the fact that we know that vaccination doesn't particularly reduce transmission, why he doesn't, and what he said before about the importance of choice, why he doesn't think it would be reasonable to offer medical staff and nursing staff the option of daily testing instead of vaccination, should they make that choice.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. These, in coming to this decision, we held an extensive consultation with thousands of responses. We also, of course, consulted, and this very importantly, with the NHS itself. As I shall touch on in a moment from now, the NHS itself has weighed up this decision, and the Honourable Lady is right if she suggests that there may be some people that choose to leave the NHS rather than stay and be vaccinated. That is a choice for them to make. But there's also here an issue of patient safety. That is also the view of the NHS. And as I said in response to my right honourable friend a moment ago, testing can be used as well alongside this, but vaccinations help as well. And I want to just talk about.
He couldn't answer the bloody question because he knows it makes no sense.
Order. Let's allow the Secretary of State to finish his speech. He has some important information to put before the House. I now want to hear that. Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker,
he stopped him asking questions.
The settings that this would apply to include, of course, NHS hospitals, GP and dental practices, regardless of whether a provider is publicly or privately funded. Anyone working in those health or social care activities regulated by the Care Quality Commission will need to be vaccinated against COVID-19 if their role will involve direct contact with patients. This is apart from a few limited exemptions, for example, for medical reasons. The definition of fully vaccinated is currently 2 doses, but we're keeping this under review, and of course I'd urge everyone who works in the NHS and social care to get their boosters too. I hear that concerns have been raised about the impact of the measures on the workforce. We've just heard that, Madam Deputy Speaker, especially during these winter months, although even before the pandemic, workplace policies were in place requiring the hepatitis B vaccine for those who've had to perform certain clinical procedures. We're already allowing a 12-week grace period to give people the chance to make the positive choice to get protected, and we're aiming to start enforcing these requirements from the 1st of April next year, subject, of course, to the will of this House. And today, I will give way. If it's on this point, I will give way.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way. If a member of the NHS decides they do not want to be vaccinated, will they be given a redundancy payment? And if not, why not? But if they are, and that is the policy, how much would it cost the NHS, and would that be a good use of taxpayers' money?
I believe it wouldn't be classed as redundancy because it's not redundancy. You know, that
you will get
job
nothing.
has not become redundant, and if that individual chooses not to get vaccinated, then that, of course, is a decision for them to make.
No, you stop the choice.
That
Bollocks.
the way that this will be implemented by the NHS and the way that it should be implemented by the NHS, and I know that there will be, is that getting vaccinated should always be a positive choice. And the NHS has put in place a number of
forcing them to do it or they lose their job is not a positive choice.
The information that people want to share, and and also including one-to-one consultations, providing more information, especially for those that may have received misinformation. And the outcome of this with the care homes, when this was the similar measure was implemented earlier, was that many of them, when they were provided with the right positive information, chose to actually become vaccinated rather than choose to leave the jobs. Now, I must make progress. I'm sorry, Madam...
Order, order. The Secretary of State is right. He must make progress. Other people need to speak now. Please, let us allow the Secretary of State to conclude his speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just on this issue, to finish on this particular regulation, today the Chief Executive of NHS England has written to me reinforcing the importance of getting the jab in the interest of patient and staff safety, and I'll be placing a copy of this letter in the library of both houses today. And I'm pleased to say that despite the concerns that some people have raised, we've already seen a net increase of over 55,000 NHS staff vaccinated with a first dose since we consulted on the policy in September. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, although I firmly believe that these measures are a proportionate way of protecting those at greatest risk, I know that honourable members have questions about whether we would extend these measures further. And I'd like to say very clearly to the House today and say this once and for all, that although we've seen plans for universal mandatory vaccination in some countries in Europe, I will never support them in this country. I firmly believe that getting vaccinated is something that should be a positive decision, and I can assure
but he'll force it on healthcare staff.
The government has no intention of extending the condition of deployment to any other workforces or introducing mandatory vaccination more widely. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the regulations we're debating today are not measures that any of us would like to be putting in place, but they are measures that I think the situation demands. Because when the facts change, our response must change too. As we look ahead to a winter with Omicron in the midst, the measures before the House today will fortify our national defences and guard the gains that we've all made against this deadly virus. I commend these regulations to the House.
Thank you. The question is, as on the order paper, and before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, it might be helpful for the House to know that there will be an immediate time limit of 5 minutes on backbench speeches that will reduce later in the afternoon, but initially 5 minutes. Shadow Secretary of State, Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by acknowledging that there are
Here we go, demanding more.
And deeply held views on both sides of the debate that we're having this afternoon, indeed on both sides of the House. And I respect those taking a different view to the one that I'll be outlining on behalf of the opposition. But can I also say that we owe it to our country to give them a debate worthy of the finest traditions of this House. And in light of comments made in recent days by at least one Conservative MP comparing these measures to the situation in Germany in the 1930s, I would just say it should not be for me, as the Shadow Secretary of State, to point out that we are not living in the 1930s and the Secretary of State and his team are not Nazis. On their shoulders rests the health of our nation and the responsibility to protect our NHS. Indeed, it's a responsibility we all share. They need our support, and they are owed better treatment than they have received from some on their own side in recent days, and even this afternoon. But no matter how dysfunctional the Conservative Party has become, the country can rely on Labour. We will act in the national interest, as we have done throughout the pandemic, putting public health before party politics by supporting the motions under consideration this afternoon. We do not do so lightly. Throughout the pandemic, we have asked the British people to make big sacrifices to support the national effort against coronavirus, sacrifices which have impacted on lives, livelihoods and liberties. And whenever this House considers such measures, we owe it to the British people to explain why they are necessary. We believe these measures are necessary, a necessary response to the Omicron threat, necessary to protect ourselves, necessary to protect the ones we love, and necessary to protect our NHS. We can't yet be sure about the severity of the Omicron variant, but we can be certain that it is spreading and spreading fast, faster than any other variant. And even if a smaller proportion of Omicron victims are hospitalised, the rapid advance of the virus through the population could see large numbers of people admitted to hospital during the months in which the NHS is under greatest pressure. And there should be no complacency about this. The winter months present the greatest pressures on the NHS in any normal year. And as we know, this is far from a normal year. The NHS is contending with winter pressures, a serious backlog, the Delta variant, and now the Omicron variant. And when people invoke the story of the boy who cried wolf, the warnings that came before but never materialised, people should remember that in the end there was a wolf. Many of these challenges facing the NHS are understandable given the unprecedented challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. But we've got to be honest and acknowledge that confronting these challenges has been made much harder because we went into the pandemic with NHS waiting lists at a record 4.5 million, 100,000 staff vacancies and a shortage of 112,000 vacancies in social care. It wasn't just that they didn't fix the roof while the sun was shining, it's that they dismantled the roof and removed the floorboards. And now the NHS is locked in a race against time, a race against the fastest variant of COVID-19 we have seen to date, a race to get as many people boosted as possible before the end of this month. On this side of the House, we support them in that task. And let me say on behalf of all of us in the Labour Party, to every NHS worker, every GP, every pharmacist, every public health official in local government, every member of our armed forces and every volunteer stepping up to meet this enormous task, that we are with them 100%, and if anyone can do it, they can. I'll certainly give way.
While he votes to support sacking him.
Why the Labour Party supported not mandatory vaccinations for care workers, but now have changed their mind for NHS workers.
Good point.
I'll outline our position on that, but the honourable gentleman will have to be patient, so I'll come on to that later in my speech. But we need to buy them some time. The measures put forward for consideration today are an attempt to do just that by slowing the spread of the virus whilst trying to protect Christmas so that people can enjoy the festive season safely. By limiting our interactions in the workplace, by wearing face coverings in settings where the virus finds it easiest to spread, by testing before we attend large indoor gatherings, and by getting behind the booster rollout to ensure that everyone is protected. I certainly will.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. And he's absolutely right that we're all very conscious of how important this time of year is to the hospitality sector. But would he agree with me the greatest threat to the hospitality sector isn't the kind of restrictions that are in front of us today, but it's the sense that this virus is out of control and widespread cancellations from the sector. So these restrictions in front of us today enable the hospitality sector to survive in this really difficult time, but also enable us to take proportionate steps to make sure the spike doesn't get out of control.
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend. Indeed, one of the primary reasons for supporting measures for consideration today is because we on these benches support business and we want to support them through a particularly difficult time when normally trading would be at its busiest. The goal in the end must, of course, be to learn to live with the virus. That means effective vaccination, antiviral treatments and public health measures that have minimal impact on our lives, our jobs and our businesses. So let me now take each of these measures in turn and explain why Labour supports them and no doubt take interventions as we come to each one. Firstly, on mask wearing. Madam Deputy Speaker, no one enjoys wearing a mask. I certainly don't. But it is nothing compared with the cost that more draconian restrictions have on our lives, livelihoods and liberties. Masks are simply a price worth paying for our freedom to go out and live our lives during this pandemic. They are proven to be effective, and not only that, but in times of rising infections, when people are feeling increasingly cautious, it is vital to our economy that people feel safe boarding a busy bus or entering a crowded theatre. And in our view, the government should never have got rid of the requirement to wear masks in these settings. But we know why they did. And we've counted in recent weeks honourable members opposite not wearing masks. I'm glad to see that compliance has risen somewhat considerably. We know the Prime Minister no longer has the authority to lead his own party, but I'm grateful that members opposite have at least listened to their Health Secretary. Turning to the vaccine pass, onto testing to enter nightclubs and large events, I welcome that the government has listened to representations from Labour and responded. The Labour Party has argued consistently against vaccine passports and insisted on people having the option of showing a negative test. Further, we argue these passes should not be required for access to essential services. On both counts, the government has listened, amended the proposals, and we can support the measure in front of us today. It is not a vaccine passport. It is, in effect, a default requirement to show a negative test to enter venues where the virus is most likely to spread, with an opt-out available to those with an NHS COVID pass. I certainly will give way.
He is making a very good point on this. Is the reality not that if we didn't introduce these measures, there would be a danger that our nighttime economy, pubs, venues and other events would have to shut completely? Yeah. So this pass is actually a pass for freedom to allow us to continue to enjoy activities that otherwise would be shut down, and those libertarians opposite should be welcoming it, not bemoaning it.
Shut up and sit down, tosser.
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and let me be clear, we in the Labour Party support this approach because we support British business. This is about giving people the confidence to go out and about despite the presence of Omicron. I certainly will give way.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. And I wonder if he shares my concern that reports over the past couple of days that there has been an absence or a lack of lateral flow devices to be sent out for testing. And also, what is also alarming is the lack of support for the domestic diagnostics market and the manufacture of lateral flow devices in this country that are much more accurate, reliable and superior to the current government lateral flow devices. And if these devices are to make a difference, then we must have the best quality devices in place.
Very good.
I do agree with the honourable gentleman, and of course, in order for this measure to work as effectively as we would wish, there has to be an adequate supply of lateral flow tests. And I heard what the Secretary of State said yesterday about the availability of testing. But it's no good if the tests are in the warehouse. They need to be available to people where they need them, when they need them. We've had supply issues, and these really do need to be resolved, not least in light of other measures which I'll come on to shortly as well. I'll give way another time.
Shadow Minister for giving way. We do not accept that rather than giving confidence to people, these measures and the background against which they have been introduced have actually reduced confidence. When you have predictions of 75,000 deaths, when you are telling people that they can't go to venues unless they have certain tests, the experience in Northern Ireland already has been that the hospitality industry has lost millions of pounds of orders coming up to the Christmas period because people are afraid to go out.
Well, I say to the honourable gentleman, in dispatches from the Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, where of course Northern Ireland is ahead of England on this, he had a perfectly nice time out last night, is my understanding, enjoying the best hospitality that Northern Ireland, the people of Northern Ireland have to offer. And I think people are drawing confidence from this. And let me also say, drawing on the experience of other countries, look at Italy, look at France, look at Denmark, countries with strict COVID passport rules. All have seen their retail and recreation sectors fare far better than here in the UK because there's been consistency and confidence on this. And with passes and lateral flow tests, venues can operate at 100% capacity.
Ignoring the riots, though, yeah?
That
Is that what you're doing?
to attend and enjoy themselves. At this time of year, the show goes on, and everyone stays in a job. Without these measures, just in a moment, without these measures, with rising infections, with more hospitalisations, we would risk seeing the government forced to impose more draconian measures on these sectors, shutting down our cultural sector, collapsing the economy once again. And I think we should be confident about this. And let me also just address this tension, and it's a reasonable question about the message to work from home if you can, but go out. I sort of make no apology, actually, for trying to safeguard social interactions at this time of year, to trying to safeguard interactions between people, their families and their friends at Christmas time, but also make no apology whatsoever for supporting our hospitality industry, which has been battered by the pandemic and which enjoys our support, our confident support, our full-throated support and our support at the table, at the bar in the coming days.
Can we take it from that, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he's in favour of extending the certification or vaccine passport to all venues?
Well, for now, we think the government has struck the right balance. This is limited to nightclubs and to larger venues. But as the Secretary of State knows, we listen to the Chief Medical Officer, we listen to the Chief Scientific Advisor, we listen to SAGE, we listen to the NHS, and we make decisions based on evidence. And if ever the government wants to come forward with further proposals, we will consider them. We will consider them in a genuinely bipartisan way, and we will act in what we believe to be the national interest. And I don't think anyone would expect less of us.
They will support them 100%, in other
I thank
words.
the honourable member for giving way. Would he recognise that actually, with the COVID passes, given that there's an option of a lateral flow test or a double vaccination, actually the double vaccination that many people will use gives a very false sense of security, because we know that you can be vaccinated and still transmit. Most of the people we know getting COVID at the moment have already been vaccinated. So it's not actually very effective and will give a real false sense of security.
Oh, good point. And truthful.
I also think the honourable member should look at the evidence from our friends on the continent, which is that not only does this approach work in terms of giving people confidence to go out and enjoy themselves, it also does encourage people to take up vaccination. And on that basis, I think the Liberal Democrats ought to reconsider their position. I'll give way one more time, and I've got to make progress.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. He's obviously spoken to lots of people and he's really concerned about transmission. Could he tell the House the Labour Party's view on by how much transmission is reduced by 2 vaccinations?
I'm grateful for the honourable member's intervention. I directed to the SAGE advice on this, which is there is some evidence, I wouldn't put it any stronger than that, there is some evidence on reduction of transmission. But as I say, our primary reason for supporting this measure is about giving people confidence to continue accessing hospitality.
That's what he's trying to say, but without saying
to take up vaccination as well. And on both of those tests, I think our friends on the continent have shown us a better way forward, an effective way forward, and I would dare members opposite to suggest that France, for example, is not a country that values liberty very strongly when you look at their history and their culture. Anyway,
or as the Labour Party.
Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I must make progress. For these passes to work, people must be able to access tests easily and readily. We cannot continue in this situation where tests are out of stock and unavailable to the public who are required to take them, not if COVID passes are to work, and not if people who are close contact of a COVID case are to be able to take the daily tests required. The government's website showed PCR tests unavailable throughout England this morning. The only region where lateral flow tests are available today is in the South East. Those sorts of technical issues and those practical issues of test delivery need to be resolved immediately.
But they're going to vote for him anyway.
The measure on daily testing is the one measure that seems to have united the House in agreement, so the Secretary of State really needs to get a grip on this and ensures we have access to the tests we need. Moving on to the flexibility to work from home. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've called for workers to be given the flexibility to work from home for months, and we support the guidance to work from home where possible. I've addressed the contradiction in people working from home and going out to Christmas parties, and we want to protect people's ability to enjoy Christmas safely this year, which I think is one of the key arguments for this measure. And by limiting the interactions people have at work without disrupting their ability to do their work, we thereby lower contact, lower infections, and we hope to preserve their ability to go ahead with the social interactions they cherish most at this time of year. On to mandatory vaccination, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the Prime Minister rather clumsily and unhelpfully tried to open a, quote, national conversation on mandatory vaccinations for the country at large last week, I want to make it crystal clear that we do not support mandatory vaccinations in general. And I welcome what the Secretary of State has said this afternoon, not the first time he's had to clean up the Prime Minister's mess. We believe the vaccine is safe and effective and that everyone should choose to have it. And I can't give any stronger endorsement than to say that I've had my first 2 jabs and I'll be having my booster on Thursday. And I wouldn't take it myself or recommend it to others unless I believed it was safe. On mandatory vaccinations for NHS staff, I recognise that this is a difficult issue for colleagues across the House and in our NHS. But the NHS has asked us for this, patients want this, and we are persuaded that the threat of Omicron makes it even more important for staff to be vaccinated to protect themselves and to protect the public they serve. I certainly give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way and draw the House's attention to my declaration of members' interest as a practising NHS doctor. I'd like to commend the honourable member for the consensual way that he's approaching the debate today and for many of the points that he's made, of which I agree. On the point of mandatory vaccinations for NHS staff, before I could train in medicine, I had to have a BCG, a TB injection. I had to also have a hepatitis injection, or I couldn't have practiced medicine because it was about protecting my patients. And I believe it's the duty of all healthcare professionals to put their patients first. And that's why it's absolutely right that healthcare professionals should have mandatory COVID vaccinations. Would he not agree with that point?
I strongly endorse what he has said. And look, infection control is going to be a real challenge this winter because of the nature of the Omicron variant. Ensuring that the NHS workforce is fully vaccinated protects patients and it protects staff who put themselves in harm's way enough already. And as the honourable gentleman who speaks with real knowledge and expertise, this is not a new precedent. NHS staff are already required to inoculate themselves against other diseases. It is indeed a professional duty. And the NHS clearly believes that the April deadline does give sufficient time to persuade the workforce to protect themselves, their patients and their loved ones without seeing an exodus of staff. Certainly give way.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and indeed I supported the requirement for people working with vulnerable people in care homes to be vaccinated, or if they wouldn't be vaccinated, to be removed from direct contact with vulnerable people. Can he tell me if he's aware, because I didn't get a chance to ask the Secretary of State, this proposal for those members of the NHS who have not got vaccinated, is it only affecting frontline staff who interact with the vulnerable, or is it people throughout the NHS who might have no contact with the vulnerable, because that will affect the way I cast my vote today?
Well, I hope I can reassure him in that people, it's not just a case of if you don't take up the jab, that's it, you're out. There is also the opportunity for redeployment to other roles where vaccination would not be mandatory. So I hope that gives him the reassurance that he needs. I'll certainly give way.
I thank my honourable friend give way, and I think he's handling this speech in just the right way. There's a balance of rights here. Patients have a right to be treated by staff who are fully vaccinated to protect them. I had a constituent who was clinically extremely vulnerable who contacted me. She was not willing to go to her needed hospital appointments once she realised that the hospital staff were not fully vaccinated. We have to think of those pretty large number of clinically extremely vulnerable people in this country. Does he agree with us?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and we've heard the arguments in outline, which is it's about protecting staff, it's about protecting patients. This is not a new precedent. There's a professional obligation, which does make this slightly different to the experience in the social care workforce, although I come on to talk about what the government needs to do there. These are the arguments broadly, but I would just ask members on all sides of the House, just let me make this point and I'll certainly give way. I would just ask members on all sides of the House to think about those NHS staff who go to work every day feeling unsafe because their colleagues are not vaccinated. And if that's not persuasive enough, I would ask them to think about how they would feel if a loved one were treated in a clinical setting or care home by an unvaccinated member of staff through whom they contracted COVID and with it serious illness or worse. If I lost a loved one to serious illness in those circumstances, I'm not sure I would be very forgiving about the decisions made by members of this House.
The point the honourable gentleman is making, but that's not what the results of the survey found when conducting it with NHS staff. A healthcare and social care workforce found that 55% of people in the NHS were against this. So how does he respond to that?
I've no doubt whatsoever, and I don't dispute that opinion in the workforce is divided. Opinion in the workforce is divided, and it's
he doesn't care what they think
because people resent the mandate.
He just doesn't have the bollocks to say it.
But just a moment. Ultimately, it really does come down to this, and not just in terms of the broad arguments I made, or indeed the specific cases we might be confronted with without this protection. At what point do we as a House think it's acceptable for people working in health and social care who have a duty of care to their patients to say, I am making a choice to put them at greater risk? I am working against the very principles that encouraged me to sign up to my vocation in the first place. And that's why ultimately, I think on balance, this is the right measure. But I will certainly come back shortly to the way in which we need to take the workforce with us and what we need to do ahead of April.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he really is setting out with great care his very careful response to all of these proposals. But on this vexed issue of mandatory vaccinations, will you accept from me that in my own trust, 97% of the staff have been properly vaccinated? Of the 3%, there's a significant proportion of those who are new starters making their journey towards proper vaccination. So it isn't that clear. And of course we do have responses from the BMA, Unison, RCN, Unite, the CSP, GMB, RCM and Royal College of GPs, who are actually opposed to making this mandatory and prefer persuasion to coercion. Does he not think that we should be adopting that approach?
Well, that is a very helpful intervention from my honourable friend, and let me be very clear. I absolutely acknowledge the views that have been put forward by the Royal Colleges and by staff trade unions. Government ought to take them seriously and ought to work heavily with them in this next phase, where there is still a window of time for persuasion. And I also point the government to the success that the Welsh government, the Welsh Labour government, has had in persuading the workforce. I think there's much to learn, there's time available, and we've got to work in a spirit of partnership. And I'll say more about that in just a moment, because the honourable gentleman at the back has been very patient.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State, and can I endorse and welcome what he said at the start of his speech with regards to comments about the Nazis. I called that out yesterday, and he was right to do so at the dispatch box. But I was looking through my inbox at going back to the start of the pandemic and lockdown, and virtually every single person working in the care sector or the NHS in my constituency was perfectly legitimately saying, when the vaccine is available, we must be at the front of the queue, because we are dealing with the vulnerable. It is our duty to get vaccinated. I don't think that has changed, and I think he's absolutely right, as is the Secretary of State, for those who are caring for those who are most vulnerable in society, to try and reduce the risk that they face, they should be vaccinated.
I agree with the honourable gentleman, and look, we've got a big effort to boost the booster this month. I think we've got to boost the workforce as well, and make sure that people are supported. Certainly will. This is a difficult decision, two members from the same region, but the honourable member right in the corner has been very patient, and then I'll come to my right honourable friend.
I really appreciate my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech. But the BMA have identified some serious concerns in terms of mandatory vaccines. The fact that we have a chronically understaffed NHS, and do you believe, or does my honourable friend believe, that this is likely to have a significant impact and more harm than good going forward?
I think that's such an important point. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for making that intervention. I think there's a reassurance I'd like to offer her. And then there's a call to action I would like to issue to the government. The reassurance is there were concerns about what would happen to the social care workforce, and that very much influenced Labour's position on that statutory instrument at the time. But we did not see a collapse in the social care workforce numbers that were warned, and there was lots of evidence that it had a positive impact on take-up. Let me just finish this. Let me just finish this point. But I do also want to say to the Secretary of State and his team, if they are asking the health and social care workforce to do their duty as professionals, the government must show greater respect to their professional voice and experience on pay, on conditions, on workload. It is often said that the NHS runs on goodwill, so I would like to see the government showing greater goodwill in return and to engage with the Royal Colleges and staff trade unions, not just on the plan for vaccine rollout to their members, but on the debate about the future of our health and social care systems and the big workforce challenge. On vaccination, there is still precious time to do the work on persuasion. And having met with the trade unions in recent days, I had a great meeting with Unison yesterday, which I should also declare, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a member of Unison. Unison has some really helpful advice and practical feedback about the kind of conversations with occupational health that are making a really big impact in giving staff the confidence to choose to take the vaccine well ahead from the deadline. And of course, we would much rather persuasion than compulsion. I'll give way to my honourable friend and then I'll come back.
Thank you to the Secretary of State for giving way. In St Helens, we have 99% of the care home staff vaccinated. In Wiston Hospital, best hospital in the country, we have 91% first vaccine, 89% second vaccine and 64% with the booster. This has all been done with persuasion, not with the threat of the sack. These people are in a vocation. It isn't just a job to them. They believe in the patients. We must not get to that stage where we're threatening people. It's been care. The GPs have even been involved in persuading the care home staff. Everyone has been involved for some considerable time, and that's the way to do it.
Order. Let me just make this clear.
That's a different face, Nappy.
There are over 40 people who want to speak this afternoon. And if people make interventions, it's simply not fair on those who are at the end of the list, who will be trying to speak later on. The Honourable Lady is only one of many. The Shadow Secretary of State is being very fair, as was the Secretary of State, in answering all the questions, but I must ask people to be reasonable. West Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It may have been a speech rather than an intervention, but I thought it was a very good one, and I welcome what my honourable friend has said, and I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Will he acknowledge that there is vicious and very effective psychological propaganda that anti-vaxxers are using to upset and worry people who may be vaccine hesitant, particularly about issues with fertility and whether
I think you'll find it's the government that's spreading the propaganda and fear to scare people, psychological campaigns.
To counter this
incredible,
very vicious and damaging propaganda.
I wholeheartedly agree with my right honourable friend, and this comes back to the point I made about the government engaging with staff trade unions and the Royal Colleges. Whatever their policy position on having mandatory vaccination, he will find in them willing allies who want to help the government to persuade colleagues to engage with them and to deal with some of these dangerous conspiracy theories which are knocking public confidence and creating real fear and anxiety entirely without basis.
You're not talking shit, knocks public confidence.
When the government concludes later on, they will set out how they plan to engage and will give an undertaking to work with the staff trade unions and with the Royal Colleges, because I think that would do so much to achieve the objectives we all share, but also to raise morale in the workforce, who often feel that they are slogging their guts out for the government but don't get the hearing that they deserve. I'll give way to this honourable gentleman. I'll come back to my honourable friend.
Thank you for giving way. He's making a very good speech, and I apologise for interrupting him. But on a point of science, will he just accept that he's got it a little bit wrong? Having the vaccine doesn't stop you spreading it. It just makes it much less likely that it's going to harm you very badly. So you can have the vaccine and you can still spread it. And to imply otherwise is just wrong.
Can I just say to the honourable gentleman who has called repeatedly from a sedentary position that I don't know the science, that I said nothing of any sort to contradict the points he has just made. And with respect to members opposite, and particularly people who oppose these measures, I think the thing that they're missing is that what is indisputable is that the booster does provide greater protection than the first and second jab, that vaccination, full stop, provides better protection, and that if we're talking about NHS pressures and workforce pressures, the biggest danger is that the virus sweeps through the health and social care workforce, knocks a load of people out in the middle of the busiest period for the NHS, and then the system topples over. I don't know why it has to be explained again and again and again to members opposite that the objective here is to protect the NHS and to stop it from toppling over at a critical time. So these points about the severity of the virus or the efficacy of the vaccine in preventing transmission or serious illness are largely secondary questions, because we know the virus is spreading, we know it is spreading rapidly, and we know that if it rips through the health and social care workforce, that is the biggest risk to the NHS, that is what is going to topple it over, and their constituents will not thank them one bit if they allow that to happen.
Grateful to my honourable friend. He is making an excellent speech and putting his case very forcefully. It's this issue versus coercion versus persuasion, and involving trade unions and the Royal Colleges in taking staff with NHS managers. What wasn't respected by the Secretary of State when he was asked about redundancies earlier on is that this is a retrospective change in people's terms and conditions. And even people who are vaccinated will be resistant to the change being imposed upon them. So we have to go forwards carefully and take staff with us. So would he urge upon the government that they should work with the Royal Colleges and trade unions to take this forward?
Yeah, breach of contract, guys, that's what that is.
Such an important point, and I think that's why, going back to the staff surveys, it's not that staff, particularly given that the overwhelming majority of staff are vaccinated, it's not that they don't want their colleagues not to be vaccinated, is that they do have concerns about the way in which the government's going about this. Now, we accepted from the government and from NHS England a very clear view that Omicron has raised the stakes in this regard, and that has had a big bearing on our position. And it was very difficult for me, very difficult for my colleagues on these benches to put ourselves in a position where we're on the other side of the argument from the NHS and from the public. But that doesn't mean that this point about engagement isn't really important, and the government has got to work with the workforce to take them with them, because they really are. You know, it's not good enough for us to just clap for the NHS or clap for carers.
Clap for them 1 year, sack them the next.
And respect that these are people who have given their lives to public service and caring for others. They do care. They will instinctively be on the right side, but they just need some persuasion, some patience and genuine engagement, and that's why I think the government's gone slightly wrong.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, who started off his speech in an excellent way and has got better as he's gone through it. I say that, and I will almost certainly not be in the same lobby as him on some of the votes this evening. But there is a general.
Oh, he's going to vote against it, isn't he?
Specific point.
Did he just say that, or did I hear that wrong?
Vaccines. And that is, I think, that the government should be as clear and explicit and transparent on every issue that they make. If they not just want people who are worried about vaccines, but worried about this affair, if they want to take them with us. But repeatedly, the government has refused to do a cost-benefit analysis on the impact of their policies, and we've got before us now
Two Labour MPs,
a number
guys.
of SIs without impact assessments. Does he agree with me that that information should be available?
Say to my honourable friend that in his intervention he started off well, dipped in the middle, and then got better at the end, and I think he made some absolutely fair points about impact assessments and transparency. In fact, I can see the Vaccines Minister waiving impact assessments, so I'm sure she'll make them available to my honourable friend. And it does come back to...
Surely they should have been available before the debate,
come up
no?
At various points today.
No, or is that just me?
Previously, when we've discussed these sorts of restrictions and measures, and it's how I began my contribution, and it's how I'll begin to close. We really can't be complacent when it comes to public support, public compliance, public consent for the measures that we are considering, because we know that we've asked so much of the British people and they have done their part. We also know that recent events have dented their trust and confidence and their willingness to comply, because they've seen Number 10 doing one thing and doing another, which makes it even more important that when we discuss measures that impact on people's lives, livelihoods and liberties, that we are having these sorts of exchanges, we are rigorously looking over the evidence, we are testing each other's assumptions, and we are coming to a conclusion. And I think with some of the exchanges we've already heard today, that people across the country on both sides of these arguments can at least take some reassurance from the fact that when these matters are under consideration, we do take them seriously. And I think the government could do a little better sometimes on bringing measures forward in advance of their implementation and setting out the rationale and argument, and not just assuming that because measures have been supported by the public before, they're supported today. I think we have got public support for the measures under consideration this afternoon, but I don't think we should be complacent about it, and that's why I think it's right we're spending so much time exploring these issues. I'll take one or two more.
What do you mean so much time? You've got a few hours at best. The public don't support it.
He's making a very important point that we need to make decisions on the evidence that's available. Does he agree with me that having the debate today and passing these measures tonight is urgent? We've heard as well that the doubling rate of Omicron is actually shortening. And if we are to protect the public, our families and our communities in the run-up to Christmas and beyond, and our NHS, these measures need to pass today.
I agree with my honourable friend, and particularly in this city. And the reproduction rate of this virus is shortening every day. And the numbers the Secretary of State set out in his opening remarks, I think, should concentrate minds before people walk through the division lobbies this afternoon. Fun though it might be to see the government in hot water and struggling in votes, it's not in the national interest, and that should be the thing at the forefront of our minds.
Specific point, and I thank him.
So they will come to its rescue because they feel sorry for the government. How feeble must Boris be feeling?
We've seen that commitment at the dispatch box from the government that if further restrictions were to come into play, that a vote would be had in this House.
I agree with the honourable member. Look, we can't have spent so much time, and I appreciate she's a newer member of the House, but I dare say she was watching proceedings before she arrived. And we can't have spent so much time in this House talking about parliamentary sovereignty and then throw it out the window in the next Parliament. So I think that is a point well made. Myself and the Shadow Public Health Minister, we've already agreed. He's bringing the dinner, I'm bringing the pudding, and we'll see if the Commons shop is doing crackers on discount if we're meeting over Christmas. But look, finally and seriously, Madam Deputy Speaker, we think there are areas where the government can and should go further without impacting on people's lives, livelihoods and liberties. On ventilation in schools, we know that young people have borne the brunt of this pandemic.
This is where they want money.
And we owe it to them,
that's what he means
to
there.
their education and to the staff who support them to make sure that their schools are properly ventilated. They can't wait until October next year for a review to be published. We need action now. I wonder if the Secretary of State or the Minister for Cabinet Office in winding up could say something about that. And on jabs for young people, the Christmas holidays seem to us to be an ideal time to get young people vaccinated. So when does the government think we can see action on this front? And finally, on statutory sick pay, as we've already heard very powerfully from my honourable friends, we know that there are people out there who are forced to choose between doing the right thing by their families and doing the right thing by public health because they simply cannot afford to isolate at home. So we implore the government to act by making sure that higher statutory sick pay is available to people immediately so that they can afford to do the right thing. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have not played games with these votes. We are not exploiting the divisions in the Conservative Party to inflict defeat on the government for the sake of scoring political points. The threat facing the country is too serious, and Labour takes our duty to the country seriously. The Tories may be in disarray, but the public can rely on Labour to keep the country safe, to do the right thing, to support these measures today, and we trust the British people to do the same.
The country could trust that Labour will back the Tories to the hill and go down with them. What a fucking clown show.
I think the House will want to acknowledge the power of the speech that the opposition spokesman has just given. We wish his predecessor
Spokesman
well.
for Pfizer, you mean?
And the one thing we can say about the honourable gentleman is his voice carries very well around this chamber. I think the government is right to ask for support for these regulations. I'm glad that the opposition will in general be supporting them, and I will as well. If the public health risk increases, we have to ask what kind of changes to the regulations are proportionate and appropriate. And it may have gone past some of those who've written to me about it, that some of the regulations are actually relaxations, others are not. They are trying to make sure that some places can stay open if people abide by sensible precautions. One of my constituents who's written to me today says that he and his family and many of his friends will not go to places of public congregation because too many people are not vaccinated or showing that they are not infected by the virus. That may be a minority view expressed, but I think actually it's one that was held in the hearts and the minds of very many of our constituents. For those who said that impact assessment has not been made, it has. It's been published. Those who invigilate assessments don't think it's adequate, but that's a side point. In Annex B, on pages 54 and 55, it shows the proportion of people by age in the National Health Service who have been vaccinated. I think we have to recognise that one of the reasons why half of them are under the age of 40 is that the opportunity of vaccination came later for them than it did for those who are older. But I would say to them, if they don't think it matters to them, it does, for the reasons that our honourable friend, the practising doctor, gave, that if you are caring for people who are vulnerable, and obviously people in needing medical care are vulnerable, in the same way in social care they are, the most that we can do to protect ourselves is also having the impact of protecting them. So if in doubt, get the protection that the vaccine and the booster gives. I was going to make a rather longer speech, but I'm actually going to stop now, because I think many people will want to contribute, many of whom will disagree with me. I will respect what they have to say, but I will say very clearly, I back the government in these regulations.
He wants a ministerial job next time round.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, I was trying to help you with the intervention by withdrawing from the list, but I'm grateful to be the top of it on this side. I agree with my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, when he says that the Prime Minister is a threat to public health. I think that's absolutely
You're
right.
all a threat to public health.
I draw a different conclusion from my friends on the front bench to this as how we should respond to this. Not by being irresponsible, but by taking a look at the way the government has dealt with the whole of the COVID crisis from the very beginning and are still continuing to do it. As a member of the Science and Technology Committee, together with the Health Committee, we produced a 150-page long report, which I hope honourable and right honourable members have had the time to read, because you may not agree with the conclusions, but it has very valuable information in it. I think the key point in it, which a lot of the press missed, was that not that the government followed the science on this issue, but that they got into a group with the scientific advisors and actually didn't challenge them. They assumed that science was something that handed down tablets of stone, whereas it is not. It is a process, and it needs challenging, both by those of us who have responsibility in this House for making laws and policies, as well as being challenged by other scientists. And we seem to be repeating that process again. Along with a number of honourable members, we had as a witness Susan Hopkins this morning. And as an advisor, let me say at the best, if I can use a word that somebody else used, the advice we were getting was opaque. The information we were getting was opaque when it should be transparent. This time last week, the Deputy Prime Minister stood up and said there is no plan to go to Plan B. We're not going to Plan B. 36 hours later, we were starting Plan B. Why was that? What was the scientific advice given? We were told fairly definitively that there was no such advice given that changed the view. What changed the view was that the Prime Minister was in a state of crisis and under pressure from his own backbenchers and everybody else. That is not a sensible way to make decisions. It is not a sensible way to make decisions to put forward statutory instruments that say on them, and the Minister was waving a sheet about, which may or may not be the impact assessment, but the statutory instruments themselves say there is no impact assessment that has been done. One of the other issues that has happened during this process is that I give way to the honourable member.
I just have got in my hand the impact assessment for vaccination as a condition of deployment in health and care providers. I wasn't able to get in earlier, but I feel confident that the front benches will know that the estimate is that 88,000 people will leave the health sector, 73,000 from the NHS, 15,000 from the independent health sector, and 35,000 workers in domiciliary care. Does he agree with me that that enough is a reason to vote against imposing this on the nation?
Very, very well said.
It's very interesting that. It's also interesting that the papers that were circulated that I got from the Votes Office said there was not an impact assessment, and that doesn't impress me. The point I was just about to make, and I don't know if other honourable and right honourable members have noticed, but there was a 350-page act passed at the start of this epidemic, the COVID Act. It's barely been used. The government could have used the Civil Contingencies Act to bring in some of the items that they've brought in.
Never going to do it.
To restrict people's freedoms, maybe
Parliament has to check
maybe
everything.
Unnecessarily. The difference between the Civil Contingencies Act and the 1984 Health Act is quite simply that there is less scrutiny in the 84 Health Act, much less scrutiny is available. Once the acts are passed, if there's not a sunset clause, they last. And I think the government should not be rewarded for unnecessarily using tough authoritarian legislation when other legislation was available which would have allowed more scrutiny. They've refused to give information. And let me say this, and I come back to my honourable friend on the front bench, starting off his speech by saying different people have different views, weigh different factors, civil liberties, health, in different ways. That's absolutely right on this point. But the government will not tell us they will not tell us the cost and benefits of these policies. We now know 750,000 people have failed to be tested for cancer. There's not a win-win situation here. Cancer patients yet to be tested will eventually die because of the decisions taken here, because services aren't available. Some people will die of COVID. In order to come to the right decisions, this House needs to have all the information available. That isn't coming from the NHS and it isn't coming from government ministers. That is why I will not give the Prime Minister the benefit of my support for the way he has arranged to respond to this COVID crisis.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Speaker, in a typical winter's day,
Between 200 people and 350 people will die of flu. Do we hide behind our masks? Do we lurk at home, working from home? Do we demand that people provide their bona fides before going to a venue? Do we require people to be vaccinated as a condition of keeping their jobs? The question is whether the measures before us today are proportionate actually comes down to a matter of opinion. Do you take seriously some of the extraordinary extrapolations that we've been given, particularly given the record of before? The fact that these are things that might take place, and we have to balance that against the known costs and damage to enterprise, economy and society. And in the end, it comes down to a matter of opinion, a matter of our prejudice. And we are typically capable of organising our lives and making those decisions for ourselves. We decide what our risk appetite is and what we're prepared to encounter and what we're prepared to not. Notwithstanding the carnage on our roads, certainly killing more people than COVID at the moment, some of us still decide to drive. It's a matter of opinion. So it comes down to letting loose the dogs of war. Get the fear factor into it. Get the members of the officials, the members of SAGE, the members of Independent SAGE, of SPI-M. All those, of course, speaking in their own private capacity. Get them out there twisting the fear lever. What about the Health Protection Agency? What Stalinist minds thought up that nomenclature? Get them out there twisting the fear
Fucking
button.
tell them.
And by and large, you will get the reaction that you want. People will crave more enforcement and more fiercer measures to protect them from this great danger that is out there. And let hospitality be just collateral damage. Let them endure the deluge of cancellations now affecting that industry in what should be its most productive time. That's the situation that we have delivered. The government, having administered this ministry of fear, is absolutely complicit with its officials and its organisations that have designed it and delivered it. They have abandoned in doing that any principle of social democracy, of liberal democracy, absolutely beyond anything that we've endured in recent living memory in the history of this pandemic. And as a consequence, having abandoned what might have been their ideology, they are rudderless. And as a consequence of that, so much more at risk of the opinions and predictions of the advisers to which they are in hock.
Caroline Lucas.
Sorry, I've just got to pause that a minute. It's got to be said. At least he made some good points. But did you hear the Labour Party? Did you hear them cackling in the background, heckling him, laughing? What did he say that was wrong there? Anyone in the comments? Anyone? Nothing he said was wrong. Nothing he said was incorrect. In fact, I might skip back and listen to it again. No, not you. Jesus, he was painful. He was correct, but he was painful.
COVID crisis.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Mr. Speaker, in a typical winter's day, between 200 people and 350 people will die of flu. Do we hide behind our masks? Do we lurk at home, working from home? Do we demand that people provide their bona fides before going to a venue? Do we require people to be vaccinated as a condition of keeping their jobs? The question is whether the measures before us today are proportionate actually comes down to a matter of opinion. Do you take seriously some of the extraordinary extrapolations that we've been given, particularly given the record of before? The fact that these are things that might take place, and we have to balance that against the known costs and damage to enterprise, economy and society. And in the end, it comes down to a matter of opinion, a matter of our prejudice. And we are typically capable of organising our lives and making those decisions for ourselves. We decide what our risk appetite is and what we're prepared to encounter and what we're prepared to not. Notwithstanding the carnage on our roads, certainly killing more people than COVID at the moment, some of us still decide to drive. It's a matter of opinion. So it comes down to letting loose the dogs of war. Get the fear factor into it. Get the members of the officials, the members of SAGE, the members of Independent SAGE, of SPI-M, all those, of course, speaking in their own private capacity. Get them out there twisting the fear lever. What about the Health Protection Agency? What Stalinist minds thought up that nomenclature? Get them out there twisting the fear button, and by and large, you will get the reaction that you want. People will crave more enforcement and more fiercer measures to protect them from this great danger that is out there. And let hospitality be just collateral damage. Let them endure the deluge of cancellations now affecting that industry in what should be its most productive time. That's the situation that we have delivered. The government, having administered this ministry of fear, is absolutely complicit with its officials and its organisations that have designed it and delivered it. They have abandoned in doing that any principle of social democracy, of liberal democracy, absolutely beyond anything that we've endured in recent living memory in the history of this pandemic. And as a consequence, having abandoned what might have been their ideology, they are rudderless. And as a consequence of that, so much more at risk of the opinions and predictions of the advisers to which they are in hock.
Caroline Lucas.
That speech is going to be played over and over again by many
Thank you very
people.
Much, Mr.
No one really
Deputy
cares what Lucas is
Speaker.
going to say, but
I've just
that will be
come from a
played over
meeting
and
of the
over again.
all-party group on coronavirus, and we were given a shocking set of presentations. I know
The amount of truth that was thrown out in that is
unreal.
unreal. Let me mute her noise. Shut up a minute. She can carry on talking in the background. She's just going to support it. But that there is not going to be something that old Boris likes. The Stalinist comment, you know, that there is just... What can you really say? What can you really say? Nothing he said was out of place. Nothing he said was incorrect. The government has spread more fear than anything, any point, and they've used the media to do it. Let's not forget this. Now, it does sound like he's trying to go for like a Prime Minister level speech there. Like, that's someone who's aiming to be the Prime Minister one day, I think. That's the sort of speech you're giving there. Because while the MPs might not support it now, give it time. If public opinion really swings to a point where they can't hide it anymore, it's already at that point, but if they can't hide it anymore, then the Tories will look to someone who's like that, who spoke sense during this, who's not what would be considered corrupted by being in the government, even though many people still wouldn't trust Desmond Swayne because he's an MP. I'm personally one of them. I don't trust any MP. He does speak a lot of sense, I will admit. Especially if you compare it with Caroline Lucas on the screen now. Mind you, a piece of dog shit speaks more sense than she does. Who's up next?
She will know that that hospital is not being overwhelmed at the moment by COVID cases and the pressures of COVID. That hospital is being overwhelmed by cases of but she...
Direction in which we are headed, unless the government shows some leadership and tells us the unwelcome truth we might not like to hear. I give way.
The Honourable Lady, because she and I share a hospital trust, but she will know that that hospital is not being overwhelmed at the moment by COVID cases and the pressures of COVID. That hospital is being overwhelmed by cases of non-COVID illnesses which have been neglected during lockdown and by the failure to be able to release people who are medically fit for discharge. Those are the real pressures on the health service at the moment, not a torrent of COVID cases coming into them as it stands. Isn't that correct?
Facts.
That may well be the case right now, but I don't see why that is an argument about saying that we need to get coronavirus cases down. If transmission rates go on the trajectory that we are being told that they will, then we can be absolutely sure that the pressure on our hospitals and on our NHS trust is going to be massive. So I don't disagree with the point that he's made, but I don't see that it's a criticism of the argument that I'm advancing. It is precisely because of the multiple pressures on our hospital system that we need to get the transmission rates of Omicron down, and indeed Delta down.
He's got her logic by the balls and she's going around the asses to try and work it out. What an idiot. I can't listen to her. Shut up. I really can't listen to her anymore. So, guys, let's get, while we're waiting for her to finish waffling, let's get the top, what's his name? The top part of Desmond Swain's speech, you think. For me, it was the Stalinist comment. Straight out, what Stalinist fucking shit is that? Literally, that there is the comment. What about the chat? Cosmic Rain, yeah, you could put your trust in them if you had to, but I don't trust politicians, full stop. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. I'm not telling you what to do. You're big and ugly enough to do that yourself, I'm sure. Thoughts on the Labour speaker before Desmond Swain? It was Labour. Like, he's literally just fucking sucking up to Sajid Javid and Boris. He's about as opposition as Keir Starmer was. So, yeah. About thoughts on the Labour speaker before Swain. Oh, no, you mean the one who sounded like he was drunk. Sorry, I thought you meant the Shadow Health Secretary. No, he seemed to be speaking a lot of sense, even if he was painful to listen to. And actually, I remember him speaking a bit of sense, if memory serves, on Brexit back in the day. I'm sure he was. But still, yeah, there's much more he could have said, as the same with all of them. Even Desmond Swain could have said a lot more. Mackenzie, I have no idea what she's got on her head. I really don't. C2K says the NHS in Brighton let me go deaf, refusing me an op to save my hearing while being under 50% capacity. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. A lot of them have been doing it. I've heard multiple stories of hospitals that were not at capacity when they said they were. I think the government's own figures even state that as well. She is still waffling on. Oh yeah, live coverage jump. Someone's just reminded me that we're behind, ain't we? Shit. Well done, I'm an idiot. Let's see what he's got to say. God, he's talking for a while.
About the vaccine programme and make a plea to ministers. It's very important that with the emergence of Omicron, we don't accidentally underplay the success of the vaccine programme to date. We know that the vaccines will produce a number of immune responses, the production of neutralising antibodies, the production of marker antibodies, and a T-cell response. And although with Omicron a booster dose is required to get to the level of neutralising antibodies that we saw with our response with 2 doses to the Delta variant.
T-cells don't matter, though, do they?
The whole programme gives both individual and community protection, and we're starting from a very different place from we were with the Delta variant. And can I say that it's very important we encourage people, especially young people, to get their second dose. So can I make a plea that we stop hearing from ministers this phrase, 2 doses don't work, 3 doses do. I think it is actually undermining the government's own programme. And can I also make a plea that we drop this constant reference to the doubling time of the current variant? Because the measured doubling has been 2 days in the very early stages is no measure whatsoever that that will be something that we will see again in the future. If it doubled every day, then the whole population would be affected in 9 days. This is not modelling. This is simple extrapolation, which actually doesn't contribute to a sensible debate on the subject. Now, when it comes to the proposals we have in front of us today, lawmakers, I believe, need to look at the elements of necessity. Are these measures proportionate? Are they enforceable? And will they be effective? So let me begin very briefly with the 10-day quarantine. This was a bad measure to begin with. It was disproportionate, and it was likely to see a recurrence of the pandemic all over again. So I'm glad that it's being dropped. But I have to say that the point made by the Honourable Member for Exeter is an absolutely key one which must be answered by the government. If having the red list is pointless, if having enforced 10-day quarantine is pointless, why do we still have some people in enforced 10-day quarantine? It's absolutely incumbent upon the government, having abandoned the policy, to let those people go free. Otherwise, I fear they may face legal action. I'll give way to the Honourable.
They're probably going to face legal action
He's making
anyway.
a very important point. There are some Welsh rugby players who had COVID in South Africa. They did 10 days quarantine in South Africa. They're now halfway through quarantine in England, and they're being told that they've got to complete the whole of the quarantine. When things are that illogical, it brings the whole thing into disrepute.
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman, and what we do not require is more advice for ministers on this subject. We require decisions from ministers on this subject. On the second issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, that of masks, now, I get letters, as I imagine all members do, from people who say there's no point in wearing masks. Masks don't actually stop transmission. I imagine that those people, therefore, wouldn't like their surgeons to wear masks during a surgical procedure. This is a nonsense. It's a common-sense thing for us to do. If it reduces transmission to some level, it's a minor inconvenience to the vast majority of people, and it's a sensible measure for the government to bring forward, and therefore I support it. I cannot say the same for the government's COVID passports. I don't believe it passes the necessity test. I think the good working of the insurance industry and the ability of civil remedy in the courts is enough to drive behaviour of venues towards sensible public health policy. I think that we, as a government, should not be creating criminal offences unnecessarily. I worry about enforcement. I worry about penalties on a system that's already overloaded. There's no evidence from Scotland or elsewhere that the COVID passports actually work. France was mentioned earlier. There are more than twice as many people in France in hospital with COVID than there are in the United Kingdom. I've given away once. I'm very conscious that colleagues want to speak, so I won't give away again. And I also come back to this point of the lateral flow test. I presume that you can't do your own test, and it has to be externally validated, which will add a cost to anybody who wants to go to any of these venues, and which I suggest, therefore, is not the help to the hospitality industry that has been suggested by either the government front bench or the opposition front bench today. And then I briefly will touch on the issue of compulsory vaccines. Many people in this House took the view that when we had the introduction for care workers, it was the thin end of the wedge. But we were assured it will be care workers and no one else. Now it's all NHS workers with a few exemptions. And the grounds for the compulsory vaccine is that they will be dealing with vulnerable members of the public. Well, so will the police. So will elements of retail. So will post offices. Where does it stop once you begin this? The point was made by the Honourable Gentleman, I think, very, very validly, that this is a retrospective change in the terms and conditions of people who already work in the NHS, and it is likely that we will lose staff as a consequence, completely, in my view, unnecessarily, when we've seen that over 91% of NHS staff have volunteered already to have the vaccine. I think it's disproportionate, and I don't believe it will be effective for those reasons. I also believe it's illogical, because if the logic of the government's position on the COVID passports is that you must be given a choice between being vaccinated and getting a daily lateral flow test, why does that not operate in the health service as well, for those who actually want to have a choice between vaccination and having a lateral flow test? It's the lack of logic in many of these which I think is actually diminishing support for the government's case. And can I just finally end on a positive note?
That's why lateral flow tests will be removed from the old passports soon enough, don't you worry.
Compared to what we can achieve from the booster campaign. And I think that it's essential that the one message that we leave this House with tonight is that every one of us has a duty to say to every one of our constituents, go out, get immunised, get a booster, because it's the best way that you can help you, your family, your communities and the wider public health. If there is to be unanimity at this time of year, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this House, that is surely the message that must resonate.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having had the dubious pleasure of spending an inordinate amount of time in various committee rooms during the past 18 months, scrutinising regulations put forward by the government as part of their response to the pandemic, I must confess I've had withdrawal symptoms following the reshuffle, so I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on the regulations today. I'm sorry to say, on too many of those previous occasions, regulations have been debated well after they've come into force. So it's a positive we do seem to be getting into the habit of at last allowing debates and votes before regulations become law. Though I wouldn't want that to be seen as a ringing endorsement of the government's approach to parliamentary scrutiny, because two of the regulations before us today were only published at 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, less than 24 hours before this debate began. And I know things move on quickly, but some of these regulations have been the subject of consultations for many months. There is no excuse for them to have been dropped in at the last minute like that.
Someone said in a comment he's
the
against.
The decision to reveal the precise detail of these regulations at the very last minute has probably generated more opposition to some of the regulations than is actually warranted. I've had many representations from constituents about the entry to venue regulations on the basis that they represent a compulsory vaccine passport. Let's be clear, they do not. A negative test taken in the 48 hours before entry can be used as an alternative, and that deals with a lot of the concerns that have been raised with me. Legitimate concerns, I hasten to add, about civil liberties and discrimination. So I'm pleased that my party's persistence in pushing for a negative test as an alternative has been accepted, because that does give me enough comfort to support these regulations today. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm sure across the House that is what so many of us have been calling for, is greater transparency from the government. The more we hear from the Chief Medical Officer, the more concerning it is. If they had been more transparent up front, I'm sure there would be greater support from across the House.
Thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Indeed, if we look at what's happened in Wales, we've had a similar system for some time, which seems to be working reasonably well. People have been required to produce tests when travelling abroad. And a number of venues in England have actually been doing this on a voluntary basis. So this is not the slide into dystopia that some people fear, but I think it's not been aided by the fact the government have not been as upfront as they should have been about what these regulations actually mean. And I know a lot of people are already taking lateral flow tests routinely before they go out. There are, however, some outstanding questions and concerns raised, and there's no doubt that some constituents still feel this is the start of a slippery slope, and we will soon have to show vaccination papers to get in anywhere. I'll be clear, I don't support such a move, and given the government can't even bring itself to mandate the wearing of face coverings in pubs, I'd be surprised if they would move in that direction. But I do want confirmation when the Minister winds up that they aren't planning on any extensions to where this regulation will operate. And I do think we also need a clearer explanation as to where the line is drawn as to which venues apply, and whether actually places such as this, which falls into the definition of a public hall indoors with 500 or more people who stand up and move about, actually falls within the ambit of the regulations as well, because my reading of it suggests that it does. And if we're going to be gaining the confidence of the public, we've got to show that the rules apply to us equally as well. And another concern that I think has rightly been raised is about whether there will be some charge introduced to obtain lateral flow tests at some point in the future, which would obviously undermine that as an alternative to showing a vaccine status. And I have no doubt charging people to obtain tests would be an absolute disaster from a public health perspective, and that goes way beyond the remit of these regulations. But I do hope we can get confirmation from the Minister that there are no plans to charge for tests.
That's where it's heading.
And we do need the government to be doing rather better than it has been in setting out what it considers the cost to be to businesses of these regulations. Again, I note there's been no impact assessment for the entry regulations. Who is going to be picking up the cost of enforcing them? There's nothing I can see about supporting businesses to check people, let alone providing resources to local authorities who are meant to be enforcing all of this. And can the Minister set out what the position will be if there is a national shortage of tests? We're told there are tens of millions of them, but as we know, there are challenges getting them out to the places and people who need them. In those circumstances, will the regulations be suspended, or will be people pushed down the vaccination route? That said, the evidential burden for a negative test does seem to be particularly broader. I think that will assist in reducing the burden on businesses, but I do think it also means there is an increased risk of fraudulent tests doing the rounds, which I think would undermine the whole point of the regulations. We do not want the worst of all worlds, an expensive bureaucratic system that doesn't actually help reduce transmission because it isn't enforced properly. I'll talk briefly now about vaccination of NHS staff, because there is plenty of evidence to suggest that a small but significant proportion of COVID admissions are as a result of people acquiring the infection in hospital. So I've seen figures suggesting that it's been as high as 15 to 20% of all COVID admissions, although once the staff started to receive the vaccination, that did drop dramatically. So I think there is evidence to suggest that this will have an impact on COVID admissions and the wider pressure on the NHS. And I know it's difficult, but I think on balance it does need to be supported. But it shouldn't be the end of the story. We've had a workforce crisis for years. COVID has accelerated cases of burnout. And only a few weeks ago, the government passed up the opportunity to grasp the nettle by refusing to implement a long-term workforce strategy. That is why we need an awful lot more work on the regulations. But in conclusion, I think the government have got a real uphill struggle to earn people's trust, to explain why they consider these proposals necessary, to convince the public that what is before us will be the limit of the restrictions and that we won't be talking about extensions or changes at some point in the future. Because judging by the comments of many members opposite, it seems the government have failed to persuade a number of their own backbenchers in this regard. So it's little wonder we're all being bombarded with emails from our constituents expressing concern. But that exposes a wider truth. The government have vacated the space where leadership should be, compromised by their own failure to follow the rules, riddled with internal disagreements about the route ahead, and unable to provide the authority needed to persuade a sceptical public that these measures are needed.
Steve Bryan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, here we are again, and this time, 2 weeks on, I think the concept of learn to live with COVID is as dead as anything I know. We were told in July, in this House, from that box, many, many times, and from the podium in number 10, that we are on an irreversible roadmap to freedom. Do we all remember that?
That
I
someone
have to say,
pointed
I thought
out.
it was an unwise hostage to fortune when it was said, and so it has proved. Now, when I vote here tonight, I'm going to consider the legislation before us, and I completely agree with the previous speaker. It should have been published long before, less than 24 hours before the debate, and that's why I certainly didn't tell anybody in the media how I was going to vote today, because I'm rather old-fashioned and like to actually read the legislation that's before me before I decide how I'm going to vote. I wish the official opposition front bench had done the same. But I look at the legislation, I also look at the intention behind it. So what's the intention here? Is it to stop Omicron? Is it to slow the spread? Well, that's clearly not happening now, so I guess the question that we've got to ask then is, are these 4 SIs before us going to do that? Now, working from home is not an SI, it is guidance. We're told that people need to work from home where they can, but they can then meet those very same people in the pub that evening, every evening. Is that going to slow the spread? I don't think so. Now, when it comes to masks, I abstained on the mask SI 2 weeks ago, and I will do so again this evening. I have no issue with wearing a mask. It doesn't impact on my life. It doesn't impact on my freedoms. Many of my constituents have been wearing masks in plenty of situations, indoors and out, for a long time throughout the pandemic. I think it's a bit of a crutch. But if people believe that it makes them safer, then that is fine. And I guess in many ways it is an instrument of people feeling they're safe. But looking at the SI that's before us on mask wearing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to wear a mask covering in certain shops, but not in pubs, not in restaurants. And some of the exemptions in there, I think, make a mockery of it, but I won't stand in its way. And then on the COVID passport, I mean, if you were to put aside the practicalities and the moral arguments, which I do not, and many of my constituents writing to me certainly do not, then a vaccine doesn't stop you getting this. It doesn't stop you passing it on. Professor Whitty said to MPs on a call this lunchtime that there is a minimal impact on transmission of all of our vaccines.
Minimal.
So last Wednesday, when the Secretary of State stood there and made his late-night statement, I expected it to be, because that statement came earlier than we expected, I expected him to bring forward a devastating piece of science which basically said the drugs don't work. That isn't what he said. He said we're moving to Plan B based on the basis of some modelling. Yet we have SAGE's gloomy predictions and a confirmation that vaccines do work with 2 jabs, even better with a booster, completely agree. Today we have a study that says the Pfizer vaccine has 70% efficacy against the Omicron variant. Last Wednesday's statement of the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, should have been about the national booster effort that was announced on the live TV broadcast on Sunday night. I can't say how many of my constituents have contacted me furious at the frightening nature of that broadcast and sent their children off to bed terrified. If we truly mean this learn to live with COVID mantra that we hear and continue to hear, the booster campaign is 100% where our focus would be. And an ongoing plan to keep immunity high is what we should be focusing on. And this is where I just want to focus my remarks, is that a new primary care infrastructure is probably what we need, because panic stations and cancel all else is not a plan, Mr Deputy Speaker. I spoke to 3 of the 4 primary care networks that cover my constituency yesterday. They're going to do their absolute everything to offer it to all eligible over 18s by the end of this month, but it's going to be really difficult. They're scrabbling around for venues in the week of Christmas. I just don't think this is the long-term thinking that we need. On the actual regulations, so 1,400 on face coverings, I'm ambivalent to that. I won't stand in its way. On isolation moving to test, I will support that if there's a division. I don't suspect there will be. But if you can't get the lateral flow tests, as you haven't been able to today and yesterday, as I raised in my intervention with the Secretary of State, then we get the pandemic anyway. So we need to sort that supply out. On the vaccine passport, I will not support that. I think it crosses a Rubicon. I think Italy began in exactly this way, saying it was all about providing lateral flow test, and I think it will move quite quickly. On the mandation of health staff, I will support that to be consistent with the mandation of vaccines in the care sector. I just think if you work in the health service, working with vulnerable people, you have to believe in science, surely, above all else. And there is, of course, precedent because of hepatitis B. So it's a mixed egg for me.
How can you support one and not the other? This makes no sense.
Today,
it's all over the place.
Others. Thank you.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all know that the NHS is facing one of the toughest winters in living memory. Not only is COVID a very real threat, but we are also facing a potentially very tough flu season as well. Liberal Democrats will be supporting the SIs on face coverings and self-isolation. But let's be clear, when it comes to masks, the government should never have scrapped the use of masks on the 19th of July earlier this year. The government's obsession for removing all precautions in one go had far more to do with party management than it did with public health.
We can skip her, guys.
We have all made tough sacrifices throughout this pandemic, and asking people to wear masks on public transport would have been a very small ask with a very large payoff. We also support the working Christmas. The GPs now, we hope that it's the...
She waffles for 5 minutes.
Omicron was going to become the dominant variant, we were requiring people to self-isolate. It would have led to a pingdemic, and I'm glad that the government is reversing that today, and I will gladly support that regulation. As for the other 3, my thoughts are as follows. For face coverings, I voted for the same outcome for retail and public transport last week. I don't want to see face coverings become a permanent feature, and I do not want to see them reintroduced in the classroom. But for a limited period of time, in the settings referenced, it feels right for me to extend the scope.
Coward.
For NHS workers being vaccinated, I voted for the same outcome for the social care workforce and will do so again.
Coward.
We know that getting vaccinated reduced the Delta transmission rate by 60%. We also know that patients who get vaccinated are not completely protected from serious illness or death. Surely, if care is in the DNA, it is not unreasonable to expect vaccination to be an entry point. If NHS workers believe that their own choices come before the safety of their patients, or if they don't believe that the NHS is about working for COVID and working for vaccines, and the evidence on those is true, I question if they are in the right profession. For vaccine certification at larger venues, I am genuinely perplexed about the outrage, and worse, at showing paperwork. Last month, I got asked for my passport when I came back into the country. I have to show evidence of purchase when I watch a football match. I was also delighted to be asked for ID, showing my age for when I wanted to buy a beer only a month back. What's the issue in temporarily asking someone to evidence vaccination or a negative lateral flow test for certain venues? If it keeps people safe...
He wants a government job, guys. That's what this is. He literally wants a government job. He's happy to oblige.
Omicron variant is not known by the same rules and how
Government should have all safety. I find myself trying to...
They are keeping themselves safe and their communities safe. They are minimising their own impact on the NHS. There are a small minority who are not playing by the responsibility behind
concentrate my comments.
Proportionate and limited measures this evening.
He's about to finish.
Paula Barker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and given time, I will concentrate my comments on mandatory vaccinations for NHS staff. I find myself really torn on this emotive subject, and I also find myself trying to apply logic to what is quickly becoming an illogical argument from the government benches. If it's really about patient safety, the government should have already identified workers in the NHS who are still unvaccinated and have been working with them to alleviate fears, concerns and removing barriers. The Secretary of State should explain to this House why it's acceptable for those in the NHS who currently remain unvaccinated to work on the front line to assist with the Omicron crisis, but come the 1st of April, to be dismissed. Quite frankly, it makes no sense.
She's got a point.
Today, comparisons have been drawn in this House about the requirement of NHS staff to be vaccinated against hepatitis B. The reality is that Chapter 12 of the Public Health England Green Book, that provides the latest information on vaccines and vaccinations, states hepatitis B is recommended for healthcare workers who may have a direct contact with patients' blood or blood-stained body fluids. It is not law. The government proposal will see these workers who work around the clock during the next few weeks and months only to be dismissed on the 1st of April if they don't succumb to mandatory vaccinations. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that if it is the case that these measures will come into force at the beginning of April, there is an ideal opportunity if the parties concerned are to participate in a framework agreement for the rollout of these provisions to work through how they may be implemented, and by rushing those today, we've been robbed of that opportunity, despite those noises from the BMA and from the unions and from the Royal Colleges.
I thank my honourable friend for the excellent points he makes, which I agree with wholeheartedly. The workers that I am talking about are the workers who, at the start of the pandemic, worked around the clock despite inadequate PPE because they were putting the nation first. These are the workers who will continue to work around the clock over the Christmas and New Year periods. And in an institution that is built upon consent between patient and clinician, the government are ripping up that rule book to suit its own ends, whilst at the same time we are seeing the 17th reorganisation of the NHS since 1993. We clap for our care workers and NHS staff on a Thursday. They will now get us through the latest crisis over Christmas and the New Year. But then a government who ripped up the rule book last Christmas, whilst the rest of us obeyed the rules, sacrificing loved ones, some in their final moments, are now going to dismiss workers in April. And all this while Number 10 and the DFE had Christmas parties. Not only did they have Christmas parties, but they told this House and the nation that they didn't. This message is inconsistent and makes no sense. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are told to trust the government. But what is increasingly concerning is we are seeing this from a government who is currently reviewing the Human Rights Act and wants to replace it. And I think we should be very afraid, because this could be a sign of things to come from a government and Prime Minister who believe they are above the law. And even worse, if they don't like the law and it doesn't serve their purpose anymore, they will rip it up and start again until they get the policy they want or the outcome they want, irrespective of civil liberties or economic damage. The right to choose, particularly when it comes to our own bodies, is something we should all take very seriously. I personally implore everyone to get vaccinated and boosted to protect themselves and others. But we have seen a precedent set by this government which should worry every citizen. For the first time ever, we have seen the profession of care workers singled out and have conditions attached to their employment status which was never there to begin with. There is so much that could be done by this government in the weeks and months ahead, from constructive negotiations with the trade unions, who remain opposed to mandatory vaccinations, to ensuring local authorities and health services have the resources and capacity required to deliver the ambitious daily targets around boosters, to ensuring that statutory sick pay is set at the rate of the foundation living wage. And most importantly, the government could also follow the rules themselves to give the public confidence that any measures introduced are proportionate and necessary.
That ship has sailed, mate.
As someone who before entering this place represented care workers, NHS staff and public servants, many of whom are now my constituents, I take the responsibility very seriously to ensure their voices are still heard, whilst trying to balance that with the unprecedented situation before us and the importance of public health. I personally think we can do just that by consensus rather than compulsion. And today, I implore the government to pause on the issue of mandatory vaccinations, to remove that particular statutory instrument and work with the trade unions and the Labour Party and all the cross-party support in this House on that very issue. The Secretary of State has said himself, we have seen an increase in vaccination rates since the start of the consultation. Please, remove this SI, let's work together, let's get the country vaccinated. Thank you.
Dr Andrew Morrison.
Deputy Speaker, and I draw your attention to my interest in the register. I'm a doctor and vaccinator. SIs 1400, 1415 and 1416 are without question relatively modest, certainly by comparison with the restrictions that currently apply in other similar jurisdictions, and they fall on the 26th of January, which is a very good thing. But I would like to urge ministers to think about the rapidity at which the evidence is changing. At the moment, the evidence from South Africa is relatively positive. I'm particularly impressed by the fact that mean hospitalisation with this particular wave is 2.8 days. It was previously 8 days, and of course that was with the predominant beta variant in South Africa when we have had Delta here, which is worse. We can deduce from that, because it's the same population with the same demographic issues, that this is relatively mild. That has to be our working hypothesis, but we really don't know. We're struggling for evidence, and that evidence appears to be evolving by the day, and it seems to me unreasonable for the public to see their representatives leaving this place for 2 weeks, when really they would expect us to be here, holding the government to account, on a real-time basis, and that means this House sitting next week and the following week, inconvenient that may be for a lot of colleagues. And I would urge ministers to give that some thought, so that we can, for example, consider advice on working from home, which currently is having a significant impact on sectors of the economy. Statutory Instrument 1415 is permissive. I congratulate the government for that. I welcome it. It should avoid another ping-demic. The advice about taking a lateral flow test every 7 days is sensible, but only, of course, if lateral flow tests are available. I've heard from my own constituency today that they are not. I hope ministers will attend to that as best they can. Statutes of 1400 on face coverings, I can't get too excited about it. The best evidence published in last month's British Medical Journal meta-analysis suggested that there was some effect by wearing a mask on transmission, and therefore I think it's the least we can do to wear the wretched things. Now, the measure extends a list of venues that require a mask, but the prevalence of mask wearing in any event, of course, as we've all seen, those of us who use public transport and shops, has increased in any event, thanks to the good sense and goodwill of the British people, which needs to be encouraged at all times. Statutes of 1416, access to venues, starts to get a little bit more sticky. The Secretary of State's workmanlike recasting of vaccine certificates as an alternative to a negative lateral flow test yesterday, I think, was very helpful. Not terribly much help, though, by the remarks of the Chief Medical Officer, attributed to the Chief Medical Officer earlier today, which seemed to suggest that transmission for vaccinated people is rather less than many of us had previously hoped. That did nothing to advance the case that the government is now trying to make, but I will be more relaxed upon that particular SI. The SI on regulated activities I'm slightly concerned about. If a recent negative lateral flow test is okay under SI 1416 to an extent 1415, why not for healthcare workers? The difference between, with respect to my colleagues, BCG and hepatitis B, for those with exposure-prone procedures with our National Health Service, and this, is there is an alternative to demonstrating that you pose no threat to your patients, and that is a lateral flow test conducted very recently. And it seems to me, given the Regulatory Policy Committee's damning assessment of this, and the likelihood that we will lose quite a few people in a health and care system that can scarce afford to lose people as a result of this, that we need to be looking at alternatives to keep them in, not least because even the vaccinated will feel the pressure of some of their colleagues who are unvaccinated leaving. This could be something of a perfect storm in the winter months, and I hope ministers will look again at whether we can have lateral flow testing, if you like, on a daily basis, as I've had when I've been jabbing, as an alternative to insisting upon vaccination. And please, ministers, will you look at the quarantine hotels and the requirement to bang people up? That is completely untenable, given the change in advice. I'm very surprised that Treasury lawyers already haven't been advising ministers that it is just not appropriate. And I suspect there will be a whole wall of cases if those people are kept locked up when in fact they should be released in accordance with Minister's very, very welcome announcement today on the red list.
Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today in the short time I've got available to particularly focus on the statutory instrument 1416 on entry to venues and the issue of compulsory vaccines. And it feels like I've been around this block before, because just over a decade ago I was the Identity Cards Minister, responsible for identity cards and passports in the last Labour government. And yet I share concerns about health data being routinely required to access services. But when we dealt with identity cards, we were absolutely clear. They were about verifying, in that case, identity, with no health information included, despite lobbying from some groups to have health information on those cards, no immigration status on those cards, although, of course, many of my constituents and people up and down the country do have cards with their immigration status on which they are happy to have to prove their rights. And there were other lobbying to include things like veteran status on cards. But we pushed back hard on those as a Labour government. And there was absolutely, in law, no requirement to have an identity card to access any public service. And the latter is very important, because this proposal tonight does not require you to show your vaccine status to access a public service. It's about accessing optional large events where you could be a spreader. And ID cards, of course, were also on a statutory basis with a raft of underpinning law to make sure that we had a really clear basis for doing this. And they were long-term. They were debated at length, twice in this House indeed, because the general election of 2005 interrupted the process. Let's be clear that a COVID vaccine status document or on your app, it's a temporary measure. It expires. I've just had my booster. Had I not done, it would be a moot point as to how long that second vaccine would still give me the status that I would require. And of course, the Secretary of State has said that the booster will be required once it's rolled out on that passport for it to be valid, on that pass for it to be valid. And it's not required to access any public service, which I think is an important step, because if we were to go down that route, we would then need to get it onto a statutory footing. And I hope we never get to that point. But we do not know what is going to happen with coronavirus. As it stands, we haven't had a version of this that will kill our children. Thank good God for that. But we know that this is not yet over. But at this stage, there is no proposal for a permanent COVID pass, and there is no need, therefore, for a statutory footing, because we hope this will be something that will run into the sand. And it's also a health treatment. So when I present my pass, it tells the person nothing other than my name. I think my date of birth's on there, but sadly, I think people probably have worked out I'm no longer 21, and I don't really mind about that.
It tells them
that's
you comply.
Information that you need
in order to get into a venue, I'm prepared to take that choice. And it's a compromise, because if we do not do this, the data will show, although even vaccinated people can catch it and spread it, it reduces that and the booster reduces it further. And for sceptics, 100% safety,
minimal,
let's be clear, would mean a
quote.
lockdown. Or closing down these hospitality venues, closing down events and closing down workplaces and schools, and no one wants that. So it's not a perfect solution to stop spreading Omicron or any variant of the virus, but it protects our hospitality industries and events. Even though they are still hit, it protects them from complete closure. So this approach, a temporary and near universal coverage, limited information required to be presented, and no requirement for venues to hold copies of our data, I think is a proportionate response. And it's a responsible thing to support each other. Individual freedom, as outlined by the Honourable Member for Bexhill and Battle, and cannot be at the expense of wider freedoms. We do have that responsibility with that freedom.
Listen to her, guys. She knows what's best for your health.
Friend from the front bench for his tour de force on this, because I am concerned about pushing people forcibly to have a vaccine. But we should never have got to this point, and we should rely now on reliable information and education to make sure that we do not get to the point where people have to be forced to do it. We can't actually force someone, of course, to have the vaccine, so the consequences for a health worker is immense. But ultimately, for those people who are health workers working at the front line to support their patients, this is going to now have to be a requirement for the job, because the risk of spreading it or the risk of being sick so much across the health service, if we don't have staff who are protected, will also cripple our health service. So reluctantly, I've moved to the point where, having voted against it in the past, I will support that measure tonight, because spreading a virus that makes us ill, kills us and put pressure on the NHS is not something that NHS workers can be a part of. But we must work hard, and the NHS England must work hard to convince and support people and get rid of this disinformation about the dangerousness of vaccines.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me just start with a few words about what I think the big picture is here. And I think my honourable friend, the member for Winchester, put it very well. We know COVID is going to be with us forever. And we know we're going to have variants forever. The Chief Scientific Advisor has told us that, and I agree with him. So there are many people who think that somehow we just have to wait a bit and then it'll all be over. That's not happening. So we've just got to be realistic about what we face. Now, we face in this country, we face this challenge in a situation where we're probably, according to Jeremy Farrar, probably the best protected country in the world from vaccination. And this was effectively the first big test for the government about how you deal with a variant of concern with a very well-vaccinated population. And I'm very disappointed that we've very quickly gone into panic and emergency mode with late-night, Sunday night broadcasts, not in the House of Commons where questions can be asked, frankly, scaring people witless. And telling them, for example, that 2 doses don't give you any protection, which is, of course, not true. 2 doses have weakened protection with Omicron against infection, but actually still very good protection against serious disease. And I'm concerned there are many people out there who will have had 2 doses, who are perhaps vulnerable, who now feel they have no protection, which is simply not correct. And so I think, actually, if this was the first test, I don't think we're doing very well against it. Of course.
The data we heard this morning at the Science and Technology Committee from South Africa is that you do still have good protection from 2 doses of Pfizer against severe disease, but it's gone from 93% to 70% in terms of hospitalisation. That's 4 times the risk of hospitalisation.
Yes, I've seen that, and I look forward to the information from the UK. And one of the points I've been making, and my constant repetitions, which my honourable friend from South West Wiltshire repeated, about the House sitting next week and the week after or being recalled, is that we're learning new information every day. And when we get that information, we may need to make different decisions. And the House needs to be involved in those decisions, not just decisions taken by ministers by decree. And I repeat that point, and I don't understand why ministers won't give that assurance. It would build a lot of trust and goodwill with colleagues, and I don't understand why they won't give that commitment. These decisions have significant economic, social impacts, as well as impacts on the NHS delivering non-COVID treatments. My honourable friend already pointed out the NHS now is going to scrap a whole load of elective surgeries and consultations with GPs in order to get boosters delivered. Now, that may be the right decision, and I don't think a proper balancing has taken place, and goodness knows how long it's going to take us to recover from that new creation of a backlog over the coming months. Now, if the government's fears that the Secretary of State set out are confirmed in any way, the question I have for ministers is, what is the exit strategy? What is the approach that they're going to take that means that we don't face on and off seasonal restrictions forever? A point made by other colleagues. It's a very serious question if we're going to have an economy that functions, people able to build lives that function, and an NHS that can function and deliver all of the other healthcare we require. Let me just turn briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Plan B. Very happy to support the measures on self-isolation. I just note that 2 weeks ago, when we were asked to vote for restricting them, I voted against them, and 2 weeks later the government's basically agreed that I was right 2 weeks ago to vote against them, because it's effectively revoking them. And I just leave that thought with colleagues when they decide whether they wish to listen to the advice of ministers or others. On vaccine passports, the points I would make would be these. In the government's own Plan B, it's very clear ministers' preference is for vaccine-only passports. It's very clear to me that the only reason why tests have been incorporated is to buy or secure the support of the opposition. That's the only reason. Ministers' preference, in writing, is for vaccine-only certificates. And so we know what ministers would like to do if they could get away with it. The Secretary of State also made some commitments about not being in support of mandatory vaccination for the entire population. And all I would say is the only reason why that needed to be said was effectively it was the Prime Minister 2 weeks ago who put on the table the whole concept of mandatory vaccination when he talked about having a national conversation about it. So all I would say is ministers need to be very careful, again, if they wish to build trust and goodwill, they need to be careful about what they say and don't fling these very troubling concepts around without thinking about them. Words have consequences, both in terms of what happens in the real world, but about the trust that you build both with members of Parliament and with members of the public. The final thing I'd say on vaccine passports is they're very limited at the moment about what's proposed, but that was true everywhere they were introduced around the world. Everywhere they've been introduced, they've been extended in terms of the venues they apply to, and we've seen that in Wales, where Labour are in power. So anyone who thinks that they're going to stick to what's currently on the order paper, I'm afraid are kidding themselves. The final thing I would say to colleagues is this. The vote on vaccine passports isn't just about the regulations on the order paper. It's a signal about how we wish to treat this House, how we wish to be treated on behalf of our constituents, and about the direction of travel and the approach. So I'd say to my colleagues, if you wish to send the government a clear signal that it needs to rethink its approach, then certainly on vaccine passports, vote against them, send the government a clear message. We can do better. There's a better way to do this. Send that message today.
Leila Moran.
Mr Deputy Speaker.
Oh, God help us.
The last week has been tumultuous, and we are about to go off on our Christmas break, and the only positive I can see of Partygate is it took Boris Johnson being on the front, I do apologise, the Prime Minister potentially being on the front pages of all the newspapers on Monday morning, to then come out in favour of a different approach to Plan B. And I can only say that thank goodness for Partygate, because had that not happened, I do wonder how much longer we would have waited for the government to act and do something. And the reason why this matters is because every single step of the way through this pandemic, we know that the longer we have waited, the worse it gets. The sooner we act, the less we have to act, and the better the benefits are. This morning, the all-party parliamentary group heard from the same experts, many of whom advise the government, and also people who are representing frontline NHS workers. And we were wanting to answer a simple question. What's going on? Tell us about Omicron, but also, is it enough? On Omicron itself, it is startling. 2-day doubling is
quite scary. So, for example, just start seeing them following through into hospital admissions. And remember, it's children who are as yet unvaccinated. They have no protection at all. So the first plea I make to the front bench is, where is the plan for children? It needs to go beyond hoping that they're going to be okay, because it would seem this variant is potentially a threat. And I will send the front bench the evidence that I've seen, and it's sincerely alarming, and I hope they take it seriously. But the other thing that we see from Denmark is just the shape of the curves. And Mr. Speaker, I know this is hard to show when we talk, and I will say it for the benefit of Hansard, but the blue line here is Delta, the red line here is Omicron. This is coming, this is data from Denmark. I will post it on Twitter if people want to look at it. But there is a blue line that looks like it's a gentle slope for the benefit of Hansard, and there is a red line that looks like a hockey stick. And that is deeply, deeply alarming. So what does this government need to do? Well, it's gone from Plan A to Plan B, and it's considering, once we get Plan B through, B to C. Now, if I was a teacher before, if that was happening to a student of mine, I would get the parents in and get them to have a chat. Because what we need to do is to go from B to B+. And what does B+ mean? Well, it's booster. Absolutely, it's booster. But we have to recognise between now and then, it's not enough. We need to ventilate our public spaces. We need to provide support for social care, because unblocking those beds in the NHS requires extra support in social care. We need to ensure that test, trace and isolate works. That means allowing people to get tested, and we've seen the issues already, but we also need to help them isolate. We need to limit mixing, and if people won't do it themselves, the government needs to act. And we also need to bear in mind the effect of long COVID in all of this. If there are huge numbers of people that already have it, many, many more are going to. So I urge the government, don't hesitate, act quickly. Please don't curb Christmas. Go from B to B+ now, so we can enjoy the holiday ahead.
We've caught up with real time, guys. I can't get her off. She's
whenever this House passes legislation, it is essential that it is effective, evidence-based, logical, and it needs to have broad public support. And what I see in front of us today in regard to Plan B delivers on virtually none of these items. Indeed, if I look around social media, look in my constituency email inbox, or just go in general conversation with others, it's clear that these measures before us today are being treated with strong suspicion of a wider agenda, partly because they simply will not deliver on their supposed intentions.
Nah, it's because it's fucking obvious,
Sadly,
mate.
today, the party opposite will be supporting the government as legislation passes to introduce vaccine passports for the first time in this country. So it will fall to backbenchers on this side of the House, the only people who will be subjecting these proposals to any sort of scrutiny. No doubt Her Majesty's loyal opposition would also like to partake in the proposals to discuss mandatory vaccination as well, given the fact that they have supported every one of the government's lockdown proposals. Indeed, they've demanded longer and stronger lockdowns than we've had. It would be remiss of me not to highlight the risk to the NHS that both vaccine passports and mandatory vaccination would bring. Vaccine passports tell those unconvinced of the science, or those who for health reasons cannot take the vaccine, that they're second-class citizens. They must show their papers or be banished. Mandatory vaccination would take these things a step further, effectively imprisoning anyone who doesn't agree with the status quo. All these measures are being considered, or may be taken, to protect our NHS. And all this fixation on the vaccine status of health and care workers, yet we know from the science that vaccination does not prevent transmission of the virus. So why are we going to put tens of thousands of people out of a job at a point when the NHS itself is going to be stretched to the limit? And may I add, when their vaccination status makes them little more or less dangerous to the people they work with or work for if they're tested daily. Indeed, the best protection of all is actually having had the virus and then be recovered. The scientific evidence shows that that is obviously 10 to 20 times less likely to be reinfected if you've already had and recovered from the virus than if you're double vaccinated. And yet, many thousands of individuals in those key worker roles who've had and recovered from the virus but refuse to have the vaccine will actually lose their jobs at a key time. It is an inconsistency. Turning to the necessity of these restrictions, there have been, no doubt, far fewer deaths due to Omicron variant in South Africa, despite the fact that it's been prevalent for 4 months and has replaced other variants there that were more deadly in various waves. All the evidence we're hearing is that Omicron is a milder form of COVID, with fewer cases of serious disease, fewer hospitalisations, and thankfully far fewer deaths. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my view, the most dangerous epidemic sweeping the world and sweeping our country is an epidemic of fear. It has seriously damaged mental health and in particular damaged the mental health of our young people. It must end.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to express my serious concerns about the principle of mandatory vaccination, not for any ideological reason, because it has the contrary effect for which it is intended, and therefore is wrong. First of all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to say that my concerns are first and foremost for public safety and also patient safety. That is the analysis I bring, having worked in the NHS for 20 years myself as a clinician. That is drilled into you from day one. And I think the lack of a strategy the government brings to managing this pandemic is quite astounding. And they really need to understand that you need to get ahead of a virus in order to lock it down, as opposed to locking people down and their futures down. But also the lack of consistency, which continually comes through their policies. You can't have it both ways. It has got to be one approach which carries that thread of containing this virus. You can't say in one venue you're going to lock it down and then in another venue you've got all the freedoms you need, because that simply doesn't work. In fact, it's dangerous, and therefore the government needs to get a grip. But at the very people that we revered, just a year ago we were clapping and calling our heroes, are the very people who are now exhausted, traumatised and frightened. And this legislation before us will sack them. For 2 decades, I was their colleague, and I know the dedication, the compassion and care they give to their patients. I was their trade union leader, and I know the professionalism and sacrifice they gave for the people they care. I will not undermine that trusted relationship, which is absolutely essential as to how we deliver healthcare in our country. And I will not run roughshod over Labour's NHS constitution, which pledges to assist people to participate fully in their own healthcare decisions and to support you in decision-making. I will not turn my back on working people, and I will never forget my roots and those I served alongside. And while the Prime Minister partied, NHS workers put layers of PPE on and fought for lives. It's what you do in the NHS. You make sacrifices, and while traumatised, you just keep going. I'm happy to give way.
I thank my friend for giving way, and her excellent work as trade union leader in the NHS is well understood. She's speaking on behalf of NHS workers. Has she any idea how many will be affected by this, in my view, totally wrong attempt to force vaccinations and passports on people?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend making that intervention, a point I wanted to make myself. In government's estimates, 123,000 in their impact assessment, and even the best case scenario, 62,000 people will lose their jobs, something the NHS just simply cannot afford. I will give way briefly.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I know my honourable friend knows the health workers and the care workers.
Mary, could you just address the House, please?
I know, I do apologise for that. I know my friend knows care workers and health workers very, very clearly. She knows them, and she knows how they dedicated their lives. It's a vocation that they have. Would my honourable friend agree with me that government should and can stop going too far? Let us not break the trust between patient and worker and between government. Let us go down the route which has been proven to work of persuasion and education, and to ask them and to work with them to distill the fear.
I thank my honourable friend, who also represents her constituents so well. And there is an alternative path we can go, and we can go that way
the Hannibal Lecter
today.
mask, guys.
We know that the Prime Minister is allowing people to go to pubs and clubs unmasked, while sacking NHS staff wearing full PPE and testing. 93% of NHS staff are vaccinated. The ONS figures show that 4% of people are vaccine hesitant, and that rises to 21% among minoritised communities. And with 22.1% of NHS staff from minoritised communities, these regulations will target black workers. In fact, 26.8% of black workers are not vaccinated, are of mixed race, and 26.
Well, ratings to Labour, it's actually took them 3 hours to start bringing race into it. You got to give them that. It's longer than I thought it was going to take. I assumed it would be done in about 5 minutes.
On Friday, I spoke to an NHS worker in my constituency, worked for the NHS for 16 years. Her father had a vaccine. His heart stopped. Miraculously, NHS workers brought him back to life. She
is right, but you just knew Labour would use it. That's my point. She is actually spot on, but you knew Labour would go down that route. I thought it would be a lot quicker.
Everything. She will be sacked. I want all NHS and care staff to have vaccine counselling and education with a qualified practitioner holding the right competencies so that concerns can be explored. Not a line manager. They just don't have the competencies. I want everyone to be vaccinated, and I can't stress that enough. I want to win the trust of staff, not push them further away, which this approach will do. Now, in York, where we have had a focus on those trusted conversations, we have seen 99% of our social care staff vaccinated. It just shows what works, what makes the difference. We don't want to push people further away. We want to bring them in and win their trust, win their confidence, because we're going to have to ask more of our health and care staff as things get harder, and certainly if there's less people in the service to deliver that. So let's do what works. Enforcement never does, and therefore these regulations are illiterate, vaccine illiterate. So if around 123,000 lose their jobs, it will be catastrophic in the midst of a health and care crisis, not least as people are starting to hand in their notices now. Why go through another tough winter of trauma when you don't have to? And these regulations are making it worse. We know that 2 vaccines, or even 3, will reduce someone transmitting the virus. So get your jabs, but it won't stop transmission. So let's move to better PPE, FFP3 masks, daily testing and better biosecurity. And I urge the government, rather than pushing these regulations today, go back, bring a plan forward to this House, and let's vote on that plan in January. That is good governance and the way forward. But as a trade unionist, I'm not prepared to be complicit with the sacking of NHS and care staff. Trade unionists fight for working people, never complicit in writing their P45. And as a trade unionist, I came to this place to fight for working people, and therefore I urge that we change course and put the staff first and the care that they have for their patients.
Sarah Brickcliffe.
It's a pleasure to follow on from the member for York Central, but what I have to disagree with is that actually we need to balance the economy with this. So when we look at bringing in mandatory masks in the hospitality sector, the damage that will cause for the small pubs in Hyndburn would be huge. So we have to try and mitigate that as well. I firstly want to start by saying I am against mandatory vaccine passports, and the government would have had to present me with significant evidence to change my mind. So the fact that the Secretary of State has been very clear at the dispatch box to say that he is against this as well has eased my mind. And I want to also be clear, this vote was never about mandatory vaccine passports. It basically states that if you don't want to show that you've had the jab, just show proof of a negative test, which is a key caveat for me. And I think members should really be careful with how they word this, because it's irresponsible to push that to the public and make out that it's something that it isn't. I would like reassurance from the government that if anything above this was to be proposed, that there would be a vote in this House so that this House decides, because I think, again, what we're looking at is there's many people, many members across the House looking at this Plan C, etc., and they're saying, but where does this end? Well, actually, if we have a vote on any further restrictions, we're all looking at the measures that are in place today and voting on what is in front of us, and I think that's really important. I am in the position where we can't keep locking down. There has to be an exit strategy. It's just financially unviable, and so these limitations for hospitality and things like that, that's key for me. And these measures are just temporary, so we can see what actually is going on with Omicron. Because if we put ourselves 12 months ago, where we were in the position where we could see our family for one day over Christmas, look at these restrictions now compared to what we have had, where we were only allowed out of the house for an hour a day to exercise. For me, just to see what is going to happen when we know it's really transmissible, putting certain measures in place that we're seeing today is not as draconian as what we've had. And I think we need to really make that clear to the public. But the key thing is, for me, if there are further restrictions, if there is this Plan C, bring it to the House, make sure that we all have the opportunity to have our say and have our vote on this. These measures are being put in place to make sure that we keep our freedoms, to make sure that we can keep going to the pubs, keep going to the clubs with our friends. And actually, it's just a little measure to make sure that we can spend Christmas with our family, and I think it's better to be safe than sorry.
Claire Anderson, so you moved.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And a thank you to everyone across the country who has had their booster. Everyone who's been lining up across centres throughout the country to take the time to make sure they've done the right thing and get their booster. And a thank you to all of those NHS staff who are enabling this to happen, who are putting on a mighty, mighty push to change all of their ways of working and to get the booster into as many people as possible. And a thank you to all those who've written to me about the issues under debate today. Those who have said we should have more measures. They will only feel safe to go and take up NHS appointments if they know, to go out into public spaces if they know there are more measures put in place. And to all those who've written to me about the concerns they've got, the concerns about more measures being put into place, more restrictions on our lives. And it's quite clear that Omicron is a clear threat, highly contagious, doubling every 2 days. Most cases in London are now Omicron cases, and they are increasing all the time. 2 vaccines don't now reduce the rate of transmission as much as they did for Delta, and it's clear that action must be taken. So we know it's more contagious, but we don't know yet the severity. But we cannot wait. The government waited too much last year at the beginning of coronavirus. They delayed for sometimes weeks, and we saw the effects of that. So we cannot wait. We have to act now. And these are a measured and proportionate set of actions. On masks, I don't think we should have dropped that from the first place. We should never have stopped wearing masks on public transport, for sure, and in shops to keep shop workers safe. So I welcome that. On the vaccine passes, they are not a vaccine passport, and I'm very glad that the government has listened to Labour, saying that there need to be options, either showing the double vaccination or showing a negative lateral flow test is absolutely proportionate to enable big venues and our hospitality venues to stay open. Really so important after last year and so much loss of income. They need to be able to stay open. And so this is a freedom freedom to be able to go out, enjoy those events, enjoy being out with people, whilst also staying as safe as possible. We know that there will be a peak in a couple of weeks of the number of cases, and then it will only be a couple of weeks after that that there will be a peak or not in hospitalisations in the new year, when we return to this place. So it's absolutely right that we're taking these measures now to stop those hospitalisations later. I welcome the change on the red list of countries that the Minister announced earlier. If it's not having any effect, there's absolutely no reason to make people unable to go and visit their family in South Africa for many of my constituents, but also to pay huge amounts of money to be quarantined here as well. And I also welcome the Minister saying that he will look into those quarantine costs of those who were stuck in the middle of a couple of weeks when it was needed to pay. Some of them, who've written to me, some of my constituents, are NHS workers who've had to pay thousands of pounds that they cannot afford. And for all those who are now so worried about civil liberties on the other side of the House, I welcome their engagement with the elections bill, which certainly will be a papers please society when we're asked to show our ID to even vote. That is far more of an infringement on our civil liberties, such a fundamental thing as voting, than this is to go to clubs or to large events. We absolutely need the schools programme to ramp up. Schools' transmission rates are very high in my constituency in primary schools, but also for all those those facing exams this year, they must continue them. This is not a slippery slope to vaccine passports, and I'm grateful for the assurance on that. We do need to ramp up communication and engagement with health staff who face measures later on in the year if they don't get the vaccine, and we must see an increase in statutory sick pay. It's only fair. I will conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Chief Medical Officer gave a chilling briefing to MPs earlier today, saying that when it comes to the Omicron variant, the brakes are off. We have to put the brakes on. Too many people have died, and we mourn every single one. Now is the time to take action, and I encourage everyone to get their booster jab. Thank you very much.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'm going to speak briefly to make sure that fellow colleagues can get in on this important debate. I'm going to go through the four measures and then come up with some big questions, I think, that we need to ask about what we're doing and how things go forwards. The first measure I want to talk about is the self-isolation SI. That makes quite a lot of sense, and I welcome the government for bringing in this change and bringing in the daily testing. Now, on the vaccination of health staff, I will declare an interest. I used to work as a doctor. My wife currently still works as a doctor. I really do have no issue with this measure going forward. When I had to go through medical school, I had to be vaccinated. And I would flip it on its head, which is if my relative went into hospital and caught COVID or was being treated by someone who was unvaccinated and got COVID and became very poorly from that, I would be very concerned about that happening. So I do think this is fundamentally a basic duty of care issue, but I recognise there are different views on that. On face masks and the mandatory face mask provisions brought in, I do struggle with these measures a bit, because this, along with the working from home guidance, is going to cause harms. And given the Secretary of State's update today on the Omicron wave that's coming forward, I do wonder what actual impact this is going to have and what the harm-benefit ratio accordingly looks like on this. But, there we are. But my real issue is with the COVID status certificates. Now, there's many reasons to be concerned about COVID status certificates, but I'm going to focus on one. As a doctor, I've spent my career looking after people who are marginalised, people with severe mental illness, people with learning disability, the digitally excluded. And looking at these measures and the explanatory notes today, I cannot see how one can show evidence of a negative test without having access to the internet, without having a phone, without going through that, or how any validation process can go through. And it's very clear to me that this is going to exclude people, and I can't support excluding anyone, but especially those people who are marginalised, most marginalised in our society. Yeah. But my big three questions are really what comes next. So I had a chat with the leaders of Ashford and St Peter's Hospital Trust, the trust of my constituency, in terms of what's happening and what their plans are for the next few weeks. And they're telling me that already, because of the pivoting towards vaccination by primary care, they're going to have to look at shoring up A&E because there's not going to be the GP capacity and people are going to go through to A&E, and that may have a knock-on effect in terms of them having to cancel elective care so that A&E can be shored up. Now, they don't want to cancel elective care. They're a great hospital trust and they think they can get through and they can still do some elective measures. And one of the things asked me to ask ministers today is, can they have flexibility in terms of what they do around elective care and try and keep that going as much as possible? But there will be a cost to this in terms of missed GP appointments, in terms of missed screening. We've already seen what the cost was in this past year in terms of waiting lists, etc. And I'd like to hear from the Minister what the plan is to recover NHS as usual after we have got through this wave. Because trust me, a protected NHS is not an NHS where GPs are going off and abandoning routine care and focusing on vaccination. A protected NHS is where you can get your blood pressure screening, is where you can have that conversation about your mood, where health visitors see young families and can have those very important conversations about, does a woman feel safe with her husband at home? My second question is, what happens when the next vaccine escape variant comes? Because I think we all feel that that's inevitable after this wave. We'll get another one coming through. So what's going to be the plan to stop us having to repivot like this again? What is the long-term living with COVID strategy? And my third question, which is really more of a plea, is that the costs of this pandemic have largely fallen on the shoulders of our children.
Yep.
Please, 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 can the Minister confirm that there are no plans for mandatory restrictions on schools and we will never close our schools again?
So the last speaker at 5 minutes is Vera Hoppas, and then goes to 4 minutes. Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and maybe I will even stick to the 4-minute limit. No doubt, we are at a pivotal point in the fight against COVID. And my constituents in Bath, like many across the country, are doing their best to keep COVID levels low in their communities, and I really thank everybody for their efforts. Getting vaccinated is the most important thing, and I'm glad for the consensus that we have in this place, that is the most important thing. What we are debating here is what is the most effective way of getting the most people vaccinated. And I hope that this debate is not distracting from the fact that we all believe that vaccine is the best way to beating COVID, and we will beat all these sort of conspiracy theories around vaccines and indeed going as far that COVID is an invention. It is important we are all getting vaccinated. There is a consensus, and I'm glad that consensus is here. And then, of course, mask wearing. We on this side of the House have always supported that. It is a way of reducing the risk, of course not entirely eliminating it, but wearing masks is very important, and indeed we have been deplored that that requirement, which isn't difficult, has been dropped, including in this House. It is not about just keeping ourselves safe, it is not just even about keeping our loved ones safe, it is about keeping everybody safe. Yes, we have and enjoy our civil liberties, we should protect them, but liberty doesn't mean the harm, the liberty to harm others. And that is a very important principle, and that is why we are protecting public safety measures. Now, many of my constituents have been in touch with me to share their concerns about the logistical difficulties of following government advice. They want to do the right thing, but often they find it difficult. One of my constituents, who I met last week, had recently returned from Zambia, where his work is based. As a red list country, my constituent was required to quarantine in a hotel for 10 days. My constituent tried continually to book a quarantine hotel, but was not able to do so because it was fully booked. When he was finally able to book a hotel, he received an email from CTM saying that his booking had been cancelled due to an error on their part, but upon speaking to their call centres, the member of staff told him there was no problem. I know that the red list system has now been dropped, but the stress and cost to people who tried to do things has been considerable and needs to be addressed urgently. Is there going to be compensation for those who have actually faced considerable costs, and also, as has been asked before, those who are still in quarantine, will they be released immediately? Another of my constituents is housebound. Her son lives in Southampton, and her multiple health conditions make it impossible for her to get a vaccination centre on her own, meaning she has not yet had a booster. Her story is all too common. The local CCG has said that they are in the process of contacting people who are housebound, but many are still waiting to be contacted, and obviously they are very worried, and I hope the Minister will be able to outline the steps that are being taken to ensure those who are housebound are able to receive their boosters as a priority. Lastly, another constituent was vaccinated abroad, yet is still unable to receive confirmation of his double vaccinated status because his vaccines are not recognised on the NHS app, a problem that has been recognised since the summer. To make matters worse, my constituent, and many others like him, is not able to get his booster because the system will not recognise him as having been doubly vaccinated. So the government must address these issues as a matter of urgency. It should not be this difficult for those who are trying to do the right thing to follow government's own guideline. My constituents and many across the country want to do the right thing, but the government must do its bit or people will lose further confidence on, already at this time, which is very highly volatile and where we need as many people as possible to have confidence in the system and the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 4 minute limit. Jane Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful for the chance to speak in this debate, and I want to start by saying I absolutely support the government's aim of buying us a bit more time to increase the booster take-up and give us all more protection. And nothing I'm about to say makes light of COVID in any way at all. But the issue I have with these regulations is in terms of language and how we bring people together to get the most compliance. And I think Omicron, it certainly isn't the last variant we have to deal with. And in my constituency, there are a significant number of people who have grave concerns about civil liberties, about data harvesting, about all of these things. While I think their fears are unfounded, I have to listen to them, and I think we in this place have to take their concerns seriously. As the Honourable Lady for Brighton Pavilion said, we don't allay those fears of over-regulation by passing more regulation. And we need these people to come on board in a national effort to keep each other safe. So I believe we need a change of language from telling people, mandating measures, to asking people to comply. We already do trust our constituents. We trust them to take the tests correctly. We trust them to give us a correct reading of their test. There is nothing stopping them from declaring a negative test when they've tested positive. There's nothing to stop them not take the test at all, but just to scan the code. And I think compliance could be increased if they can trust that they're not facing these restrictions for no reason. They're not having their data harvested. It is a very major concern in my constituency, and I do respect it. The vast majority of my constituents and the vast majority of the British people will do everything asked of them by government without it needing to be mandated. They have been incredible throughout this pandemic. They have acted in the interests of themselves, their families, their communities, their cities and towns. And I would humbly ask the government to get back to our conservative principles of trusting the British people. They are the people who sent us to this place. They have common sense. They know their risk. They can, act with supreme intelligence. We must never underestimate their community-mindedness. So in a last plea to the government, that is my only comment on this evening's votes. I won't be supporting all of them, but I will support some of them. But it is a plea. In order to go forward together as a nation, we have to stop passing never-ending regulations and move forward in a voluntary, community, public-spirited way. Thank you.
Michelle Brook.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Pleasure to follow on from my honourable friend. Mr Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend from Bexhill and Battle said earlier on, our hospitals, our intensive care unit beds are being filled up by people who are unvaccinated. This is a real problem in Leeds and the hospitals in Leeds. And this actually is having a huge impact on people who want to get vaccinated. They want their lives to move forward. They want to be able to continue to do the things that we all want to do. And the reality is, as my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, said at the time, is that there could come the point where there just may not be the ability to have that operation you made in. It may not be a bed available. I've spoken to surgeons who are in the theatre, a trained, highly skilled surgeon. They've got the theatre available. They've got the theatre nurses available. The operation is cancelled. They haven't got a bed to put them in, and they cannot do that operation. What we've got before us today is a set of really unfortunate measures. They don't sit comfortably with me. I don't like things we're doing, but they are balanced for this moment in time. I don't believe that they are vaccine passports, as have been described in the countless round-robin emails I've had. It's been made clear from the dispatch box that they're not vaccine passports. They are at a moment in time in a very specific area. What I do think we need to look at and moving forward, if this is the way, that perhaps we have to say you've got to, everybody, have a lateral flow test before going into an area where there may be the chance of spreading the virus, because that is how we've got to try and protect society. It is people's right to not get vaccinated. And I am totally opposed to mandatory vaccines. It is their right not to get vaccinated. But it is my right and the right of a great many of my constituents to be able to expect to be able to receive the services that they have paid in for and they have used when, where they may need them. And that is what is overwhelming things at the moment. And this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is going to lead to a simple choice. And a debate is going to be had. At some point, we are going to have to work out how are we going to make our intensive care unit beds free up again? How are we going to do that? Are we going to say that you're going to have to take lateral flow tests to make sure when you mix the environment, everybody's got it if we don't want to do vaccine passports? And I don't believe that actually a vaccine passport overall would work, because it may be you've got a partner who doesn't want to get vaccinated and they can't go to the event and you can, but because you've got a vaccine certificate, you don't have to test, and you get it and you go home and you give it to them and they end up in intensive care. So that's not really going to work. Lateral flow tests work. I don't believe what's on the table today is a vaccine passport, I've got to say, and that's why I don't like it, but I will be supporting the package of measures today. But there is a fundamental question which is going to stir up a really hard debate in this country. Do we demand everybody has a lateral flow test before they go in everywhere? Do we find strains which may not cause a lot of disease and let them spread to try and defeat the virus? Or do we have to take the Singapore model and say, on your head be it if you need the hospital treatment, and there will be financial consequences to that? One of those three things is what's going to have to happen in the long run. As we stand here today, we've got a really unfortunate set of measures, but I'm backing them today because the most sacrosanct thing to me at the moment, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, especially after last year, we have got to protect this Christmas season. People have got to be able to have it, and that makes a few sacrifices now. I think that's a price worth paying.
Yeah. Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I applaud the government on the massive scale-up and huge ambition when it comes to the booster programme? This truly is the way forward for our nation, and I commend the government for taking forward this approach. Now, critics will argue the target set by the end of the month. Will it be reached? Will it not? Don't listen to them. Their myopic political point scoring will be forgotten in the light of the fact government is doing everything it can to get jabs into arms, because that's the way out. But I accept there need to be some measures, and I want to talk to them now. So mandating of face coverings and change in isolation. Mr. Speaker, the government will have my support on these measures. While masks are, of course, inconvenient, it's a relatively easy way to reduce the risk of COVID, but also other viruses such as flu. Let's not forget this causes a huge amount of pressure on the NHS with admissions, so a reduction in both, as evidenced, makes sense to me. Now, those who argue the nuance of settings for face masks often miss the point. I've heard a number of times, both in this chamber and in the public, well, how does the virus know if it's in a restaurant or if it's in a shop? Of course, it doesn't know that. But that's not the point. The point is, what is the easiest measures that, when applied to the population as a whole, will reduce the risk as best as possible? And the government has to balance this at mass levels. So what can be implemented to reduce the risk of COVID while mitigating the instant economic and non-COVID damage that could occur in vulnerable sectors like hospitality? So a change in self-isolation speaks to this. I think it's difficult, but a fair balance. Now, turning to mandatory vaccination for the NHS, Mr. Speaker, I spoke on the 13th of July this year to the House when we debated this, and I'm not going to rehash the entire argument. I urge people to look at my contribution if they want to see. But the argument still stands to me as it did then. It was put forward on the duty of care for those in positions of responsibility to the most vulnerable. That stands even more starkly today. One knowingly undertakes this commitment in their decision to pursue this career, and the precedent already exists. But while I am speaking on this topic, this must not be used for a slippery slope argument for mandatory COVID vaccination for the general population, and I was glad to hear the Health Secretary confirm that won't be the case, because I do not believe that this House, or indeed most of the UK population, would accept this. But on the topic of slippery slopes, this leads me on to the final regulation, that are lateral flow tests and the COVID pass exemptions to certain venues. I'm against vaccine passports. I don't believe they are practical, moral, ethical, or indeed evidence-based in a scientific rationale. The closest comparison we have is Scotland, and their 70-page report does not provide the evidence for passes. To introduce such a huge change in our health management of our nation requires a full and thorough debate, and I don't believe it will be done justice tonight. I am so pleased the government has listened and added lateral flow tests in as an alternative, because at least this provides a choice. But I can't support COVID passes. I worry about the slippery slope. What businesses, what society interactions, or what infections may become in scope in future months or future years? In closing, looking to the future, I said in the House on the 6th of June 2021, what is most needed is a full debate on the risk we as society are prepared to tolerate when it comes to COVID. For those vaccinated, those unvaccinated who will never get vaccinated, and the trade-off between COVID and non-COVID health implications, health protection measures, and the trade against our economy, society and liberty. I hope the House will bring a debate next year.
And some.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our COVID measures have and continue to hurt our citizens. From a man with late-stage dementia who is terrified of face masks, to an 80-year-old constituent who got stuck in South Africa, not because of Omicron, but because flights were suspended. And now, the news that non-urgent primary care will be diverted once again, with the huge risk of harm to babies and young children if face-to-face support is unavailable for long periods of time once again. And the creeping regulation is so hard to keep up with, resulting in teachers cancelling school plays, businesses stopping events, and families staying away from happy occasions because they're afraid of breaking a rule they didn't know about. Surely the campaign against COVID should now focus on two key fronts: more boosters and more education. The action by government on boosters is fantastic, but instead of criminalising people, why don't we start a hard-hitting public health campaign? If you're going out this Christmas, don't forget to take a test. Or if you're seeing your granny, make sure you get a jab. Let's persuade people rather than criminalise them. And let's go much further to reassure those who have a fear of vaccines, whether because of a needle phobia, because of cultural sensitivities, or just because of fake news. And my specific concern about testing requirements for big events is the sheer challenge of enforceability in a commercial setting. Far better, in my view, would be to use this approach of a daily test or a vaccine exemption for NHS staff and carers instead. That would be a practical and fair solution for both carers and the cared for, and it would be enforceable. It would also avoid the risk of losing NHS and care workers who are unwilling to accept compulsory vaccinations. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have supported the government throughout the pandemic when I could see the present danger we faced. But this time around, the measures proposed are precautionary, just in case, and I cannot see where this will end. COVID will be with us for many years to come, and it's unthinkable that every autumn from now on we will be limiting the quality of life for all citizens just to be on the safe side. And justifying our new illiberal rules on the basis that they're less authoritarian than those of other countries is truly appalling. That is not our culture. That is not our history. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a slippery slope down which I do not want to slip. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be supporting these measures.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my right honourable friend, and I think everyone acknowledges that the government have a difficult task here. In some ways, the regulations that we have before us, whilst it's important that we debate, are not the most damaging ones. In fact, the advice that the government has given to work from home has consequences that are much more significant than any of the relatively minor measures. And unlike these regulations, they don't have an expiry date, they don't have an impact assessment, even though we know that the impact on firms across the country and, for example, the experience of young people at work, once again, for those firms who perhaps conscious of what their insurers and what their regulators might require, are confining people to their homes. That is very significant, and it is a shame that the House doesn't have a chance to vote on those measures. But on the measures that we do, it seems to me that there is a lack of clarity as to what the purpose of the access certificates, if I can call them that, is. Is it to prompt people to get a vaccine? Is it to give them a nudge and have those people who haven't availed themselves of a vaccine a further incentive to do so? If so, what is the evidence for that working? We know that 90% of the population are vaccinated. What motivates that remaining 10%? Is it the case that the desire to attend a football match or a nightclub is going to cause them to take the vaccine up? If it is, then this might be a good measure. But to inconvenience the 90% of people who are vaccinated when we have no evidence of that, we don't know. And what are the alternatives? It could be that if we really do want to have these remaining people take up the vaccine, or some of them, rather than requiring a pass at the entrance to a nightclub or a football ground, to have a vaccine centre at the turnstile or at the gate of a nightclub, the door of a nightclub, maybe for those that have been too disorganised to arrange their vaccine, that might be better. We don't know this. We have reached for compulsion. And as other colleagues have said, it can't be the case that it is just about obtaining a vaccine, because otherwise having a negative lateral flow test would not be available if it were just to nudge people. And there's a certain logic to requiring 100% of people entering a venue to have a negative test. But as we know, and as has been reported, especially if you've just got 2 jabs, then it is perfectly possible for you to transmit COVID. So I think there is an ambiguity as to the purpose of these measures that we are bringing in. And given that the consequences for business owners and venue operators, if they fail to get right some very complex regulations, is a fine of £10,000, a huge amount of money for small business operators, we shouldn't tread lightly with this. I wonder whether the Minister might be able to say, possibly in an intervention, answer a question that came up in this debate, which is whether the lateral flow test is to be self-administered or whether they will be, at some cost, be sent somewhere else to a third party to administer. I wonder whether the Minister might be able to clarify that point.
Perhaps later.
Perhaps he'll do it in his wind-up. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is clear that whatever the difficulties, I think there are flaws in this approach that I hope the Minister will be able to provide some reassurance on when he winds up.
Mr Deputy Speaker,
I rise today seeking clarity, although in full support of the government's determination to protect our communities. I support, like most of us, evidence-based policy making, and in the absence of data, precautions, not restrictions. Now, I will be voting with the government today on precautions, face masks. It's about personal responsibility and a small step we can take to protect our communities. The NHS mandate. We need to keep our health force safe and not to put those who are most vulnerable, who they care for, at risk. Testing over 10-day isolation. Absolutely, testing is the most important thing we can do. I support that. Boosters. Absolutely, we need to get everyone boosted. But vaccine passports is where I find difficulty, and they come in three main areas. The first, there is no evidence that passports reduce transmission. France, Scotland, yes, we've seen some increase in the uptake of the vaccine, but we've seen no reduction in transmission as a result.
Then neither would
Secondly,
mandating it for care home staff or
two jabs are
NHS
not
staff.
enough. Well, then if you need a booster, and that's so important, why is the vaccine passport based on 2 jabs? There is a contradiction there. And I do not believe that these COVID passports will prevent lockdown. And I question the mechanics of them, like my colleague who just spoke. A negative test. You are self-declaring you've had a negative test. You are self-asking for someone to give you that declaration with no evidence that you've had a negative test. And then somehow there's meant to be some kind of uploaded capacity. The bureaucratic mechanics required for passports to work are not there. The bureaucratic mechanisms required for negative tests are not there. They will come at great cost to us, and I do not believe that we have the capacity to deliver the negative test aspect of the passport regime. Secondly, modelling of the severity of Omicron. DSTL has not even reported yet. So how can we be asked to decide on these measures today without the data? In South Africa, we're not seeing the expected death spikes. Hospitalisation sits around 38 for every 1,000, compared to 101 per 1,000 for Delta. Modelling on Delta cannot be right because we know this variant is not the same. There are currently 10 people in hospital with Omicron. But are they in hospital because they have Omicron or with Omicron? These are answers we just don't know. And frankly, if Omicron is that severe, we need more than the Plan B measures being proposed today. My third reason for voting against COVID passports today is the fundamental unease they give me. We do not discriminate on a medical basis in this country, and we cannot. Secondly, we are encouraging people to work from home, but pub trips or parties are permitted when we know from the previous lockdowns that it was home mixing where the problem was. We have very high vaccination rates. We do not need these passports. 96% of people in Rutland and Melton have had both their jabs. 96% have had their first. 93% of Rutland and Melton have had their second. 47% of people have had their boosters. They deserve to be thanked and recognised, and my constituents do not deserve to have passports put upon them when they are taking up the vaccine like this. And on this point, I'd just like to thank those amazing vaccinators across Rutland and Melton, particularly the Melton Lions and the Rutland Lions. Finally, my final 2 concerns are that we constantly changing the rules. Businesses cannot keep up. This is not the certainty they asked for. And school closures. Since we announced the measures in Plan B, there are schools across the country talking about closing. That is not acceptable. Our children must be in school to learn, our children must be in school to be protected, and our children deserve more. We cannot have people going out to parties and pubs, but children not in school, and the government must mandate for schools to remain open, not just say that that is guidance. My final plea is for help, because in Melton we do not have enough clinics for vaccinations, and this has been an issue for months. And so I plead for the Minister to please make sure we get more booster clinics in Melton. And finally, my plea is get vaccinated,
And you need to get other people in. Aaron Bell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend. It's been a good debate. I think it's a necessary debate that we've had the debate. There's strong views expressed on all sides, and I think those reflect the views that a lot of us have heard from the country and in our inboxes. For me, I believe in a proportionate response to a potential threat of a public health emergency, and a precautionary principle applies here, so I will be supporting the government today. I think, given what I've heard about the transmissibility of Omicron, this is only going to be for a limited period of time, one way or the other, because this is very transmissible and we don't quite know yet how severe it is. That the response the government has taken has to be balanced by the needs of the economy, as many as others have said, and we must be particularly mindful of the effect on the hospitality industry, particularly at this time of year. But it's not these measures that are affecting the hospitality industry. In fact, some of these measures will support the hospitality industry by giving people confidence. It's the virus that's affecting the hospitality industry. And sometimes I get the sense here that some colleagues and certainly some people who write to me are arguing with the virus. They're not arguing with the government, they're arguing with the virus. Well, I think it's common cause across the House that we all don't like the virus, but unfortunately the virus doesn't care about that, and it will keep on doubling, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that brings us to the data. I'm grateful to all the witnesses we heard this morning at the Science and Technology Committee, ably chaired by my right honourable friend. But clearly we don't have enough data yet, particularly UK data, as my colleague from my right honourable friend from the Forest of Dean said earlier. On case fatality rates, we heard that it's perhaps 29% milder than the original strain. That's from the South African data. And in terms of length of stay of hospitals, my right honourable friend mentioned earlier, Omicron stays are maybe half the length of regular stays. But both of those, unfortunately, are linear variables, and the R0 rate, the thing where Omicron truly is outcompeting the other variants, is an exponential variable. And that means until it runs out of targets, it's going to keep doubling. We've heard 200,000 infections yesterday, and that will be 400,000 in 2 or 3 days, and possibly 800,000 in a week's time. And we mustn't fool ourselves that we know how we can balance that exponential growth with the other two linear measures we've found out about. We have to take a precautionary but balanced approach in the meantime. In terms of the slippery slope arguments made by my honourable friend here, and those who say it's the thin end of the wedge, I do have sympathy with that argument, I really do. And I share the view of many colleagues that the House must have their say over the next 2 weeks if we are to take further steps along that slope or to a thicker part of the wedge. But I would not vote for the thickest part of the wedge. I would never vote for mandatory vaccinations of the general public, and I welcome the assurances we've heard from the dispatch box today. But that's not the question before us today, Madam Deputy Speaker. We should all vote for or against these measures based on the content of those measures and our own personal beliefs in those measures. And on the so-called vaccine passports, I don't believe they're anything of the sort. With lateral flow tests and recent experience of COVID as alternatives, I don't think they should be described as vaccine passports. They should be described as a COVID pass. And I welcome the assurance, again from the dispatch box, that lateral flow tests will remain part of that in the future, and I will be holding the government to that. To finally come to the point about rights and responsibilities of citizens that my right honourable friend from Bexhill and Battle made so eloquently earlier. The 4 million people who've chosen not to be vaccinated so far, some of them may be disorganised, but there are undoubtedly many out there who've chosen not to do so. And I say to all of them that I will stand up for your freedom and for your right not to be vaccinated, but you cannot imagine that there can be no consequences to that choice once that starts impacting on the freedoms and rights of others. And therefore, I think some of the measures that my honourable friend from Elmet and Rodwell made may have to be considered in the future if we genuinely get the severe exponential growth of Omicron. And finally, in my last 10 seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the government for what they've done on boosters, and I urge everyone to go out and get their booster as soon as possible. That's the way out of this.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend for Newcastle Underline, and he's absolutely right in the way he concluded that speech, that boosters are the answer to this. Boosters and the vaccine programme at large give us hope and give us a path out of COVID and back to normal life. I very much congratulate the government on stepping up that booster programme and aiming to get those jabs into people's arms by the end of the year. Very much needs a lot of focus and attention and planning on the detail and on the logistics to make that happen. My own experience yesterday of trying to bring my own booster, which is booked for the 31st of December, forward, where I jumped from 7,000 in the queue to 3,000, then curiously to 10,000, before eventually coming down and being offered a date in mid-January. There is clearly a lot of work to be done to ensure that we can get those boosters into people's arms. Can I also welcome the government's move to get rid of the 10-day isolation period for anyone that happens to have come near someone that has tested positive for Omicron and replace that with daily testing? That is a sensible measure, and like my right honourable friend for the Forest of Dean, I feel vindicated in my vote against that measure 2 weeks ago. But can I set out why I won't be voting for the extended mask mandate? I won't be voting for the COVID passes, and I won't be voting for mandatory vaccination within the National Health Service. I very much agree with my right honourable friend and constituency neighbour from South Northamptonshire, who made the point that this is a slippery slope. This is going to change the way we operate as a country, not just in December 2021, but going forward, whenever another variant emerges, maybe not of COVID, but another virus. It is a fundamental change in the relationship between citizen and state, and one to be resisted. I have argued throughout this pandemic, at times when I then reluctantly voted with the government, as last Christmas, and other times, such as a couple of weeks ago when I voted against extending measures, that all restrictions are not without harm in themselves. Even on masks, it might be an easy thing for many of us to do, to put one on. But as others have mentioned, to the dementia patient petrified at the masked figure approaching them, to the child with autism, to the person who is hard of hearing or deaf who cannot read our lips, actually it does have consequences. It does bring harm. And likewise to mental health. I've been scared at reports in my constituency of the rise in mental health challenges, particularly amongst our young people, the rise in self-harm in our secondary schools. That is not something we can stand idly by and just ignore. And of course, the damage to our economy. We may not have shut hospitality down or proposing to shut hospitality down, but I'm already hearing from pubs right across my constituency losing 20, 30, 40, some cases 50% of their Christmas bookings. People are too scared to go out now, and that is a direct correlation to what I'm afraid to say the government is saying and portraying this virus to be. And I took a lot of heart from the news coming out of South Africa this morning that showed that, in fact, they are finding it to be a more mild variant and that the vaccines do work. And so I come back to where I started. Let's focus on the boosters and otherwise give people their freedom back to choose.
Derek Thomas.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to believe that these new restrictions are motivated by the care and compassion that scientists and senior government ministers have for the British public and support the NHS. I heard the Secretary of State say these measures keep people safe and protect our liberties. However, I'm worried because the same care and compassion and support of the NHS does not seem to extend to other severe difficulties our constituents face, largely because of the actions of government to impose restrictions to fight COVID. I'd like to set out how these individuals are not safe and how their lives have been curtailed. For example, for cancer diagnosis and care, we are throwing everything we have at COVID in the booster programme. How many more cancer patients will miss their diagnosis and treatment and lose their lives because we told them to protect the NHS? Surely now is the time to reopen our Nightingale hospitals, to deal with Omicron and protect the NHS, to care for our constituents who have had severe life-changing or life-limiting illnesses. For learning disabilities, who's checking on the impact of these measures and the wider context of COVID on people who have learning disabilities? When will we wake up to realise that these people are effectively locked up, safe from COVID, but living a miserable existence without their usual social network and normal activity? Scared witless is the expression the member for the Forest of Dean used, and he's absolutely right. And what about mental health and anxiety, as has just been said? Why do we feel that our robust response to COVID justifies yet again plunging or maintaining massive numbers of people in anxiety and mental health? And school disruption. How is it that for years we have made missing school an offence, but we have quite literally deprived children from a structured learning environment? Already, with this renewed enthusiasm by government and the opposition, we see schools closing early and our children and families' lives disrupted. I accept that the measures we are asked to vote on today do not in themselves trigger these problems. However, the briefings and the fear that is encouraged to justify these measures does not acknowledge the very real and horrible lived experience for people in each of our constituencies. We seem to have a health department that is consumed with COVID and has seemingly abandoned all other responsibilities such as mental health, cancer, diabetes, social care, loneliness and isolation. A health department that is prepared to sack staff in the NHS who care for these very patients. I doubt that this new variant is the last. Are we to expect this level of reaction with every COVID threat indefinitely? If not, maybe now is the time to change our approach and have a fresh conversation about how we want to combat pandemics such as COVID across the British Isles in 22 and beyond. And on that note, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be voting in support of the booster jabs and in support of the testing, but against the other measures proposed today.
In order to accommodate everybody, I'm going to reduce the time limit to 3 minutes, and I have been able to warn the next speaker of that. Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been a good debate, but it is a profoundly frustrating and depressing experience to be having to have this debate at all. Just a few short weeks ago, of course, we thought that we were almost out of the woods, and now we are threatened with a return of a terrible uncertainty. Now, given the time restriction, I'm going to have to go through this at pace. In terms of the proposals before us, the extension of face coverings, we've been there before. I don't like face coverings, but as a precautionary measure, while we find out more about this new strain of the virus, I can see the argument for them, so I will not oppose them. On mandatory vaccination for care workers, for NHS workers rather, this has been debated before, and it's about a duty of care owed to the vulnerable people in the care of the NHS. It's an extension of an existing principle. Practising doctors have told me they are already required to be inoculated against chickenpox, rubella, measles and hepatitis B. There are also exemptions in this particular statutory instrument for people who work in the NHS but have no face-to-face contact with patients. So again, I will be supporting this measure. On self-isolation, I think it's self-explanatory why that is a proportionate response, and I will again support it. Now, on the case of entry to venues and events, for me this is the real elephant in the room, and this is the one that gave me the most pause for thought. Now, we already have to show our vaccine status when we travel overseas, but that is our choice. And it is marginally inconvenient, but with appropriate prior preparation, it's not any more than that. However, the application of that approach to moving around domestically is an altogether different thing. As originally conceived, when Plan B was drafted, it would seem to be a requirement that you would have to show your vaccine status to get into anything, whether it be a bar, a restaurant, a cafe, or whatever. Very much indeed as what exists in mainland Europe at the moment. That, for me, would have been a step too far, and I would not have supported it. But the government have made, I think, a major concession. Not only have they changed the venues and limited the number of venues you would have to use it to access, they've also allowed the provision of a lateral flow test instead. That avoids the deeply divisive nature of having to show your vaccine status. And on that basis, I feel that I will be able to support that. Now, the government measures will not be allowed to be simply rolled over interminably. If the government wants to extend them, they will have to bring it back to this House in January for approval. And that is something else that I do approve of. Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't yet know the severity of the Omicron variant, but we do know that it is spreading rapidly. These measures won't stop Omicron from spreading, but they're not designed to. They are designed to slow that spread. The government needs to use this time, Madam Deputy Speaker, to obtain solid data, deepen our understanding on the risks posed by Omicron, and in the meantime, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will support these measures and encourage everybody to get their booster.
The heart
Sponsored
of
by
these
Pfizer.
regulations is all about slowing transmission and about reducing demand on our limited NHS capacity. So there are two ends to this telescope. It is firstly about prevention, making sure people don't get COVID, and secondly, to make sure the capacity is there, if they do get COVID, to cure not just them, but people, other patients who have non-COVID related illnesses. Now, these regulations, Madam Deputy Speaker, are very focused on the prevention end of this telescope. Clearly, vaccination uptake is crucial, and the government is to be commended. But this has to be a matter of choice. Given time and others' contributions, the point has been well explained already. Mask wearing and COVID passports, I believe, have not been subject to the rigour of proper assessment. There hasn't been a proper analysis here, and I have a real fear that they will do more harm than good to society taken as a whole. They generate fear in those that least need to be fearful. They increase mental health problems. They reduce non-COVID admissions and treatments. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, my real concern is the government has not focused sufficiently on the other end of the telescope. We have not looked adequately at what we do about the adequacy of our resource. Despite promises and numbers of new doctors and nurses coming forwards, even the government has admitted that will not be enough to fill the huge vacancies that we have. If we can reduce vaccine development from 10 years to 100 days, surely to goodness we must be able to find a way of laser-like reviewing of a patient journey to make a better and more efficient use of the limited resources we have, and indeed to increase them. I call on the government before Christmas to put in place an emergency resilience task force. This needs to focus laser-like on the capacity issue, which has not been fully addressed, indeed, frankly, hardly at all. We can work smart. There are very good brains within our health service. Look at what Sir Aradazi has done in the Accelerated Access Collaborative. New drugs, faster patients, in a way never seen before. And what about our own Kate Bingham, the vaccine czar? Look what she's done to do what was supposedly impossible. And when this task force is created, and it must be before Christmas, and it should be asked to report by the end of January, it must look at better use of emergency services, use fire and police better. It must look at proper triaging of A&E arrivals, better use of medical professionals. We are using the wrong people to do the wrong jobs. Expedite training. Look at whether or not some of our training is too long. And use the Nightingales and other resources to deal with non-COVID backlog and convalescing, dealing with the healthcare problem. And Madam Deputy Speaker, testing, if we can't have COVID passports, must be the right way forward in social care and health.
We will get everybody in as long as there aren't people who don't take interventions, or if they do, they still stick to 3 minutes. Nick Fletcher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak directly to all the points raised very quickly. Firstly, being able to take a test instead of self-isolation, I think that's a positive move forward. And masks, nobody likes wearing them, but most people can see the benefits of them, so I'm okay with that. NHS frontline staff, after careful consideration, in my opinion, should have the vaccine. They have a duty to do no harm, and while we know the virus can still spread, the chances are reduced. Again, having spoken with local health professionals, there is some understandable concern from NHS employees who are pregnant, so I would ask that these members of staff are given the assurance they need from the Secretary of State and the Chief Medical Officer that this vaccine is safe at whatever stage they are at their pregnancy. With regards to the concern over many health professionals leaving the profession, I have been assured that this would not be the case, at least in Doncaster, as most of the frontline workers have seen the devastating effect of COVID and have gotten the vaccination. I know many colleagues on these benches are struggling with vaccine passports, and I do understand their concerns, but this is not a vaccine passport. It is COVID status certification. It allows negative lateral flow tests or proof of vaccination. It is only for venues that carry high risk, and I personally think it would be selfish for anyone not to take a test before going to a large event anyway. I know many people complain about long queues when boarding a plane, but who would want to get on a plane where there was no security? I feel this is the same. And it's not as though people who have not had the vaccine are just putting themselves at risk. The people who are not vaccinated and require hospitalisation when they become ill with COVID are blocking beds and causing huge backlogs on elective care. 2/3 of patients in DRI with COVID are unvaccinated, and that's just not fair on the person who has been waiting for that hip operation for 18 months or any other elective procedure. Preparing oneself for a major surgery only for it to be cancelled because another bed has been taken by someone who is unvaccinated is hugely frustrating. So I will be voting with the government today, but I ask that they don't take my vote for granted, and that if we see no real increase in hospitalisation, then this legislation does expire on the 26th of January, and that the government does not seek to extend it.
Jabbed or unjabbed, everyone has the right to hospital treatment, dickhead, they all pay for it.
It will cause much disruption to small retail, and so I hope the government will keep a close eye on that. And finally, I ask my constituents to understand that I am voting on these measures today, not because I have been whipped to do so, but after careful consideration and speaking to many local professionals, I believe this is the right thing to do.
Anthony Magnell.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. I thank him for his reassurance that the whips haven't pushed him in that direction. Listen, I think the government has done an extraordinary job over the course of the last 2 years. I think it has been an extraordinary achievement to roll out the vaccinations as quickly as we have, and I think it is an extraordinary achievement that we have also been able to produce a booster programme in the way that we have. There is a remarkable book, if I may suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, by Adam Grant called Think Again, and I think the title is perhaps quite apposite for the government right now, in which it talks about how we persuade people to take vaccinations and uptakes. And the two case studies it gives are Canada and Germany, in which we don't mandatorily require people to get vaccinated or push them in that direction, but we find ways in which we can persuade them. We would do well to follow the guidance that can be found in that book. I'm going to be voting against the masks in 1400, and I'm going to be supporting the self-isolation point on 1415. In relation to the masks, I'm afraid the legislation is shoddy. It's been ill thought through. As I said the other day, if we can sing with a colleague, eat with a colleague, drink with a colleague, but not have to go to work with them, and yet masks are reduced in those settings, it seems somewhat ill thought through. Government and legislation has a responsibility to be good and comprehensive. This is not what it's doing. When it comes to vaccine passports, I will not support them, as has already been said by countless colleagues in this House. There is little evidence to show that they work, and I'm sorry the SNP aren't here because the 70-page report produced by Nicola Sturgeon also adds to that point. And as was made earlier, the very important point about the lack of enforceability on it now that we have the lateral flow test because of this slightly dodgy deal that has been done with the opposition to get their support. The cause for abuse and obfuscation on that is far too great. And when it comes to mandatory vaccinations, I cannot and will not support. The problem I have with this is that the government has yet to release the data of how many people have left care homes since we introduced that policy. We need to have the data to be able to review that, because if 60,000, if 20,000, if 30,000 people in the NHS decide to walk out, how on earth are we going to be able to have the capacity to help support those who get infected? We need more information before we make those decisions. The last 2 weeks, the ghost of Christmas past has appeared, and he brings with him fear and uncertainty. We cannot continue to flip and flop and change tack, nor should we be cherry-picking information from South Africa to support the government's agenda. I appreciate the evidence coming out this morning shows that actually 2 Pfizer vaccinations do well and that actually it's a milder virus. But we cannot continue to terrify people. I am staggered by the government's approach over the last 2 weeks, in which we have used fear to persuade people. I believe that no government should ever use fear as a tool to try and persuade its citizens, and that is what's happened. Build up our resilience, Madam Deputy Speaker, and reduce our restrictions.
Let's move quickly on. Richard Graham.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the member for Totnes, although I won't, alas, agree with every word that he has said. Let me start by celebrating some of the things that I think we can all agree on. The end of the red list for all 11 countries, the extension of the travel passes for all teenagers, and I think many of us can agree that we need to release from quarantine immediately those who are still in quarantine in our country, having come from those red countries. Now, today we vote on 4 specific measures, which amount to, firstly, a modest increase in mask wearing, which really can only be opposed by those who strongly oppose it on principle. We also have an end to the pingdemic self-isolation in favour of a lateral flow test, which surely everybody can agree is a step forward. Thirdly, we then vote on having mandatory vaccination for NHS workers, which the NHS itself supports. And lastly comes the issue for debate, which is, I would say, a modest requirement for a lateral flow test to go to venues with more than 500 indoors and 4,000 outdoors. In my constituency in Gloucester, that amounts to Gloucester Rugby, Gloucester Cathedral and the Attic nightclub. And I believe that all of those will be quite capable of administrating things effectively. So what is it that the Libertarians, led by the eternal cavalier, the Right Honourable Member for New Forest West, most object to? And I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they object in principle to new rules being introduced and struggle slightly with the specifics of what is wrong with the proposals brought forward this evening. For there is no vaccine passport, let us be clear, nor is this Nazi Germany in any conceivable shape, nor is there scaremongering, for everybody accepts that the Omicron variant rate of infection is moving fast. And we cannot be sure how many with Omicron will need to be hospitalised. and therefore we cannot wait to do something until the Gloucester Royal and other hospitals are overflowing with people with COVID, and therefore critical cancer operations are cancelled. I do not believe that any member would want to face the family of someone lost because a cancer operation had to be cancelled as a result of the hospital being clogged up with Omicron variant COVID sufferers. So, is everything perfect? No. I have 3 suggestions to the Minister and the departments involved this evening. Firstly, they need to reassure us on the provision of lateral flow tests. We must have them, otherwise people will not be able to get them and fulfil the requirements of these rules. Secondly, we need to look again at the wording on the advisory recommendation that people should work from home if you can. I believe this should be work from home if you wish. Thirdly, and most importantly, the impact assessment makes it clear that the central estimate is of 73,000 NHS workers out of 1.8 million not wanting to be vaccinated. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to do more about that.
Richard Drax.
Speaker, let me start by sympathising with the Prime Minister and the front bench. These are not easy matters, and decisions to restrict our freedoms, I appreciate, are not taken lightly. However, I am an independent-minded backbencher, and I would not be doing my job if I did not question government policy and vote against it where I think it's wrong. I shall oppose the wearing of masks, vote for self-isolation, vote against vaccine passports in all but name, and against mandating inoculation for NHS workers when natural flow testing would retain much-needed staff. Speakers before me have asked whether these further laws will be effective. Whether they are or not is not as much an issue for me than how we as a nation want to live our lives. Do we want to fear more restrictions every time a new variant appears, and they will? No, is my answer. Do we want to damage our economy and all within every time a new variant appears? No, is my answer. Is working from home when I can enter a packed pub the right approach? No, is my answer. Do we want to shut down schools and universities and ruin further young people's lives? No, is the answer. Do we want to restrict people's movement and what they can or cannot do when there's no evidence to suggest it would work? No, is the answer. Do we want to see hundreds of thousands of NHS patients, some waiting in agony for operations because they've been delayed again? No, is the answer. Do we want to see the hospitality and retail sector collapse because we keep instilling the fear of God into their customers? No, is the answer. And do we want to go on spending taxpayers' money on the eye-watering scale that is unaffordable? No, is the answer. Finally, my honourable friend below me can relax. Do we want the state to give back our lives and freedom? A monumental yes is the cry from many a heart. I had hoped to hear the Secretary of State say at the dispatch box this afternoon something along the lines of keep calm and carry on. And the government will stop bringing in all these laws, criminalising the people of England for breaking rules that many, it seems, cannot follow, is not the way to win trust and confidence. Advise, suggest, encourage, and take into the government's confidence is the way forward, I would observe. It's time, Madam Deputy Speaker, to put fear to one side, put our shoulders back, and get on with our lives.
Madam Deputy, I've got to follow buttons, but I will try. Yesterday I was asked in an interview, am I plotting to revolt? And indeed I see my name on various lists of rebels today. Well, let me make it clear. I haven't been plotting, I'm not rebelling, and I'm certainly not revolting. What I am doing is, in 3 minutes, trying to scrutinise a really important piece of legislation affecting all of our constituents. A duty which the Labour Party seems to completely have abrogated in giving a blank cheque to the government here today, which is why there's only been single figures of them here for most of this debate. Now, what have we learnt during this pandemic? We've learnt that vaccines work. They are our best defence. We also learnt that disproportionate measures have consequences. Closing schools has led to a tsunami of mental health implications for many of our children. We've also learned that when it's evidence light and there's a shortage of data, some of the actual outcomes predicted don't happen. We've learnt how brilliant the NHS is, but there have been consequences for non-COVID deaths as well. COVID isn't the only killer. But we've also learnt the difference between modelling and forecasts. Too often we've heard that models predict over 100,000 daily infections who are going to be back in September. In the turnout, it was nothing like it. Let's not confuse modelling for accurate forecasts and predictions. But we've also learnt of mission creep. And perhaps we saw that on Monday. We were learning on Sunday. We were learning to manage risk and realise that you cannot eliminate risk. Soon we're going to have pi, rho, sigma and tau. We cannot head for the hills with knee-jerk emergency measures every time a new variant comes along. So to scrutinise these regulations and be prepared to vote against certain measures is not ideological, it is to do our job. Now, I'm pragmatic. On masks, I'm quite relaxed. I've been wearing a mask in shops, on public transport. I think it's a respectful thing to do. I think it gives assurance to people who are scared to come out. So I'm not going to oppose that. The measures on self-isolation are, of course, progressive. But on COVID passports, it's a key part of Plan B. I will vote against. I appreciate they're not vaccine passports, but that is government's Plan C, and that is what I fear. It's passport creep. We've already heard about passports for pubs and others. However much we want to get people vaccinated, we do not want a society where we ask for papers and deprive people of their liberty. And on mandatory vaccinations for the NHS, I will certainly vote against it. It was crazy to do it for care workers, of which we probably lost 40,000. There are 1.5 million people working in the National Health Service. I think it is wrong to mandate medical procedures, but it's pragmatically stupid when you're going to lose so many people that you need to help fight this infection at the sharp end, and I'm afraid we're going to lose many more of this. We need to base our decisions on science, a holistic impact, and what's proportionate and fair, and these aren't.
Yeah. Hates.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think most people understood that vaccination was the route back to normality. And despite the fact that 95% of adults in the UK now have antibodies, and I accept that there may be some reduction in protection in antibodies, but there's certainly no evidence that there's any reduction in T-cell protection, despite that enormous antibody coverage, we're being asked to impose more restrictions on lives and livelihoods. Now, I've looked in detail at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine's modelling, and I think we need to be clear that these are models, as my honourable friend has just said, not forecasts or predictions, and they're based on some pretty major assumptions, such as Omicron has the same severity of disease as Delta, the length of hospital stay, etc. is the same. And these assumptions are becoming more and more out of date by the day. So there's no known benefit to the measures that we're trying to implement today, but there will be inevitable harms. Working from home, we've seen last week research that suggests that those working from home are 11 times more likely to experience domestic abuse. Masks sounds innocuous in their own right, but the signal it has sent and is sending across all of society, including schools, is to panic, is to fear, and we're seeing schools closing already today and saying that they may not return in the new year. And the 100,000 ghost children that have not returned to school since lockdown should be a warning to us and the unintended consequences of potentially small measures. On vaccine passports, I can't support that. I think, as my honourable friend Tyranny said, I think it's discriminatory, I think it segregates people. And we have a proud tradition in this country of standing up for minority views, even when we don't believe them ourselves. And I think in the rush to get jabs in arms, we shouldn't throw that tolerance and that respect to the wind. And on the mandatory vaccination of NHS staff, I completely agree with my honourable friend from East Worthing. I don't think this is about the ideology of whether people should or not be vaccinated. It's about the pragmatic reality that we will lose tens of thousands of staff at a time when we can least afford it. But I think this is no longer really a debate about whether masks work and who should have a vaccine and not. It's really about who are we? What kind of society are we creating for our children? Do we really care about the freedoms that we all took for granted before 2020? Now, I know people roll their eyes when Conservatives and Libertarians start talking about civil liberties and freedoms. But freedom is not an abstract ideology. Freedom is what enables my constituents to see their family, to comfort the dying, to go to school, to go to work. That is what freedom looks like. And after
after 20 months of in-out restrictions, we have to accept there has been a permanent change to the understanding of what liberty is in this country. That's why I can't support these measures. And I urge the government return to a society of freedom and responsibility. Our constituents deserve it, and they will rise to the challenge.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I couldn't hear you over the appreciation of my honourable friend's speech. I strongly support getting vaccinated. I've had my jab 2 weeks ago, my booster jab, and I thank all islanders who are engaged in the vaccination process in my constituency, and I congratulate the government on a very ambitious booster programme. When it comes to the vote tonight, I will accept and trust what the government has to say on face masks, and I will do the same for the daily test, which seems infinitely more sensible than locking people down in hotels. I'm not supporting the passports, and I'm not supporting the mandatory jabs, and threatening the jobs of 73,000 NHS staff seems to be a very odd way of trying to support the NHS. There is a wider issue that I do want to raise with the front bench, and which has somewhat coloured my judgment, and I've heard nothing to reassure me on the following points. I'm fed up with dubious forecasts and ridiculous extrapolations, the kind of which many of us have talked about. Academics, and not quoting myself here, academics have talked about Imperial's forecast as being hysterical, inflated, consistently overconfident, lurid, flawed, spectacularly wrong. What has the government got to say about the incredibly questionable extrapolations that it's used? I'm tired of all the leaks. Omicron, it's been leaked, could kill 75,000. Well, it couldn't. It could do, but it may not. And all these doomsday forecasts leaked at critical moments erode public trust. Thirdly, we're told we have to follow the science. Of course we have to follow the science. But at the same time, that is a misleading statement, because science is shaped by A, your inputs, and B, your potential desired outcomes. For example, we've had 70 pages of evidence from Scotland on vaccine passports. No evidence to support their valued uptake. So why are we doing so? We're doing so because of the precautionary principle. That is not science. Next, there has been one of the most disturbing things has been the absolute lack of context for the statistics used. Was this to increase knowledge or to increase fear? The honourable friend from New Forest West said that between 500 and 1,000 people die every day in the country. People die of flu all the time. But it's actually about putting this information in context. And I fear that too much of this, the result has been to scare people, especially the old and especially now the young as well, who are petrified of COVID and not taking account of other more genuine and potentially more damaging threats, like the appalling impact that it's had on education. And so I am going to vote against the government on two of these issues tonight, but my decision to do so has somewhat been coloured by the last 18 months of policy, and I think we need to improve on that. Thank you.
Maria Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the health of the nation has united this House over the last 22 months, but what we know now about the impact of COVID on the health of the nation has changed, and I think that's created the debate that we've had tonight. We know that the physical impact of COVID is only part of the story, that mental health is a significant consideration, and that the impact of COVID on our hospitals has to be considered alongside the impact of cancelling non-COVID treatments too. And many members have referred to the impact on children being schooled at home, and actually the impact on many people about working at home is not without its risks as well. But my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health, has set out, I think, very clearly his case for the measures before the House today. The new Omicron variant is more transmissible than the Delta variant, and even if it has the same impact on our health as the Delta variant, its high transmissibility means that this new variant has could have a more significant impact on the number of people who need urgent hospital treatment, and stopping the NHS being overwhelmed has been our objective from the start. I commend the government's focus on ramping up the booster rollout, which is a vital part of solving the problems we face now. But these regulations are designed to take the actions that we can take through the rollout that step further and to help keep transmission levels down. And that's why I'll support them today. The nature of human activity means that we won't have a perfect set of neat decisions. These regulations do what's possible, not what's perfect. I've got a couple of questions for the Minister, if he's able to deal with them in his summing up, and particularly around the importance of making sure that we protect the education of our children as we move forward. And can he provide an update to members next week, even if the House isn't sitting, on the number of hospitalisations? We can't eliminate the risk of COVID-19, but these are a set of time-limited measures to help reduce the risks that our communities face. If our NHS is overwhelmed, it not only risks COVID patients, but anyone who needs emergency care through the winter months. We have to act with caution, and that's why I will support these measures today in totality. And I commend the government for putting the safety of the people we represent first, and I commend them for taking that approach.
Shadow Minister Andrew Quinn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been a passionate debate and one that I think reflects the gravity of the situation before us. I want to sincerely thank members on both sides of the House for their heartfelt contributions. Since the start of the pandemic, Labour have been crystal clear. We will not play party politics with people's lives, especially when it comes to something as grave as COVID-19. These precautionary measures have been recommended by the Chief Medical Officer, the Chief Scientific Advisors, and are based on scientific evidence. They are proportionate, they are necessary, and they will give us time to get people boosted and better understand the Omicron variant. We have always said that the government should not have scrapped guidance on mask wearing, and we have repeatedly stressed the importance of allowing people the flexibility to work at home. These measures will help us have a safer Christmas, as well as to protect our NHS from being totally overwhelmed by this new variant. We are also pleased that the government have taken on our advice and suggestion of including an option to present a negative lateral flow test as an alternative to vaccination status. I'm grateful to the government for that and for providing the necessary assurances that these restrictions will not impede any access to essential services. We have always supported measures that have been necessary to keep people safe, and we will not alter that approach. Nor will we pretend that we are in any way satisfied with the conduct of those on the opposite benches and of the Prime Minister in particular over the last few weeks. The Prime Minister has done irreparable damage to public trust and thereby undermined vital public health messaging. We know that when the country was most in need, and ordinary people were doing the decent thing and sticking to the rules, the Prime Minister and his tinsel-clad advisers were making a mockery of the British public. That being said, neither myself nor those sitting behind me will allow the Prime Minister's failure to undermine necessary public health measures, because we know that the Omicron variant is much more transmissible and that the 2 doses of vaccine seem less effective in tackling it. The booster jab does provide an increase in protection, and that is why it is essential that the boosters are rolled out and that all those who have yet to have their primary course come forward as soon as possible. Throughout the pandemic, vaccination has proven to be the effective tool against the virus, and this remains the case. Now, we have repeatedly called on the Vaccines Minister to put a rocket under the booster rollout, but we are concerned about mixed messaging coming from government over the past few days. In his televised address on Sunday night, the Prime Minister said that people will have the chance to get the booster before the new year. But in his statement yesterday, the Secretary of State indicated that the aim instead is to offer the booster to every adult by the end of the month, meaning the delivery will wait until January or even February. So when is it? Can the Minister clarify for once and for all, is the government rowing back on the target set just 2 days ago? Now, we are concerned about the shambolic lack of tests available for people across the country. How do we expect fully vaccinated contacts of cases to take daily tests if they can't get hold of any? And what's more, the regulations requiring vaccination status or a negative lateral flow test for entry to certain venues come into force tomorrow. If people are unable to get a lateral flow test, then we have a big problem, and I hope the Minister will address this. On vaccinations for NHS staff, it is our position that we want everyone working in the NHS to take up the vaccine. The vaccine is safe and effective, and we should focus on driving up vaccination rates through persuasion, education and support. Vaccination not only protects vulnerable patients, but it will protect staff from severe disease. The government must urgently meet with the Royal Colleges, the NHS providers and the unions to agree a framework of how any changes agreed tonight will be rolled out. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to just highlight where the government are still falling short, in the hope that the Minister will take these points on board before it's too late. Firstly, can the government confirm that we will not waste the Christmas holidays and ensure that all children who are eligible to be offered a vaccination before the end of this month will have one? Furthermore, can the Minister advise why it is, more than 19 months since SAGE first highlighted the crucial role of good ventilation, the government is still failing to act on their advice? And secondly, on sick pay. With these measures being laid before this House, the government should reconsider its position on sick pay provision. Nobody should have to choose between feeding their family and doing the right thing and isolating. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I appreciate that no government ever wants to bring in measures like this, and I fully appreciate the frustration of members across the House and from people across our country, that we are here again being forced to change our way of life to fight this virus. But I'm afraid that the alternative is far more serious. If we do not take the steps to protect the NHS, it will face a wave of infections that will likely overwhelm it. Labour opposes this Prime Minister and it opposes this Conservative government, but we will support them for these measures because we support our NHS, we support the science, and when we are faced with a crisis, Labour will always put people and the health of the nation above party politics.
Cabinet Office, Stephen Barclay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout today's debate we've heard the sincere and heartfelt views of honourable and right honourable members from across the House. I recognise the strength of feeling and will turn to each of the statutory instruments for consideration before the House. But before doing so, can I recognise the constructive approach taken by the opposition front bench? We are learning more about the Omicron variant each day, but we already know that no variant of COVID-19 has spread this quickly, and it will become the dominant variant in London in the next 36 hours, and soon across the UK as a whole. It is right that we take a cautious approach to the arithmetic, alongside a strong communications campaign of the sort called for by my right honourable friend, the member for South Northamptonshire. In a moment. There is much we still don't know about this virus, as there are a wide range of opinions on its severity. Hospitalisations and deaths always lag infections by around 2 to 4 weeks. We are not at the topping out point in South Africa, so we don't know what the peak will be. But even a small percentage of widespread transmission will be very significant, a point quite rightly made by both the opposition front bench and the Secretary of State in opening this debate. This is not, as some suggest, solely an issue for the NHS. Widespread infection and indeed staff absences would have a wider economic impact from our supply chains to our factories. I will obviously give way.
State said earlier that he might be able to provide the House with an update on this issue of people who have come back from South Africa and are stuck in quarantine, whether they have to fulfil the whole of their quarantine. I ask because I've got constituents from the Rhondda, rugby players who are still stuck. They'd already done 10 days in South Africa. Surely they can be released tomorrow.
It is an extremely important issue. I will come on to that directly, and not just because they are rugby players, but because it's an important issue. Indeed. I'll give way again.
Thank the Minister for giving way. And the Minister is absolutely right that we have to do all we can to stop the spread of the Omicron virus. And like me, I'm sure the Minister is encouraging people to take the vaccine and the boosters. Parliament is a really large venue. About 3,000 people work here. Can the Minister confirm that everybody on his side of the House has been doubly vaccinated? And can the Minister also confirm? Can the Minister also confirm that a COVID pass situation will be relevant to MPs who are going to be huddled voting today? There'll be hundreds of us. What protections will MPs have to make sure that we are safe?
Well, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, on one issue, I think throughout today's debate, I'm not sure she's been in for the whole debate, but throughout today's debate, there has been consensus across the House on the importance of being vaccinated and of boosters. I think that's been a point of agreement. Obviously, the management of the House is a matter for the Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, and not for myself. But as the member for Bexhill and Battle correctly highlighted, he and our constituents will continue to be able to access all the facilities as before. And when she cites that example, I point out it is still possible to go to nightclubs just as it is possible to vote, and these measures will not prevent that. Madam Deputy Speaker, as well as Omicron's transmissibility, we're also beginning to learn more about the effectiveness of our vaccines against it. Boosters were important before Omicron, but they're now absolutely critical. And we have delivered 24 million across the United Kingdom as of this evening. Boosters are, without question, the single most effective thing we can do, and Plan B buys us more time to get more boosters into more arms. And I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Bosworth, who, as a GP himself, highlighted the importance of addressing the 15-minute wait period to increase the flow of boosters, a decision that the chief medical officers across the UK have supported. I also concur with my right honourable friend, the member for North Somerset, who quite rightly highlighted that the second dose is important alongside the booster. Madam Deputy Speaker, the early evidence suggests that a booster dose is extremely effective, with analysis by the UK Health Security Agency showing a booster dose is 70 to 75% effective at preventing symptomatic infection. And that is particularly important given the speed at which this infection is spreading, which means the increase will be sharper and so its impact more concentrated over a shorter period of time. Now, the honourable member for the Rhondda raised the issue which the Health Secretary, in opening the debate, had flagged that he intended to remove all 11 remaining countries from England's red list as of 4 a.m. tomorrow. The Health Secretary has urgently considered the issue of releasing people from managed quarantine before they have completed the 10-day isolation, a point raised not just by him, but the member for Exeter and a number of members from across the House. The government's decision is that we should permit early release of those people who entered managed quarantine before these changes to the red list and require them to follow the relevant rules as if they have arrived from a non-red list country. Anyone who has tested positive will need to continue to stay in managed quarantine. This will require changes to regulations, and we will look to implement this as quickly as possible, and will set out further specific guidance for affected individuals imminently. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the statutory instruments before the House. The weight of scientific evidence shows that face coverings can make a difference, even if, as my right honourable friend, the member for South West Wiltshire said, and he is a clinician himself, it is the least we can do to wear these wretched things. So Regulation 1400, extending the use of face coverings, is a simple step to help slow the spread, and I welcome the support of members and indeed even those with concerns, such as the member for Winchester said he would not oppose such a measure. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's also vital we draw on our testing capacity to keep Britain moving. And Regulation 1415 enables close contacts of confirmed or suspected COVID cases who are fully vaccinated to take lateral flow tests every day for 7 days. And in response to my right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells, the lateral flow tests will be self-reported. Regulation 1416, Madam Deputy Speaker, regarding entry to venues and events, is one I know honourable members have given considerable attention. But this is very far from what has been described as a vaccine passport, a point my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, made in opening this debate. This measure will mean a negative lateral flow test is required to get into nightclubs and large events, with an exemption for the double vaccinated. Once all adults have had a reasonable chance to get their booster jab, we intend to change this exemption to require a booster. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, vaccination has been and remains our best line of defence. And we have heard many contributions from across the House on making vaccination a condition of deployment for staff in health and wider social care settings. And I recognise how emotive this issue is. Whether it's our care homes, our hospitals or other health settings, everyone working in health and social care is there to avoid preventable harm to the people they care for. And as the Chief Medical Officer has rightly said, people who are looking after other people who are vulnerable do have a professional responsibility to get vaccinated, a point, again, another clinician, the members of Suffolk Central and North Ipswich made. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for all the contributions today. The measures before us will help us to buy time and deliver boosters, which will provide the best protection against this variant. Vaccination, which was already so important before Omicron, is now doubly important, especially in those settings with some of our most vulnerable people. I commend these regulations to the House.
Order. To address the point that was raised by the Honourable Lady, in the event of divisions, it is likely that there could be a large number of members voting in one lobby this evening. So the Speaker has agreed that 12 minutes should be allowed before I call for the doors to be locked. Members should accordingly be aware that they do not need to crowd into the lobby at the beginning of the vote, as there will be more time to vote than usual. Order. Under the order of the House today, I must now put the questions necessary to dispose of proceedings on this motion and the following three motions. The question is the motion relating to statutory instrument number 1400 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division. Clear the lobby.
Well, there we go. That was probably the most painful 5-odd hours I've sat through in a while. I don't know about you guys. They should have ended that with sponsored by Pfizer, though. I feel it would have been more true to what we see. I don't know about you lot. Maybe it was just me. Oh, it's amazing how Labour's back in there now. They're back, finally. Go on then, guys. Let's get the predictions on the votes. I reckon 400, as I said in the chat earlier. 400 with the government. About 80 or 90 with the rebels, and then that will be it. That'll be it. So we'll have 400 names to read out. I don't know about you lot. That was pretty boring. If anyone sat through the entire thing, you have my respect, because that was hard work. I mean, really hard work.
Question is the motion relating to SI number 1400 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Michael Tomlinson and Steve Double. Tellers for the noes, Philip Hollowbone and Jackie Doyle-Price.
Right, there we go. Now we gotta wait like 10 minutes or so for them to get there and vote on this bullshit. So what's everyone's thoughts on that then? I will say that more Labour MPs spoke out against it than I thought would, but still nowhere near enough. 100%. Stuart Walker, don't need to thank me, mate. We need to see what's going on. I understand why people couldn't handle it, though. It was some atrociously boring shit. Fast forward it a bit. I can't. This is live, mate. We are live. We are actually caught up. I fast forwarded it ages ago. We've been watching it live. I'd have fast forwarded it long ago if there was any option for that, believe me. We are actually live, waiting for them to come back in now. They've had a good little vote. We'll see which ones vote which way, which ones don't. And the interesting one will be the abstainers, the one who's abstained. I want to see them as well, because they're just as much cowards, in my book. Joker 13, yeah, I've heard a few people say that. So it doesn't surprise me that you're saying that. Stuart Walker, thank you for the donation. Dale says, how did I stay awake enough to control the stream? I struggled, mate. It was hard work. Every time I fell asleep, I just give myself a little tap in the face, liven myself up a bit. But it was painful. And this is it. This is what we've come. This is what we come for. How long have we been live at this point? Does it even say? 6 hours, 3 minutes and 45 seconds almost. A few MPs have called in sick. Ed Davies, that doesn't surprise me. Obviously, some of them are not around, so when we're calling them cowards if they're abstaining, some of them might not necessarily be in the country. Though, to be honest, they all should be, surely. You would think so. They don't really want other people willy-nilly travelling around. And it's an important thing to vote for, so they should be there. But obviously, they don't care. Pat, thank you for the donation. I've just got in from work. Can you give me a quick recap? Sponsored by Pfizer. A few MPs railed against it. A few supported it. Plenty of them contradicted themselves. Like they said, they don't support the old jab passports, but they fully support mandating jabs for NHS workers like Logic. Where the fuck did your mental gymnastics take you to get onto that one? Apparently they managed it. Like, it's baffling. Other ones said that because the government admits the jab doesn't stop you from getting ill or stop you from transmitting it, they can't vote for this, but then would vote for the other thing that requires this. It's like you're making no sense, mate. So yeah, that's the short of it. Contradicted themselves, talked a lot of bollocks. And yeah, what you would expect, that's it. They talked bollocks. Couple of them spoke some sense. Couple of them spoke some sense with bollocks mixed in. A lot of them spoke a lot of bollocks with a little bit of sense. And then a lot of them just spoke pure bollocks. I don't know any other way to put it. If anyone else has got a roundup of it, I'm looking at the comments right now. Mainly bollocks. No, it seems I was right. A few times there was some facts in there. Other times there wasn't. There was a bunch of bullshit. A whole bunch of bullshit, actually. Fucking hell. I'd say it was 75% bullshit. Maybe 80% bullshit. 10% complete bullshit. 5% of unhinged bullshit, and then another 5% of truth or common sense. Pat, thank you again for the super chat. And I see another one, MPC. Thank you for the... I don't know what that is. I think it's a sticker thing. Fuck those, I can't keep up with all these things that YouTube put on there. MPs need to be far more transparent to constituents about how they're going to vote. But they should just listen to what their constituents say. You heard a lot of them saying that they've received emails from people, so that means all of them have received emails from people, and plenty of them have just ignored them. Yeah, there will be litigation against the government. Criminal ones against them won't fly, but civil ones likely will. The odd judicial review might get through. But realistically, nothing like anyone would want, I expect. Paul Morton, thank you for the donation. When Trump was in charge, it was refreshing to see a president with balls and a first lady with none. Trump's Twitter was fucking pretty funny the way he would shit talk people. What was it? He said he would rain down fucking firestorms on North Korea or some shit like that. You won't ever see that sort of shit from Biden. But Paul, thank you for the donation, and that one made me laugh, I've got to say. Monty says he don't talk to my local MP, he's a complete wanker. Mine's a Labour MP, I'm sure they wouldn't talk to me. In fact, I bet they hate me more than they hate the Tories. In fact, I'll guarantee they do. And I love it. Absolutely love it. Alright, looks like they've all voted. What are we waiting for? Oh, and you might as well show us the traitors. This will be about as interesting as watching a Premier League team play against a non-league football team from the local pub. Right, that's what it's going to be like. The rebels are going to lose because Labour are going to give the Tories confidence and supply. It's a bit like 2019 when they were doing preventing Boris from doing anything while he had a minority government. They were providing confidence and supply then. 2 years later, we're seeing the same thing. Corrupt as fuck. It's like deja vu to me. I haven't actually seen anyone else point that out. It wasn't really worth a video, it was just something I had noticed. Disciple 72, there's no point in pressing 1 to hear me sing, because I sound like shit. Like 10 cats getting dragged through a hedge backwards and kicked the shit out of. That's what it will sound like. It's not something you want. It's not something I want or do. Davy Jones, yeah, I reckon the 18th of December protest could be pretty massive. I'm expecting it to be anyway. When people arrive outside Parliament Square, we'll soon find out. Obviously, these things should be during the week, really. That's when it will really make a difference. Or will make more of a difference. I don't think it will really make a difference in general until there's, like I said earlier, many, many, many millions. Multiple millions. 2, 3, 4, 5. Until the whole streets of London are clogged with people just saying no. Then a protest might do something. Because once it reaches a certain point, the old bill can't stop it. The government can't stop it. There's just too many people. Yes, the video will be available later, and the whole thing is available on Parliament's website, so you can skip through to each individual MP and see what they say directly, which is probably the best thing to do, GMAC. Go onto Parliament's website and look at it, because it'll have a list of people and the times they're doing it. You click on their name and then it goes to them. Frenchie, we're being conditioned to comply. What comes next? Well, if I knew that, I probably would have done a video on it and then been banned for it. But yeah, I have no idea. At this point, anything's possible.
Doors!
Oh, here we go. Daniel Young, thank you for the super chat donation. I'll read it out after this. Oh no, have they finished? Just screaming that at us. Yeah, there you go. Watch Black Belt Barrister's video. They're trying to destroy the separation of powers from government and make it so they can reverse the decision of judges. This is something I had actually seen and meant to look into, so I will do that. Thank you, Daniel. I'd heard something about that previously. Do you think they're pushing so hard because of the plan thing on the... No, they ain't pushing. They don't care about that. The government don't care. They control the narrative, the media. They don't give a shit. Believe me. They don't care. What really matters to them is the general public's perception of what they're doing. That they care about. That they really care about. Because it won't be us that makes a difference. It'll be their own bullshit that makes people see that they're talking bullshit to them. And then people will decide for themselves what's going on and they'll start looking. I've said it multiple times. I can sit there till I'm blue in the face stating this and that from the government's own website about their data. It won't do shit in comparison to Boris Johnson being caught lying about something. I'll tell you that now. Pat, thank you for the super chat donation. There will never be a political party with me involved in it, mate. As I've said multiple times. Headshot, thank you again for another donation. We're waiting to see how Deep Throat Labour are going to go down on the Tories. Oh, they're going to go pretty deep, mate. Balls and all, I would say. I don't know about you. I'm betting on balls and all. I've not seen this many people in Parliament for a while. Not unless they're usually voting on getting more money for themselves. That's usually when they're in there. Alright, I wonder what's actually going on with these. Are they going to call it now? I see someone saying fast forward it. We're literally at the live point. Oh, now we're going to call it now. Here we go. I wish they'd hurry up. I need a piss. Social distancing is only for the plebs.
Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 441. The noes to the left, 41.
Wow.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 441. The noes to the left, 41. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Minister to move the motion relating to statutory instrument number 1415 formally.
I beg to move.
The question is the motion relating to statutory instrument number 1415 as on the order paper.
This
as
is
many
the
as are of that
self-isolation
opinion
one.
say aye.
The last one was for the face
contrary, no.
coverings.
I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
They didn't even vote on the old
Minister to
isolation.
move the motion relating to SI number 1416 formally.
I beg to move.
This is the COVID
The question
passes.
is the motion relating to statutory instrument number 1416 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the
Oh,
lobby.
there was quite a few of them there saying no, so that is something. But the face mask one has passed. The self-isolation, changing it so it's discriminatory, actually, because the jabbed can now get out of quarantine by doing a test every day, as where the unjabbed just have to do 10 days quarantine regardless of anything. So that's slightly discriminatory. Though, I don't think the unjabbed are really doing tests, let's be honest.
The question is the motion relating to SI number 1416 as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. Tellers for the ayes, Michael Tomlinson and Steve Double. Tellers for the noes, Philip Holloway and Jackie Doyle-Price.
All right. Here we go. Another 10 minutes of silence from them before they then vote. Now, this is one of the important ones. These last two are the important ones. The face mask one, the fact that it only had 40 on it, that's quite disappointing. But not surprising, really. Let's be honest, I ain't surprised. I don't know about any of you. Anyone surprised? I'd be interested to hear why you're surprised. Nah, it's not even time to go for a piss now. I've got to talk to you guys. I'll just leave you here sitting in silence. I'll have to hold it in until it's finished. Been sitting here for 6 hours holding it in. What's another like 30 odd minutes or so? Nah, it's alright. I can handle it. I'll live. Yeah, piss in a bottle. I ain't even got a bottle nearby, so I'm stuck on that one. Start hanging it out the window. End up with the old bill round. You don't want that, do you? I'll just hold it in. Now, if I go in the garden, the dog will try and follow me out there. So go on then, let's get predictions on this vote. We had 440 to 40 last time. We'll have predictions for this one. Sound keeps going out. Anyone having sound problems? It may just be that I've stopped talking. The sound will go out then. But it seems to be alright from what I can tell. If the sound drops out, then refresh the page. It could be that. Other than that, I have no idea. Everything on the stream and that says it's looking sweet. Tony Tiger says he sees wankers everywhere. I see them also. Actually, I think I might have a picture relating to that. Where's that meme gone? I changed the memes for a bit of factual information. Where is that meme? Oh, don't tell me I ain't got it. That's baffling. We'll have this one back. This is quality. That's too big. What an idiot. That's more like it. Especially as they're about to vote on this. I suppose this is fitting for what they're all voting on now. It's amazing how 650 people with no mandate from the public to do any of this have decided to do it. Or it would be amazing, should we say, but we all know this. Now, I did see a super chat that I missed. Oh, but did I? Thank you. Rolling Thunder. 1/3 of I received complicated healthcare from carers at home. I have barely no family. This is destroying the care industry. Yes, I've made videos on how much they're fucking the care industry up. And they're going to continue to do it as well, because they're all either insane or evil. I don't know which one you want, but either is true, I think. Because it doesn't seem logical what they're doing. And I mean, I know governments are not often logical, but this is more illogical. King Rees 86, I actually posted it on Instagram the other day. I've been shit posting on Instagram recently with loads of different fucking things. I'm surprised they ain't booted me off, actually. But I keep fucking doing it. I don't care. I'll do it until they boot me off. They booted me off Twitter. I don't know why. I still don't know why they booted me off there. I didn't even post anything that was really that spicy. didn't need to. Nah, King reads, oh yeah. That's it. It's just literally there to shitpost. And that's what you should do. If you're on, what's his name? If you're on any of the legacy social media things like that, or even Facebook, just post some memes on there. That's what I do. You wake a few people up. It actually works. I should really make a video on it. But there's more important things to do. But it does actually work. It literally works. People see the memes and they laugh, and then they think, actually, what's that? Then you can hit them with a bit of knowledge. Yeah, many people are banned from Facebook. That's what Facebook does. Facebook are probably the most draconian. Yeah, I'd say they are. I've known of people to swear in a comment and get banned on that, so doesn't surprise me that some of you spicy boys are getting yourself banned from there. Bloody hell. The left can't meme. No, they can't. That is a given and been true for years. Many years. At the moment, the Conservative Party's about as far left as Jeremy Corbyn. Actually, I think Jeremy Corbyn might be more right-wing than fucking the Conservative Party at the moment. After what he said earlier, people actually agreed with him. Broken clock right twice a day and all that, but today he was more fucking conservative than the Conservatives. I'm going to have to go and whip myself later on for even admitting that. It's not good when you have to agree with people like Corbyn, is it? Makes you want to bang your head off the fucking desk. Like, it is literally that bad. Who else? A couple of other people spoke a bit of sense, even if they did talk some bullshit at the same time or just after it. It was just like, oh, please don't make me agree with you. Why do I have to do this? Why has the world gone that fucked up? Oh, is that bozo there waddling in? Let's go, Doris. Like, if you have to agree with people, yeah, who you're just ideologically opposed to on every level, not even on a party versus party basis, just on a you talking up most amount of shit basis. Like, and then they come out and speak sense here, while others who at one point spoke a little bit of sense are now just gone full batshit crazy. This just knows that the world is in levels of mental gymnastics that I never thought was even possible. Who's the rebellious then? Apparently there's like 82 of them over these passports. I don't know about the mandatory NHS jabs. I don't know how many are against that. All of them fucking should be, but considering they passed the care home one, I'm expecting that will pass as well. Labour will vote for it. Only 175 genders, Patrick. I actually thought there was more than that. I identify as an attack helicopter anyway. Armadillo Alex, you didn't put that for the census. Yes, Christopher Cowley, the Commissar Corbyn actually said something that was sensible, based in reality, or just bare bones common sense. shouldn't even be really that fucking strange, but apparently it is. Because the world's gone batshit crazy. Like I've said, I'll have to whip myself later on as punishment. Punishment for agreeing with the carbonated chicken. They're about to do the COVID pass vote now. So, that's it. What am I predicting? My prediction's about the same. 400 for, say, 80. I thought more would vote against masks. I was wrong, so maybe it'll be less than 80. We gotta wait for the tellers to come back in. I haven't seen them approach the little fucking desk, so we'll have to wait a minute. Plan C being brought in on Saturday the 18th. This wouldn't surprise me. In fact, I'd be shocked if they didn't. That's how little faith I have. Well, we do actually have a picture of the apparent 82 rebels there. That's a list of names. A few Labour MPs since then have spoke out against it. But that's if they all vote no. Many of them might well abstain.
The doors!
No, I think they've stopped voting now, so they'll have a little count up. We'll have to trust them that they do it right if it was close. Although I don't think it's going to be close because Labour are going to back the government and essentially humiliate the government and themselves at the same time. Because if this passes and there's, say, 80 Tories that don't vote for it, then it passed because of Labour votes. And then you couldn't even get your own bill through without the help of the opposition. That's embarrassing. That's like no confidence in your government embarrassing. Didn't Theresa May have no confidence votes on such things 2017, 2018 or wherever it was? DJ Russ, the spineless toads. I 100% agree with that. The people don't agree with this corrupt lot. It's not won't, they literally don't. Everyone I speak to that's just the average everyday person, not worried about politics, not involved in it, they despise politicians. Anytime you mention a politician, the words won't exactly be pleasant. Right, we're getting ready now. They're actually starting to do something. We've got one of them standing there. Rest of them are still not arrived though. Decades of corruption for all to see. That's right, DJ Trainspotter. The House of Con Men, as I actually titled a video recently. That's what it should be called. Never mind the House of Commons, the House of Con Men. Yeah, pointing up at the camera, we are watching you. Yes, hello. We'll be having a look where you vote as soon as that's available as well. Joe, we're about to find out in the next couple of minutes whether the vaccine passports will pass. Well, we're about to confirm that it's passed. Let's be honest, it's not an if, it's a when job. Many people have called this out since last year. And I must admit, I first heard about this concept April last year, and I said, no, wouldn't happen. And then by about June last year, I was like, all right, it probably will happen. And then here you go. Welcome to 2021.
Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 369. The noes to the left, 126.
Wow. 126 of them actually voted against it, so more than I thought.
Thank you.
And
the ayes to the right,
the government
369.
won because of Labour.
The noes to the left, 126. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.
Labour won that. The Tory party didn't agree with it.
Minister to move
and
the
Labour won
motion
it for
relating
them.
to the Draft Health and Social Care Act 2008, Regulated Activities, Amendment Coronavirus Number 2, Regulations 2021 formally.
I beg to move.
The
Thanks,
question
Armadillo.
is, as
Catch
on
you
the
later, mate.
order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby.
Now it's NHS jabs, or mandatory jabs for NHS staff. Another disgusting policy. Absolutely disgusting, especially in a health crisis. Apparently, the NHS needs these. People can't get seen by doctors. People can't get fucking operations. Yet they're going to sack, what was it, 96,000, they said.
As on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Michael Tomlinson and Steve Double. Tellers for the noes, Philip Hollowbone and Jackie Doyle-Price.
So essentially, the UK is now a papers, please society, though, guys. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. And yeah, they might say, oh, technically it's not a vaccine passport. Yeah, maybe at the moment it's a medical certification passport. But we all know that the lateral flow test will be dropped from that shortly, as it has been elsewhere that it was originally put in. Now, a lot of the MPs said they would never accept that, but then a lot of them said they wouldn't accept vaccine passports, and look where we are now. So they've all been talking a bag of fucking shit, which doesn't surprise me, and I expect doesn't surprise many of my viewers. Christopher Coley, no, this is not even Nazi Britain. This is more like the bloody communist state of fucking USSR. Other side of the wall sort of job. The comparison with Nazis is wrong. This is much more like communism. Much more like communism. And these are a bunch of communists, let's be honest. They're all a bunch of fucking lefty commies. Even the ones they call right-wing, I'm like, meh. I wouldn't call them right-wing. I'd call them left-wing, just not as far left as many of the others. Right. Yeah, let's not confuse what they are. They're closer to commies. What they are saying, what they're doing, the things they're doing is much more like communists. Much more like it. But either way, it's just scummy. It's just scummy. No other word really for it. It doesn't make logical sense. It doesn't make medical sense. It contradicts itself. It baffles me. Well, it doesn't baffle me because all we've seen for 20 months. It should baffle me. It's stupid. And this one here is one of the most egregious alongside the passports just before it. Like, to do this to NHS staff that have worked 20 months before now, and will do a full 25 months before this actually comes in, of working through a pandemic before they get sacked for not taking a vaccine towards what should apparently be the end of the pandemic, they reckon. Obviously, take from that what you will, but yeah, apparently it was the end of it earlier this year, weren't it? Didn't we hear irreversible? Actually, a couple of MPs even pointed that out. It hurts your brain. I see people saying, yeah, it does hurt your brain. The stupidity of it hurts your brain, and probably that's the angle. That's what they're going for. Make it so fucked up that you just can't get your peanut around it. Now we just gotta wait for this bit. Yeah, we've actually got 3 weeks to flatten the curve. Meme will throw that up there. That can go on now. Where is it, you bastard? Come here. There we go. Let's make it fit. There we go. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, guys. I should really set this up on my little fucking thing that lets me press it and do it quickly. I will do that in future. Oh, I've got some spicy fucking memes I can't put... You should follow me on Instagram if you haven't already. It might be linked in the description. It's somewhere in one of my videos, I think. I think I left it there. If it's not, let me know and I'll stick it in the chat. But Go and look yourself first, because I can't be bothered to find it and stick it in the chat. But if you're on there, shit posting is the way forward for me, and that's what I am. So you can follow me until they boot me off. I actually have Telegram. I need to figure out how to sign back into it, though. So, hold fire on that one. I have got it. I just fucking forgot it. Because I'm an idiot. I've said this before. Yeah, Telegram is based. You'd be surprised though. A lot of people on the old school social media sites are pretty based. They just can't say anything because they'll be kicked off it. Right, that's it. But a lot of people agree with some of the base shit that goes on and that we would share or other people would share. Some even fucking stuff that I wouldn't share. People would agree with, especially more so now with the government talking shit openly to them. But it doesn't matter. You just need to get anything you can to make people see that they're just talking shit to them. And then the rest will follow. The rest will follow, 100%. Most people only need... I'm already on Rumble. It's linked in the description. Most people only need something to tell them something's not up or to show them that people think like they do. And then they'll look for themselves. And that's what you want. You want people to do research. Just like anything I say. Don't take it as a given. I'll do the research beforehand, but don't take it as a given. Still look shit up yourself. Same you should do with anything. And if the media says it to you, then you should definitely look it up. 100%. Like, really look it up. Yeah, the government said they're going to reform the Human Rights Act, but apparently they're staying in the EHRC, so I don't know. I don't fully know what they're planning to do with that. I'll have a look into it tomorrow and see what they're actually doing. But yeah, they've been saying they're going to get rid of it, and then they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. But they've also been saying they're going to stop immigration all year, and look what's happened there. So I wouldn't pay attention to anything they say until they're actually doing it. DJ Trainspotter, thanks a lot, man. ECHR, yeah. Kevin, I've got a stinking headache from listening to these prats all fucking day. Give me a break, mate. Ilian Carter says, nurses in my surgery saying jab number 4 from next April. Well, that would match up with 3 months between each, wouldn't it? So it doesn't surprise me. It really don't. No worries, Kevin, mate. I was only fucking with you. Super JTV, welcome, mate. Disciple, no worries. Thanks for joining, guys. Don't worry about me sitting here. I mean, it was painful listening to them, but chatting to you guys is all right. Reading some of the chat messages you put up there, that's fucking funny. Especially when they're talking bollocks. The chat messages keep you going. It's hard work, though, to sit there reading the chat, laughing at it, while trying to pay attention to what they're saying. Which, granted, is mostly bollocks, so you barely need to listen, but I've got to listen. Now, of course, you will remember, guys, something else I haven't actually pointed out, and I haven't seen the media point out. You know, they've put in these COVID passes for venues over 500. Parliament 650, or in total 3,000 as they said, yet they get away with it. So it's rules for thee but not for me, which means if someone takes this to court, they could possibly win a judicial review on that, especially if they get one of the judges that just don't like Boris. Then you might stand a chance. You might. Obviously, I wouldn't suggest doing it because it's more than likely going to be a waste of like fucking stupid amounts of money, but it is possible on the basis of it makes no fucking sense. And a court would be hard pressed to argue against it when it's proven that it makes no fucking sense. And MPs in the House have fucking said that it makes no sense. Doesn't matter what we say, they don't care. We could tell them it makes no sense. They're just like, yeah, do this, get the booster. That's all they say. That'll literally be their stock response. Yeah, as long as you've got cheese and wine, apparently it's all good. And if you sing. So remember, if you can't be bothered to self-exempt yourself from wearing a mask, you can just walk into any place that demands them, singing a merry little tune. I would pick the most trolling song I could think of and do it. But me, I just walk in there and ignore anyone who says anything to me. Although, to be honest, no one's ever said anything to me when I've walked into a shop without a mask on. Not once. But I live in London. Many shopkeepers know not to bother with that sort of shit because you're just opening yourself up to possibly being abused or more. They're taking their time to vote on this one, and not many of them have bothered to come back into the chamber afterwards either. Matt Walker says the first question on Boris's quiz is, are you aware you can't speak of this quiz? No, it was probably, who's got the line of Charles? That was the first question. It was ask a question, if you get it wrong, you do a line. Off the toilet seat. As apparently they like to do that in Parliament, don't they? Yeah, is anyone attending the party on Christmas Eve? That's being spread around on Facebook. Last time I checked, it had like 1 point something million people. Yeah, old Christmas Eve party. Liz Fallon's going. I'll tell you what, imagine if Christmas Eve there is 1.3 million people outside Boris Johnson's house. They won't even have the old bill to deal with it. Downing Street. Apparently they're all meeting at Downing Street. It's on Facebook somewhere. What was it? The podcast of the Lotus Eaters have got a whole section on it where they actually show it and that. So if you're on Facebook, it's there. It's just Downing Street on the 24th of December. I can't remember exactly what time it is. But if even 20% of the people arrive there, that's a shitload of people. That really is. I don't know who's organised it. I have no idea. But it'll be fucking hilarious if people go down there. It's a rave, yeah. It's not a party, it's a rave. Boris Johnson's Christmas rave or something, it says. I think it's like the ultimate troll that they probably never expected would get that big, but it was on 1 point something million, so it's gotta be on more than that now. I ain't looked for about 4 days. It was over 1 million, I think, in its first day. It was pretty stupid. It's 500k going. Oh, I thought it was more than that. I'm sure someone shared a picture of it saying 1.1 million going. And that was days ago. Right, we're now getting ready to for the old final vote. Only 6 hours and 45 minutes after I started the stream. Nearly 2 million, you think, if it's still up? Fucking hell. That's it, 20%. If 20% arrive, that's it. They won't be ready for that on Christmas Eve. And they'll all be getting drunk. They won't be there as like a protest. It will be there as like a piss-up. It will be just people drinking. And let's be honest, providing there's no lockdown or anything like that, it'll be quite busy there at that time anyway.
Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 385.
More.
The noes to the left, 100.
Oh, wow. So,
the ayes to the right,
of them.
385.
85.
The noes to the left, 100. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.
So only 100 of them. Right, we can get rid of that. So only 100 of them voted to stop nearly 100,000 NHS staff from losing their job. Just imagine that for a moment. Like, apparently in a pandemic, as they say, and yet they're going to sack 100,000 healthcare staff in April. Just what? Less than 4 months from now. Like, fucking hell. Resist is all I will say. Do not quit. Make them sack you. The only chance you have of litigation against them will be through that. You have a contract. That must mean something. Legal advice is a must. I think that Big Brother watch is probably doing something like that with legal advice. I know they said they're challenging a lot of this, so we'll have to see. But at most, we had 126 voting against it. That was it. The maximum. Out of 650 MPs. Or 640, whatever it is, because some of them don't ever show up. God bless the UK. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, guys, essentially that is the end of any bullshit from them there. We've ended their bullshit. I'll actually get rid of that off the screen. We don't even need to see them. We'll leave that there. Let's move that over. Now, obviously, I'm not shocked by any of this. It doesn't surprise me that they've done any of this, in all honesty. It's just funny, and I will take the fact that Labour got it through. The NHS one, not so much. Although still, I think the NHS one, I think they required Labour votes to get that through. I'll have to double check that. But the, definitely 100%, the vaccine passport one required Labour votes to pass. If Labour would have went against it, they'd have been up shit creek. Now that might mean that Labour either voted with it, or they abstained. I expect quite a few of them abstained, but like I said, they're cowards, and they will own this just as much as the Tories. I myself will personally make sure of that. If ever anyone says to me about them implementing these passports, I'll say Labour voted for it with them. They loved it, they enjoyed it, they joined in, they took part. So it's on them just as much. But right, unless anyone's got any outstanding questions or anything they want to say, I am going to fuck it off because I've been doing this for nearly 7 hours now. And 7 hours of doing it, talking to you guys, wouldn't have been too bad. But 7 hours of listening to them tosspots talk never-ending bollocks, that is painful. Anyone who lasted for anything more than 10 minutes, I think it says the average time, watch time is 12 minutes. So anyone who lasted more than 12 minutes is a fucking legend. Because that was some painful shit. Literally. Even I thought it was painful, and I have to look through loads of this shit every day, and I watch their fucking streams while I'm doing 1,000 other things. That was especially painful. And remember, today's parliamentary coverage was brought to you by Pfizer.